Podium Audio presents The Witch and His Crow, Book 1 of the Witch Trials. Written by Ben Alderson. Performed by John York. Prologue. A storm ruled the sky the night my parents were murdered. I'd never forget the snakes of lightning cutting through ominous clouds, or the way the droplets hammered against our Victorian sashed windows, so loudly it was as if something was warning us of the foreboding event that was about to take place. The storm had begun in the morning, forcing my mother to rush me to school beneath her umbrella. I'd woken only hours before, pleading and screaming that I didn't want to go in. Salem Tanner would steal my Legos and pinch me, I told her, but to no avail. All it took was the promise of chocolate pancakes for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and Mother teasing about sending nasty creatures after Salem to get me out the door. We skipped over puddles as though it was some game, laughing when our boots filled with muddy water. In hindsight, it was our way of taking our minds off the strange feeling which had seeded in our guts, a feeling which had only grown throughout the day, sinking roots into my soul and showing no signs of ever releasing. We should have listened. A witch's intuition never lied. By nightfall, it would be my life's greatest regret. Everything happened so fast. As evening swept over Oxford, bringing with it a bitter autumn wind, doom arrived like one of the four horsemen. Supper was ruined. My mother's wine glass tipped over in her urgency to snatch me from my seat. "No matter what you hear, do not move." My mother's nails had bitten into my upper arm, breaking skin. I knew she didn't mean to hurt me, but fear had taken over her. Her breath smelled, as it always did, of sharp, sour berries, even if she never ate berries at all. It wasn't until years later I knew why. "Tell me you understand, Hector. I need to hear you say it." I nodded, tears stinging my eyes, my vision blurred. "Yes, Mummy, I understand." My reply seemed to calm her, if only for a moment. The lines creased across her forehead lessened, her pupils widening like dark caves. I was 6 years old, and I had never seen her cry before. Now her expression mirrored mine. It was unnerving, watching my great protector crumble before my eyes. "Peter, secure the boundaries!" my mother had shouted to my father. I looked to him, my ever stoic and silent protector, rushing through the living room at her back, spitting on his fingers before running them over the windowsills. A charm or hex, I couldn't be sure. Why he wasted his time playing pretend with old magics I'd never understand. Those powers had faded away a long, long time ago. My mother had brought me up on the old tales of grand witches using nature to do their bidding. One story I loved the most was about Eleanor Castor, better known as the Last Witch, who died on a pyre, and in doing so forever changed the course of a witch's abilities, shedding old magic for new. Our plates had been left upon the table, hardly a scrap of food touched before the atmosphere had changed. Within seconds, my parents had gone from hiding their pride when I told them I knocked Salem's bricks over using only my mind, to snatching me from my seat and wrenching me to standing. Only when my back was pressed against the cold bricks of our fireplace could I finally comprehend what we were about to face. Death. It hung in the air, a scent like an orchard of rotten apples. At least, that scent was the promise of it. "I'm scared," I said, clutching onto my mother. I didn't have nails to bury into her skin, forcing her to stay by my side, so I did the next best thing. Reaching out to my gift, I wrapped cords of invisible string around her waist, refusing to let her take a step away. Telekinesis, my mother called it. I never forget the day it manifested and the elation on her face as I lifted one of my toy cars from the carpet during a tantrum. Even when it sliced a clean cut on her cheek, she looked at me as though I had solved one of life's greatest mysteries. Even at 6, I knew there was a pressure to come from being the son of the Grand High. If I didn't manifest a gift, I would have been an embarrassment to my family, and a waste to which kind.
"Take that fear and turn it into something useful," Mother had replied. "Do it for me." "I can't. I don't know how."
Being frightened was the right emotion, even if I felt like a flock of birds battled beneath my little ribs, cawing and flapping for a way out.
"The world can be a dangerous place,"
she replied, kneeling before me, taking my cheeks in both her hands. Soft hands, like silk. Her fingers caught my tears, clearing them away. I felt the cool metal of her wedding ring leave an imprinted line in my flesh. I did the same, raising a hand to her cheek, capturing her tear like a jewel on the tip of my finger.
"Why are you crying?" "There are few who wish to see us thrive, and more so who would seek to ruin us."
I didn't understand her answer then, not completely, but the feeling never wavered. The intuition, the sense of impending danger, a thorn breaking into the shield that was my home, my family. "Heather!" my father called, voice thunderous as his gaze. Haloed by the window, his outline flared as stark purple-white light cut across the sky. His usually neatly parted hair was now a mess of curls. Curls I longed to touch, to take a cutting of it, so I could eternally tie him to me. Even my young mind knew it would be the last time I could see every fine detail of him and drink it in. "They're here." "They're here." 2 words I did understand.
"Hector, my darling, it's time to play hide-and-seek. We've practiced this. You're the world's best at hiding, aren't you, my boy?"
Her smile was forced. It pained me, deep in my core, seeing how hollow her stare was compared to the pinched rise of her lips. I couldn't reply. Fear choked back my words. "Quickly!" my father hissed, refusing to look at me. It was not shouting nor screams that my father heard, but a feeling he sensed, as though the air was charged with the promise of danger. It was as if the lightning entered our home uninvited and left its mark fizzing in the air.
"Hide with me,"
I begged. Mother simply shook her head, more tears falling.
"You will forever be my brave boy, Hector."
It was funny how, even at 6, I sensed the goodbye lingering beneath her words.
"I don't want to play. Please don't make me."
I jutted my chin in defiance, unable to form another word. Deep in my belly, the beast stirred. Only when my mother laid a hand on it, stifling the feeling, did it simmer down.
"You must."
Her breath was perfumed with the sour bite of something I was too young to place. It took little for Mother to pull free of my power. I could barely hold a colouring pencil from a table for a few seconds without tiring, so forcing her to stay with me was years from being a possibility. She leaned in and pressed a kiss to my forehead, her cool exhale disturbing the same curly hair my father had. Except mine was a dirty sand colour, just like my mother's. My mother, who slowly drew back, cheeks red and wet with tears.
"I love you, Hector. To the moon and back."
I swallowed, forcing the vicious lump that rose in my throat.
"Then stay, if you love me. You'll hide with me. Me, you and Daddy. Kama, I call on thee."
Mother called out, her voice oozing the command I was not used to hearing. In response, a groan echoed at my back, the sound of a waking beast. If I looked behind me, I knew what I would find. The gaping mouth of darkness as Mother opened her favourite hiding place, a place she had always made me run to during our games. Games I would one day realise the sick reality behind. She was never playing with me, but preparing me for this very moment.
"Close your eyes,"
Mother commanded. A creeping yawn sounded behind me.
Deep in the cold belly of the fireplace, where stacks of wood and old cinders would be, was now nothing but shadow. Waiting arms ready to embrace me when all I wanted was the warm hold of my parents. But I did as she asked, not because I wanted to, but because she willed it. Her power was strong. Before my eyes shut, I saw her gaze shift towards the shadows at my back. I couldn't see who she spoke to, but I knew her next command wasn't for me. "Protect him. Keep my son from harm. Ensure the key never falls into their hands." "Who are you talking to, Mummy?" I asked, unable to look at the swell of darkness behind me. I was scared, but I wasn't sure why. "What key?" "Shield my child with your life." She didn't reply, not to me at least. "Swear it."
"I swear to it,"
came a voice I'd never heard before. It was rasped and hoarse, like grating of stones or the shattering of glass. There was nothing pleasant about it. The darkness had always been a silent entity. It shouldn't have a voice. Except now, the shadows at my back spoke. Mother was wide-eyed as she gave another command to the dark. "Bahamut must never be freed again. This ends tonight."
"I shall guard the key, as you request."
I peered behind me and saw beady black eyes of a monster. Before I could jolt away from it, pinching my eyes closed and pretending nothing waited at my back, the voice came again. Not only did it sound from behind me, it also echoed within me. "Who is I asked, but Mother slapped her hand over my mouth, stopping me from finishing. "Never speak his name," my mother hissed, furious and panicked. That alone had me swallowing the name to the pits of my stomach. She withdrew her hand as if she realized what she'd done and regretted it. "It is important you make this promise to me, Hector. You will never speak it. Names have power, you must remember that." "Please, I don't like this game. Mummy, I'm scared." She drew me in, laid her chin atop my head and sobbed. I felt her fingers draw strange symbols on the back of my head, and suddenly I forgot what she'd shouted at me about. That name slipped out of my mind, losing all meaning, until it was nothing but letters swimming pointlessly in the dark of my mind. "I wish I could tell you that the world is safe, but I will not lie to you," Mother said as she finally drew me back. But she didn't look at me, but at the monster behind me. The intensity of her stare, part furious and another part sorrowful, frightened me more than any of her strange words. "Stay away from them. Our allies and enemies are all but the same." Not but a second later, she pushed me into the waiting shadows. In my mind, Mother spoke about Salem. He was my enemy, only a 6-year-old, and still he lived to upset me. I had an image of my school bully stomping up to our front door, ready to zap me with his gift. But it was not Salem who was coming for us. It was someone far worse. Someone who didn't just want to steal my Lego blocks, but burn everything I loved to the ground. Without my sight, I couldn't determine what touched me in the dark. A cool, soft brush of what felt like feathers, as though a bird encased me within its wings, drawing me back into my hiding place. It was comforting. Welcome, almost, but I struggled against it until I knew my attempt was futile, my mother's fingers slipping away until there was nothing left but feather and darkness. I couldn't see past the wall of dark. Not even my sense of smell worked here. But what I was left with was my hearing. It was stronger than it had been before, so much that I heard every minute detail. Footsteps, many of them, wood cracked, thunder rumbled. My father shouted something, but his voice was cut off. The sound that followed was like gurgling water filling his throat, spluttering out and splashing against the ground. One day I would understand the sound blood made when it choked a person. But in that moment it was water, because I was a child and didn't understand such violence. I would in time. My mind painted an image in response to the noise that followed. More footsteps, furniture breaking, plates shattering, glass cracking. Feathers filled my mouth so I couldn't cry out. No matter how hard I bit down on them, trying everything to break free and help, the hold tightened as the darkness swelled and thickened. The song of chaos continued. I could hear my mother calling out with a voice that oozed power and control. I call upon the elements, air, earth, fire. I gagged on my cry as her song was silenced. My hearing stretched out, desperate to hear her say something else, to prove that she was okay. I preferred the sound of her struggling to the silence. Noise proved she still lived. It could have been minutes the struggle went on, or hours. All the while I was forced to listen to my parents struggle, blinded by shadow beasts that held me in place. When that dreaded silence finally came, I wept harder than I had before. I waited for Mother to come and get me, for Father to reach into the shadows and pull me out. No one came. It is not a common sight to see a witch kneel. The voice that spoke was strange to me. Not as deep as my father's, slightly huskier, as though smoke filled his lungs or stones his throat. Take it in, my son. Do you see the monster? I know the person was not speaking to me. No one knew I was here, lurking in the darkness. If only I could see beyond the shadows. If only I could make out who the person was and who he spoke to. Yes, Father. My ears pricked at the sound of the lighter voice. It was higher in pitch, like mine. I conjured the image of a child not much older than me, someone I could have played alongside at school or in the park. Except they sounded sad. I knew the feeling. I shared it with them. Here, take it and prove yourself useful, the older voice said. Show me you can do your duty. But it won't kill her. Kill her? Mother. The child had to be talking about my mother. No, my son, but it will hurt. It will cause the demon pain, agony, torment. It will award her a fraction of the evil that her kind has given us. Look at her. See into her eyes. I'm looking, Father. And what do you see? A pause, broken only by a slight sniffle. A monster? And what do we do to monsters, my boy? Hunt them. Yes, we do. Hunters by blood. Now. The voice grew quieter for a moment, as though the adult was leaning down and whispering into the younger child's ear. Punish her for existing in our world, for tainting it with the monster she harbors. Then we shall burn her, cleanse her body and soul, and free her back to the pits of hell she came from. My heart lodged in my throat, far enough up that I couldn't breathe between it, and the feathers suffocating me. I clawed at them, prying them free, wishing for just a chance to see my mother, to prove that they were speaking of another person instead, and not her. Kill me! My mother snapped. Relief that she still lived was followed by the horror that her life was endangered. That you will not have access to what you desire, Tommen. Footsteps were followed by a gasp from my mother. I couldn't see what the man was doing to her, but the pain in her voice was clear as day. If you didn't poison yourself, you would be able to stop us. Give it to me, and I will spare you. No, came my mother's defiant. It cut over the room, silencing Tommen. Then you have no use to me. What followed was a final command. Do it. Kill her! That froze me. I clapped my hands over my ears, longing to block out the sounds. But what I heard next was loud and demanding. Over and over, the thudding of metal against flesh. Thud, thud, thud. I could hear a child crying, and I knew it wasn't me. The thudding didn't stop until long after my mother ceased making sounds. When it did, the child's crying off continued. It wasn't me, although tears were streaking down my face. It came from beyond the shadows, deep in the belly of my living room, with its rich navy-painted walls and polished dark oak floors. A floor likely puddled with blood. Well done, my son. The deeper voice worked into me, burying deep into my bones. Tommen. That was what my mother had called him. Only repeating that name over and over in my mind could cut through the thud, thud, thud of metal biting into flesh. Is she gone? The child choked out, voice shivering. For now, my son, you did it. You've slain the Grand High. Now we burn her body, so Bahamut can never damn another soul again. By the time the shadow being released me, the hunters were long gone. I stepped free from the shadows, fire reflecting off my eyes, the heat hissing over my skin. Because there, inches before the fireplace, both my parents lay, bodies encased in flame and melted flesh. Father's skull is caved in, the oozing brain matter leaking across our rattan rug. But it was the clean slice across his neck that had clearly ended his life. Mother looked peaceful, hands laid beside her punctured chest, a bloodied athame, a ritual dagger discarded on the floor beside her. The fire crept over her legs, devouring skin and catching on her blue floral dress. Beneath the roaring flames and the crackling skin, I paced towards the knife and picked it up. The bone handle was still warm, not from the fire, but from the child who had held it, the child who had driven it into my mother over and over. I turned the handle, knowing the symbol was going to be waiting for me before I saw it. The crucifix captured within the circle, the mark of a witch hunter. My little hands tightened, knuckles paling to the hue of fresh snow. Come, child. I shall protect you. I turned around, ready to face the monster who waited for me. What I found was a crow, perched on the mantel above the fireplace, studying me. I knew without doubt that it was the crow who spoke to me. It opened its wings, shadows spilling from its feathers as it flapped and cawed. This time I didn't need to be pushed into the dark. I stepped into it willingly, finally accepting the creature who'd swaddled me as my parents were murdered. The darkness reached out once again, embracing me as something feral wormed its way out of my heart. It crept out from the fine cracks, freeing itself. It was hatred. It was anger. But mostly, it was hunger. Hunger for revenge. Hunger for death. Hunger for the hunters. Chapter 1. There were only 2 reasons I would bother stepping into Club Energy. 1, for a double vodka and cranberry juice, light ice. And reason 2, the far more common, cock. Sometimes I would be lucky and get both, but in all honesty I'd be happy with just the drink. But tonight there was a 3rd reason I passed beneath the glowing neon sign, paid the extortionate £5 entry fee, and dealt with the usual scrutiny from the bouncer. Witch hunters. 3 of them, who I'd been stalking since I unfortunately bumped into them at dusk. Not unfortunate for me, but for them. They wouldn't be leaving Energy with a pulse. Usual, the good-looking barman said, bicep curling the pulley as though he was doing reps at the gym. His tone was flirtatious, almost hopeful. I barely spared him a glance when I nodded, mainly because I couldn't take my eyes off the hunters as they took their seats in one of the booths at the back of the club. It took no time for a tall glass to be passed over the sticky bar, red juice spilling over the rim. "Thanks, John," I muttered distractedly, transfixed by my thirst for vengeance. "My name is Alex." "Not," John replied, as though I should know that. Which I probably should have. One more look and I realized that I'd either been fucked or had fucked him. Flipping a coin to decide which was the answer was likely an easier bet. "Yes, of course." I flashed him an award-winning smile. "Alex, sorry." Alex blushed with what only could be second-hand embarrassment. His brown eyes traced my outfit, drinking in my skinny black jeans, baggy knitted sweater and unpolished Doc Martens. I'd never looked so out of place. While everyone else around me wore bright colours, showing skin painted in glitter, I looked more ready for a glass of tea in some well-to-do establishment. "Bodleian Library is a few streets down," Alex chided, his attempt at flirting almost making me embarrassed. Usually I could cope with sarcasm. Hell, most of the time I was the king of it. But tonight I was as unbothered as the girl in the club's corner, currently vomiting against the wall. I handed over payment with a wink. "Yeah, thanks again, John." "It's Alex." I shot him a smile, one that signalled a clear end to this rather thrilling conversation. "I know." Alex grumbled, moving into the next patron who leaned against the bar at my side, calling an order of shots and crisps. I mean, who the fuck eats crisps in a club? Criminal. Then again, so was murdering 3 people, my inner voice added. It was coming up on 18 years since my parents were killed by these people, and here I was making sure the wheel of life kept turning. Karma, if you would. This had been my drive for as long as I could remember. Survive, thrive, and live knowing my life would be spent avenging my parents' death. Witch hunters killed us because of what we were, so it only seemed fair that a witch could do the same to them. Oh, how the tables had turned. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but I liked mine warmed, well-seasoned and fulfilling, because that was exactly the reason I did this. Stalking prey, sliding into spaces where I wasn't welcome, only to leave them painted red with hunter blood. Vengeance motivated me. If that made me a monster, I'd wear the badge proudly. I took a long swig of my drink, my cheeks pricked from the sour bite of cranberry, followed by the burning hiss of vodka to soothe my throat. It did the job of settling my stomach. Not the nerves, but the excitement. Stale smoke billowed from machines, casting the dance floor in a thick film of stench. The bottom of my shoes practically clung onto the lino flooring, trying to trap me in place. As did the music, a low tempo with some repetitive lyrics sung by someone with a mediocre voice. It would usually take 3 drinks minimum for me to allow the beat to sink into my bones enough to move them. Tonight I planned on 1 drink only. Maybe more, but only once I was done. Then maybe I could find some cock, too. Alex was certainly giving me the eye in offer. I needed something to celebrate. Rule 1 of how to hunt a hunter. Locate their prey first. Hunting a witch was easy if you know the signs to look for. The telltale circlet of light around one's pupil when magic was used was the most notable. But witches had spent decades being pursued, which meant at least as long spent trying to blend in. Hunters of the past would blindly label powerful women with great minds and no supernatural abilities witches, simply because they had, as I said, powerful minds. But as the generations passed, they found other ways to root us out. Most notably, civil unrest, war between covens. If there was one way for a coven to outmatch or remove others from their territories, it was for locations, names, and even entire families to be sold off. It was risky, but not uncommon. With all that, it meant a hunter was also susceptible to, well, being hunted. To know their movements, the way they worked and ticked, was to know how to catch them out at their own game. Which led me to one question. What were they doing here? An answer that was soon discovered simply by watching the dark corners of the club, where a woman had caught their attention. A witch. I couldn't tell of which type unless she used her power, and around so many mortals she wouldn't dare. Not like me. She was likely a solitary witch, given that those she was with had no taint of the paranormal. They were students from one of Oxford's colleges, evident from their attire. Rich coming from me, I knew. I had come into energy dressed like someone more used to pumpkin spice lattes and perusing old bookshops, both of which I had done earlier today. Details, Hector. Focus. Back to the witch. I would place her in her late 20s, from the dark bags under her eyes and the wistful smile, likely a student in postgrad. She had masses of brown curls, some as light as honey and others as dark as chestnut. Rich black skin and a disarming smile. I admired how carefree she was, laughing and dancing with friends. No clue about the danger that lurked just behind her. But I didn't envy her. If anything, it was pity that came to mind. Yet more proof that for people like us, even our safe places were not actually safe at all. I swung my attention back to the hunters as I navigated the shadows of the club's layout. There were 3 of them, 2 female, 1 male, likely late 20s, early 30s. They, unlike me, were dressed for the occasion, all black leathers, metal-studded belts and boots that looked military-grade. The man had something bulging beneath the belt of his trousers, and the cause was not the usual thing I came to energy to get. It was an athame blade, sacrificial most likely, a similar design to the one that was driven into my mother's body 27 times, except this one was clean and ready to taste the blood of a witch. Thud, thud, thud. I took another sip from my drink, washing away the memory. Shame his athame would go hungry tonight, whereas my appetite for vengeance would be sated, at least temporarily. The beast deep within would have a feast tonight. It didn't take long for them to make their move. First, the male hunter proceeded to test the witch's boundaries. He slipped in, sober as a judge, and swayed in sync with her. Her obvious discomfort had little to do with him being her enemy, something she had not worked out yet, but everything to do with him being, well, a man. First mistake. Energy was a club catering to queer people, so up next was one of the women. She had full, wild red curls and wide blue eyes. On paper, beautiful. Shame her soul was soiled. As expected, the witch was more open to dancing with a female, turning and giving her an interested look. As much as I wished to strut across the spirit's sticky dance floor and flay the hunter open now, I had to wait. Patience was a virtue I was forced to learn many years ago. My attention was solely pinned to the 2 dancing women, such that I didn't notice the other 2 hunters slip away from their booth. I scanned the bustling crowd searching for them, scolding myself for taking my eye off the ball. Fuck! The final hunter and her unsuspecting witch were moving too. My breath hitched in my throat, excitement and panic blending in harmony with one another. I downed my drink, stopping only when the chunk of ice hit my lips. A rush of the alcohol was exactly what I needed, as much as I also required the glass itself. Tipping the ice out onto the floor, to the dismay of a couple gyrating beside me, I grasped the empty glass and followed my prey. They were heading outside, where a sacrifice would not spoil the night of the club's patrons. How very kind of them. I really shouldn't leave my friends for long. I caught the voice of the witch as the hunter part dragged and part encouraged her towards the club's fire exit. Her words were slurred slightly, her footsteps fumbling. Had they slipped something into her drink? Thistlebane extract to subdue her gift, or something far more sinister? The thought alone turned my blood to rivers of raging flame. Believe me, the hunter drawled, voice thick with forced lust. She leaned in, tongue licking the witch's cheek. I'll have my way with you and finish you off before they even notice you've disappeared. My eyes rolled.
Of course, the witch didn't know the true meaning behind the hunter's comment, but I did. To her, it was just flirting, a promise of a quickie in the back alley, something to laugh about with her friends over cheesy chips at the end of the night, when in fact, the hunter was alluding to her death. The click of the fire door opening was so loud, jarring me. I allowed them both to slip out, knowing the other two hunters waited outside. I paused for the second before the door shut, then unleashed my gift. Power coursed out from my outstretched hand, casting out a blockade of pure, undiluted energy. Invisible fingers wedged between the door, stopping it from clicking shut. I reached for it physically, relaxing my power a second later, and followed them outside. Crisp autumn air brushed against my face, dispelling the craggy essence left from the club's innards. Oxford wasn't a city known for its clean air, but a lungful was certainly more pleasing than the smoky hellscape that was the Energy Club's dance floor. I flung my power behind me, ensuring the door closed shut quietly. No sense in alerting the two distant figures that I was following. At least, not yet. I was beginning to regret letting you go in alone. A dark voice infiltrated my mind. I'm glad you didn't. I whispered my reply, knowing the presence would hear me clear as day. 3 hunters, Kamer. This is big. A black shape cut through the sky above. I followed it, welcoming the comfort of seeing the crow. Kamer, my familiar. He swooped through the dark sky, perching on a bin just opposite me. The crow flapped his wings 3 times at me, which was his way of telling me to leave. Stay away from this, Hector. Sorry, no can do, I answered as I continued my chase. If it were possible for crows to roll their eyes, Kamer would have in that moment. Then my familiar was airborne in seconds, knowing this wasn't a fight he could win. He swooped upwards, blending seamlessly into the shadows, waiting for the command that would soon come. Please don't! A sharp slap silenced the distant plea, flesh on flesh. I rounded the corner to see the witch's head snap sideways, her hand pressed to her cheek. Even in the dark I could see the bruised stain blossom beneath her splayed fingers and the tear rolling down her cheek. Demon whore! The hunter who slapped her hissed, practically doubled over to get close enough to the witch's face. Please, please! The man mocked as he dug his hand into his belt, withdrawing the sacrificial blade. Why do you witches always say please? I mean, at least put up a little bit of a fight. Makes the effort of the stalk more rewarding. And you'd think you would have had more time to contemplate a better line, you prick. I whispered to myself, cautiously sticking to the shadows as I drew closer. Kamer cawed in the back of my mind. If this goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. I looked up, seeing the beady black eyes flash from the shadows. He, like me, was also thirsty for the very thing the hunter has asked for, except he tried to hide it, playing the dutiful guardian. I knew deep down he longed to pluck hunter eyes from skulls. It was a desire we shared, and I did live to please. Time to play. Purposefully, I dropped the empty glass I had brought with me, shattering it in pieces across the cobbled back alley. The noise alerted the hunters, drawing each of their attention up towards me as I stepped into the ominous glow of a shop sign. Well, this is awkward, I said, sauntering into view, delighting in the confusion crossing each of the hunters' face. The witch glanced up at me too, wincing as if I was the 4th member of their group. But then her expression waned as a circlet of silver encased my pupil. Have I interrupted something? No one replied. In fact, one of the hunters seemed to growl at me instead. Fucking growled, as if he was some preteen werewolf obsession. I thumbed behind me, nonchalant about the gleaming athame one of the hunters held firm. But it was the witch I spoke to next, not them. Your friends are seconds away from coming out looking for you. You might want to get back inside.
The witch scrambled to her feet, barely sparing a glance backwards as she ran in my direction. I expected her to continue past me, using my presence as the distraction she needed to escape, but instead she surprised me and stopped at my side. "Didn't you get the hint?" I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. "Get out of here, quick!" "Actually, I think I'll stay and help," she replied, lips curling with ire, brown eyes flashing with a ring of gold. "Even the odds." She was a fire witch, one of the 4 main elements we were each born into. A person didn't need to be magically or supernaturally blessed to be slotted into elements. Like these hunters, they too, depending on their birthday date or star sign, if that is something they followed, would be privy to an element. Mine was air, Gemini, and if the hunters knew star sign lore, then they'd understand that one thing more frightening than a witch was a Gemini witch with a grudge. "I prefer to do this alone," I added, aware the nameless fire witch was no longer slurring. In fact, she stood with the grace of someone who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Certainly not the same person I had watched being shepherded out of the club. "There's 2 of you and 3 of us," the hunter shouted. I deemed that she must be the leader of this little flock. "The odds don't seem to be in your favor." I glanced between her and the Athame and smirked. "Pretty little knife. Looks virgin. Has it seen blood before?" The man laughed. "Oh, come on, handsome. We only want a little fun." "Perfect. As do I." My hand rested on my hip. "But there are actually 3 of us, so I'd say our odds are even." Heads snapped around, searching shadows for the 3rd I mentioned. But I never said a witch. Kamer drove down from the shadow, talons extended for the unsuspecting hunter who had slapped the witch at my side. I was running then, adrenaline fueling my muscles as the symphony of torn flesh and pain-ridden screams echoed down the alleyway. My familiar latched himself onto the hunter's face. She attempted to pull him free, blinded by feathers, panic and pain. 2 swift pecks and Kamer plucked her eyes of her skull. Where he planted his claws into her face, she was left with jagged chunks of torn flesh. There was so much blood it looked like a scene from a horror film. Kamer released her, flying skyward with his bounty. Then the hunter tripped over onto the floor, clutching at the empty sockets as she screamed bloody murder. 1 down, 2 more to go. The fire witch was forgotten as the remaining 2 hunters met me head-on. I ducked beneath the swing of the Athame, moving beneath the hunter's arm with ease. Before he caught his balance, I flicked my hand, casting a burst of energy to continue the hunter's momentum. The force sent him flying, landing on the street with the wind knocked out of him. Kamer, no longer interested in gouging deeper grooves into the first hunter, flew into pace with me. We moved with practiced synchronicity, something that had come from being companions for 18 years. I knew how he moved, as he did with me. There was no need to focus, no need to plan and think. This was no different than dancing a routine I had perfected over and over, until I could move without the need for music. Granted, the hunters put up a good fight. I could have ended it long ago, but there was something about the burn of my muscles and the way my lungs constricted for air that thrilled me. But the dance found a new partner as the fire witch called out, distracting me. 1 moment of confusion was all it took for me to miss a beat. Crack. Something hard was thrust into my nose. Fuck! Bone shattered, blood bursting out, flooding over and into my mouth. I spat it out, right into the face of the hunter, blinding her for a second. "Oops," the fire witch called, cringing audibly. "Sorry." All my frustration was pinned to the hunter. My words came out as a growl, which I silently warned Kamer to never bring up. "You really shouldn't have done that." Anger inspired me. Reaching out with my power, I lifted each and every shard of shattered glass from the ground where I had left them. Although I couldn't see them, I could certainly feel them. All sharp edges, large and small. One thought, one guiding motion from my hand, and they speared forwards. I wondered, as the shards of glass penetrated the hunter, if more than 27 puncture wounds were made. It was almost poetic, killing this one the same way the hunter had murdered my mother. Hell, I didn't know who had done the most damage, me or Kamer. I was vaguely aware of my stomach turning, bile rising in my throat, the taste bitter to swallow. Yes, I'd killed hunters. I'd brought many of them to their end. But death was as ugly and uncaring as it had been when it had come for my parents. The hunter's skin was flayed apart, bathing her open mouth and wide eyes in blood. In the faint glow of nearby lights, I caught the glittering effect the embedded glass left across her face. It was like she had decorated herself for some grubby festival, when in fact it was a mask of torture and death. I saw a flash of gold-rimmed eyes framed by a mane of brown curls. Then the fire witch screamed at me again. "Get down!" Not allowing the distraction, I did as she commanded. I dropped to the blood-soaked floor a second before a whistling passed my ear. The athame missed me by inches, smashing into the ground with such a force that it scarred the stone. Swinging my leg out, I turned quickly, my ankles smacking into the legs of the final hunter, the one I had sent flying moments ago. This time I didn't knock him over. He reared back, bringing the blade with him, then dragged it down. Pain lanced across my upper arm as the metal sliced through knitted wool, then my flesh. It wasn't enough to tell me the wound was deep, but the pain was blinding nevertheless. This was why I worked alone. Desperate, I flung out my uninjured arm, casting my power out, knocking him back a step, right into the fire witch's waiting clutches. Her hair moved with flare, curls obscuring her face whilst she reached for the hunter between us. But nothing could conceal the flash of gold around her iris, or the snarl of a woman scorned by those who'd tried to trick her. Kamer tangled himself in the hunter's hands, distracting the swing of the athame, allowing time for the witch to clamp her hands on either side of the hunter's face. He stopped struggling instantly upon her touch, completely immobilized. His mouth drooped in a widening gasp before the most guttural scream I'd ever heard escaped him. Before my eyes, I watched as his face melted. Not because of heat or fire, but because of this witch whose magic rolled off her in undulating waves. Her power made his skin peel, dripping like liquid, running over her fingers until I saw muscles, sinew, and bone. And yet she didn't not stop. Not until his face, if you could call it that, was unrecognizable. A mess of mush. Disgust creased her face in lines. It was as if she realized what she'd just accomplished and quickly pushed the corpse forward. He smashed into the ground with a rather pleasing thump. "Ugh, fucking skin juice!" She flicked her hands at her sides, trying to rid herself of the gunk stuck to her fingers. I gawped at her, stomach churning as my adrenaline quickly faded. She looked up, catching my stare, making me overly aware of the disgust rippling from my expression. I didn't even bother to squash it. "Are you staring at me because you're expecting me to thank you?" the fire witch asked, smearing the back of her gore-coated hand across her forehead. She didn't realize, but it left a streak of skin and blood. Perhaps she did and simply didn't care. I pushed up from the floor, Kamer coming to perch on my shoulder. My nose was broken and the wound on my arm was deeper than I first thought. Although I usually came away from nights like this with a few bumps and scrapes, I blamed the witch and the distraction she'd caused for the severity of damage. "I wasn't planning on it," I said, wincing as the lack of adrenaline made me realize just how much my face hurt. "You don't look too good," she said, eyeing me up. I could sense Kamer's presence within me, begging me to leave, but I feared if I moved too quickly I'd fall. I don't feel too good either. I've got you to thank for that. Yes, you should really get that seen to. Her smile was genuine, as was her concern. There was no denying the kindness in her face as her smile reached her warm brown eyes, making them gleam. She took in the scene, the 3 bodies, the hint of decay lingering in the already toxic city air. This is not how I was planning to spend my evening. I would say you should go back to your friends, but... The shift of my eyes to her ruined outfit suggested what I was going to say. Halloween was still over a month away. Walking into the club covered in blood tonight would certainly raise suspicions. Never mind that. Her hand snaked out, extended in introduction. Romy. Pardon? Kamer chirped on my shoulder, blood-wet beak clicking, but that didn't deter her hand. My name, she giggled, as if it was all some big joke. I know we kind of skipped the traditional introductions, but since we've both saved each other's asses tonight, I think swapping names is at least the next step. No offense. I folded my arms behind my back, causing more pain in the split flesh of my arm, but that was better than having my skin melted by the witch's touch. But your hand is still covered in, skin juice? So it is. That didn't not stop her from reaching into the pocket of her jacket, withdrawing a phone. Before I could so much as question her, she lifted it to her ear and spoke. Walton Street. Yeah. 3 hunters. Dead. Her eyes dragged up to me, lips flashing another smile. No, not alone. She paused, a small voice shouting something down the other line. No, it wasn't a Coven member. I told you... Yes, I know the risks, but I had some unexpected help. Although he needs a healer. Unexpected help? Coven member? My mind decided in that very moment that this had been planned, not by the hunters but by Romy. Now a new fear reared its ugly head. I felt my lungs restrict. This witch had never been the unsuspecting person I first took her for. She was a plant, a decoy, a lure sent here tonight for the very same reason I was. Let me ask? Romy's voice cut through the haze in my mind. She lowered the phone, but not completely. Just the polite shift down her cheek as she whispered another question. I never did catch your name. Hey, wait! Where are you going? I was already running, fast but awkwardly. Where to? Anywhere but here. My boots slapped against the street, my legs pulsing with renewed adrenaline. Kamer took flight, not beside me but up and up, until his presence was inly a tingle in the back of my skull. All I could focus on is getting away from her. Maybe minor injuries? I could blame the wounds on something less monstrous. But I knew I needed to get far enough away that Romy and those on the other end of the phone call couldn't find me. Mother's final warning repeated in my mind as it had over and over since her death. Protect him. Keep my son from them. All of them. Our allies and our foes. Foes, being the dead bodies left in my wake. Allies, the very people Romy had just spoken with. The Coven. The wound across my upper arm became barely a tickle now that something else had taken over my mind. Nor did my shattered nose worry me as I picked up my pace. Kamer's panic overwhelmed me, his desire to swaddle me up in his shadows. But something was stopping him. I sensed his knowing, the intuition that screamed of something bad. I ran directly into that bad thing as I reared around the corner and barreled right into their path. They might as well have been made from concrete. The collision felt as much. I fell back just as I caught the flash of white-rimmed glowing eyes. The eyes of a spirit witch. The eyes of the very person I had been hiding from since the night my parents were murdered. Not hunters. No. Worse. Hello, Hector Briar. We have been looking for you. Chapter 2. It was not the rope that turned the skin around my wrists red raw, but the thistlebane soaked into the material. I desperately wanted to itch my bubbling and blistering skin, but the hunters had tied me to the table. The ropes kept both my hands useless, and the thistlebane kept me powerless, severed from my unique ability, or what the witches called their gift. There was nothing more annoying than an itch you couldn't reach. Well, actually maybe the fact that the Coven had found me after years of evasion. Not exactly found me, since I'd run straight into one of them.
This is what happens when you are blinded by the need for revenge.
I relaxed as Kama's voice filled my head. No thistlebane could sever my familiar from my mind. I could sense he was close, lingering somewhere far beyond the building I'd been brought into, hooded, cuffed, and powerless. The Coven didn't want me to know where I was being taken, logistics and all. But through Kama, I knew the long car ride had taken me from Oxford streets and about an hour and a half later into the heart of London. The Tower of London, to be more specific. The home of England's most impressive artifacts, history and ties to the royal yet very mundane family. Humans would have a fit if they found out the White Tower, the central of all towers otherwise known as the Old Keep, was home to the Coven. Built centuries ago, a quick Google search would have told me it was built in 1080 by someone called George or William, since back then it wasn't like people had much imagination when it came to names. The once strongest military point was now the home of the Coven, a place for England's leading witches to gather and monitor paranormal threats on their soil and beyond. It was a place I had visited with my mother a long, long time ago. My mother, who was the last appointed Grand High. My mother, who was murdered by hunters, for that very reason. The Grand High was more than the heart of the Coven. They were its lungs, its vital organs. The Grand High continuously allowed the witches access to their gifts, their power and control. Like the wizard in The Wizard of Oz, the Grand High lingered behind a curtain, speaking with their voice of power to those who relied on them. And there was only one reason the Coven had been searching for me, because I was the key to finding the next Grand High.
Such an ego,
Kama added. All right. Not me, but my blood was the key. Movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. I turned and saw Romy, her face warped behind the perplexed glass window set into the side wall of the room. Her arms were crossed over blood-stained clothes, her face set in a worried grimace. Every time I made eye contact, she smiled. It was a hopeful smile, one that wished for me to accept an apology she had yet to offer. It didn't take a genius to know why I, Hector Briar, had evaded my own people. No doubt it would be a question I would have to answer shortly. A door opened, soundless and smooth. It was less a door but a slab of wall which lifted away and allowed someone to enter. My body stiffened, my lungs constricting at the sight of him.
Hello, Hector.
The spirit witch who I had run into. How many hours ago? As the door slid shut, I drank him in. Long black hair was gathered at the back of his neck, thin on his skull, showing flashes of white scalp. Equally dark, lackluster eyes hardly left me, the skin beneath them carved out with shadows. He looked equal parts exhausted and excited, as though he was starving, staring at a plate piled high with roast beef and all the trimmings. And it seemed he shopped mainly at fancy dress warehouses, because the high-collared shirt, leather jacket that brushed over the white floor, and the obnoxious maroon waistcoat made him look more like a malnourished Dracula than a witch.
I apologize for the lack of answers, but as you can imagine, your presence has caused a ruckus here. Chaos, but also relief. I trust the healer has seen to all your wounds in a timely manner.
I didn't reply with words, not giving him the satisfaction of a thanks. His voice was as deep as furthest trench in the coldest waters off the ocean. There was nothing welcoming about it. The hairs across my newly healed arms stood, goose flesh erupting across my shoulders as though wings had finally revealed themselves, unfurling in one breath. I did what I'd been best at, and that was keeping silent. The spirit witch eyed me with trepidation, caution, and maybe, I told myself, a hint of fear. I straightened, knowing he was scrutinizing me, as were those standing with Romy beyond the glass window. The Thistlebane may have diluted my natural gift, but growing up as I had made me rely less on my powers and more on my immediate surroundings. I quickly realized that the silence between us was this man's way of waiting for me to speak. Feigning comfort and confidence, I rolled my shoulders back, raised my chin, and pretended to be calm, even though I was far from it. "And you are?" I asked as nonchalantly as I could manage. He laughed, not a pleasing laugh, but a sickly one. "Oh, of course. How awfully rude of me, Hector. You see, it has just been so many years since I have even believed the possibility of you was even something to consider. I know it has been many years since we last saw one another. I'm not surprised you do not recognize me." That's a lot of words for what you'd think would be such a simple answer. His smile faltered for a beat, which made mine widen. "Then allow me to remind you. My name is Jonathan Bailey. I was your mother's closest advisor, and have since become acting Grand High since her untimely death." I would give it to him. He looked genuinely pained to say those last words aloud. His gaze dropped to the floor, his long fingers picking at the loose hem of his waistcoat. "Jonathan Bailey," I repeated. "I have heard about you." Of course I had. Kamer had warned me about him, making sure I kept far out of his line of sight, just as my mother had requested. His head snapped back up, eyes meeting mine once again. "I suppose Heather mentioned me." "No, my mother never spoke of you. In fact, she never discussed much about the Coven besides her wish for me to stay as far away from you as possible, which, as fate has decided, has clearly not gone very well." Her last words rang out in my mind. "Protect him! Keep my son from them, allies and foes!" And yet here I was, stuck in their web despite my best efforts, my thumb throbbing from the blood that was taken from me upon arrival, before the same witch saw to healing my wounds. Clearly my answer was not what Jonathan was hoping to hear. Before he spoke again, he paced to the other side of the table and took a seat. I cringed as the metal chair was dragged over stone, and more so from the stale scent that oozed from him. "I am sure you understand the need for precautions." Jonathan's endless eyes lingered on the metal cuffs around my wrists. "Hopefully, once we have reacquainted ourselves with one another, we will be able to remove those." "Oh," I said with a pout, "and here I was thinking you'd worked out my kink. Oh, how disappointing." Jonathan's eyes widened, the lines around his mouth deepening. I was confident I heard a giggle beyond the watching window. It was clear he didn't know how to handle me, which was exactly what I was going for. "Or do you offer all the witches you snatch illegally from the street the same jewelry?" "That is not what this is." "No?" I leaned forwards, feeling the tug of newly healed skin against the ropes. "What about a warrant for my blood? Isn't that required, unless the Coven believe rules are beneath them?" It was my turn to tilt my head, cocking it to the side like a confused pup. "I think you know exactly why we took your blood, Hector Briar. Likely the very reason you have kept yourself off our radar for all these years, is it not? Speaking of which, perhaps we skip the small talk and get to the meat of this conversation." "I'm veggie, plus small talk is my favorite." I bit back, knowing full well I didn't want to get onto the topic of how I had stayed under their radar for all these years. "Your blood proves you are in fact a Briar." "So that's the only reason?" Jonathan winced, knowing where this was leading. "And as you clearly are aware, is the key. Without the Grand High's blood to open up the witch trials, there is no key to continuing the passing of control. thus the strengthening of a witch's connection to our gifts. And since your mother was murdered, her body burned down to bone, our kind have needed your blood to begin the process for a long time. No witch born after your mother's untimely passing has access to gifts since. We are the very reason why Kama had concealed me for all these years. Dying breed, I answered for him. Jonathan winced at me, playing with a thin strand of hair like a little girl, twirling it around his finger. That we are. But with you, that changes. So now you have my blood, I'm free to leave? I asked. It was Jonathan's turn to smile like he'd won. It was for me and me alone, his back perfectly aimed to the window behind him. Not exactly, Hector. Unless you wish to tell me where exactly you will be going to. Or should I say, to whom? This fucking man used my name more than a lover did. I don't see how that's important. Oh. Jonathan leaned close, the stench of coffee rolling off his dirty tongue. I think we both know exactly why I'm asking, Hector. Then please, explain exactly what my crime is here, and if not, I trust you will let me leave immediately. The little softness to his gaze completely faded within a beat. Jonathan splayed his hands out on the table, inching towards me in a territorial warning. He might as well have pulled out his cock and pissed on me. It would have been more threatening. Unfortunately, your crimes are yet to be determined. Wasting the Coven's time and resources, we could start there. Chaos, the string of deaths you have left behind in your wake. You must have been 6 at most when the hunters— Watch your tongue! Ire erupted from me, sharpening each word. Jonathan recoiled, the cogs behind his bright eyes turning as he picked his next words carefully. Where have you been all this time, Hector? So finally we get to it. Answer, carefully. Kama warned, his core a distant cry in the back of my mind. I calmed my breathing, sensing Kama trying to help me down our bond. He was right, though. I had to be careful. Answering the question with the truth would really make me a criminal, and not in the sense that Jonathan likely imagined. I didn't ask for the Coven to search for me. That was your choice and responsibility. And you're clearly shit at your job since you couldn't find me in 18 years. I leaned forwards, being the one to close the space between us. As acting Grand High, I would say you need to re-evaluate those who work beneath you. Sounds like they could do with some training. And in regards to the deaths you've accused me of, it sounds like I've only saved you time and resources. All those hunters dealt with, saving you energy. If anything, I expected some thanks. I lifted my bound hands as much as the rope allowed. Not this. Jonathan took a moment to allow my words to sink in. The silence stretched on, his expression slowly morphing into a mask of pure displeasure. His eyes flared wide, his composure failing him. With a sudden crack, his palm slapped against the table, but I was prepared for it. I'd had practice in breaking people down. Jonathan was no different. Where have you been? Jonathan repeated, clearly unfazed by my snarky response. Around. That does not answer my question. My lip curled, flashing teeth. I know. Hector, I strongly suggest you cooperate with me. Danger flashed in Jonathan's eyes. He made sure his next threat was so quiet that those watching outside the room couldn't hear it. You must know, I have the means to enter that mind of yours and get the information out myself. Kama responded, cawing far in the distance, heard only by me. I sense my familiar's desire to tear this man's face off with his talons, to peck at his eyes and feast on his entrails. I owe you nothing, just as you also owe me nothing. I remind him. You have no grounds to keep me here. That sickly, thin-lipped smile lifted on his face, flashing 2 rows of rotting teeth. The enamel was brown and stained, a dramatic gap flashing between his 2 front teeth. There is a suspicion within the Coven
that the reason you have evaded us for so long is because you are working with our enemies, that they have been the ones to protect you, to keep you concealed. Of course, the deaths of the hunters suggest otherwise, but unless you cooperate, I am confident I can find a reason to explain those to strengthen the argument that you are not only with the hunters, but helping them.
Bull fucking shit! I saw red. It overwhelmed me, thrashing through my body in a wave of heat and fire. The beast within rose to the surface, only to be stifled by the thistlebane. My skin blistered and burned the more I called upon it, but the pain was only motivation. Jonathan looked like a man who'd won.
You must admit, there is merit to the suspicions. You wish to keep the key to our salvation away from us, the very thing that would ensure our kind strengthened their ties to magic again. And yet it is the hunters who would do anything to keep us powerless, weaken us. Your actions aid them, not matter how many of them you leave dead behind you.
I didn't look away from him. Not for a second. How dare you? Jonathan pressed a hand to his chest.
How dare I? All I have done is lead the search for you. The lost child of Hector Briar, our greatest Grand High. I have exhausted all avenues, all attempts to locate you for close to 2 decades. And the only reason as to why I have not been successful, the only thing that makes sense, is you have been cloaked. So unless you can tell me another reason as to your disappearance, then unfortunately you will be treated in the same manner as the hunters would be.
Jonathan had not only hit a nerve, he'd fucking snatched it, torn it out of me and played skip rope with it. Those watching on from the window could only see his balding head, not the winning smile he flashed at me now. Kamer shifted uncomfortably in the back of my mind, longing to spear through the glass window and tear this man to shreds. He was the reason I had evaded the Coven for all those years, to prevent the very thing my blood was the key to starting, and it had begun that night as Mother spoke to the shadows and conjured my familiar out from them. All to protect me. Kamer had wrapped his wings around me, gathering me up in shadows, and had not released me since. That alone kept me silent. For her. Because this was her final wish. My familiar had protected me until this moment, and now I sensed his panic thunder through me as though it was my own alongside our shared sense of failure. But I was on my own. Familiars were outlawed by the Coven hundreds of years ago. I had no doubt that Jonathan would delight in tearing mine from me if I told him that Kamer was the reason I had been cloaked, not the hunters. And Kamer knew I wouldn't say it, all because my familiar was my last tie to my mother, the last thread that made her memory and power feel like a physical thing. Tangible. Giving up Kamer would be giving up the last part of me that felt my mother's resounding love. My silence was only proof that I was not willing to respond. Jonathan's eyes glowed with the circlet of white as he conjured up his gift. I knew what he could do. Infect the minds of other witches, seeing thoughts and memories. No one could punish the acting Grand High for doing what he believed was just. And I was powerless to stop him rooting out my darkest secrets.
It truly saddens me to have to do this.
The door didn't slide open, but crashed open with the force of 10 bulls. A small gasp broke out of Jonathan as he choked on his attempt, his eyes returning to their mundane colouring. We both looked towards the gaping doorway, sensing a shift in the atmosphere that no thistlebane could dampen.
"Romy, and what is the meaning of this?"
Jonathan shouted, knocking the table between us as he stood to face the open door. She stepped through the door, eyes flickering downwards. It was not fear but awe that creased across her face. I quickly realized she was not looking at the floor, but the parchment that she held. It looked as though it had been sun-stained, like the pages of old books. Smoke slithered from the edges of the parchment, curling around Romy's fingers. "Your suspicions were right," Romy said, barely glancing up. "The key was in his blood. He is the lost Briar." There was a knowing that passed between Romy and Jonathan. A beat of unspoken words as she lifts the parchment which Jonathan promptly snatched. He read the report to himself, eyes frantically scanning the page. I could almost see the dark ink through the back of the parchment as though it had seeped through. Although I couldn't make out the words, it looked to be more like a list than anything else. But it was the symbol at the top of the parchment that I recognized, the same one Jonathan wore around his neck, the very same symbol I had once seen my mother wear with pride. It was the symbol of the Grand High, the triangle with the circle imprisoned within, a symbol all witches knew. "It would seem that your fate is no longer in the Coven's hands," Jonathan said to me whilst refusing to look up from the parchment. There was no denying the slight shake of his hands, nor the way Romy hadn't stopped looking at me. I was continuously drawn to the parchment as though I sensed the paper beating like a heart. If my hands weren't tied to the table, I would have reached out and snatched it from him. Like a moth to the flame, I was desperate to know what was written upon it. "Has the gateway opened?" Jonathan asked Romy. She nodded, one swift tip of her head. "Word has reached us from the cellar. The rune marks have awoken." "This is perfect," Jonathan purred quietly, before repeating it like a man overcome with joy. "This is absolutely perfect, Romy. Cause for celebration." Amongst all the sudden chaos, I had not noticed my familiar's quietness. Perhaps I would wonder why later, but for now I waited to hear exactly who now held my fate. Both Romy and Jonathan looked at me, as though they suddenly remembered I was in the room. Their silence spoke volumes, but it made my skin itch. "Care to explain what your ominous words mean, or are you going to just stand there gawping?" I asked, heart thundering in my chest. I felt violently sick, as though my body knew what was coming even if my mind refused to admit it. Nothing good came from that symbol. It caused my mother's death, and it was the very thing I had hidden from. Now the symbol hung from Jonathan's neck, as though he was my judge and jury. "The chance we have been waiting for." Jonathan lifted his eyes from the parchment, his spare hand clutching the symbol on his neck as though it was the most important thing to him. "Congratulations, Hector Briar. You have been entered into the witch trials." Something harsh and unkind bubbled in my stomach. I barely had a chance to seal my lips shut before it erupted upwards, scalding my throat and spilling vomit out across the table. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't quell the ache behind my eyes as another bout of sick burst out of me. Whatever Jonathan said next, I didn't hear it. It seemed like I was shut off from the world, my mind punishing me. All I could hear as the room floods with people, my cuffs were unlocked, and I was guided from the sick-covered table, was those 3 fucking words. The witch trials. The witch trials. The witch trials. Chapter 3. I hardly slept for the 3 days of my captivity. And yes, captivity was certainly the apt word to describe my stay with the Coven. Every night I laid awake listening to the sounds outside of my guarded room, hearing the excited murmurs which came with knowing the witch trials were imminent. Jonathan had stationed 2 witches outside of my locked door, powerful ones, no doubt. I smiled at the knowledge that they were frightened of me, or at least cautious. Although, wasn't that the same thing? Not only had they found an unclaimed witch with no coven and a body full of revenge, but I was also the son to the last Grand High, the key to the future of the witches. I would be terrified of me too. There was nothing more frightening than someone uncontrolled. The food and drink they had offered was laced with thistlebane, but I finished it all anyway. There was no point weakening myself physically when I was about to be thrown into a battle to the death for power. There wasn't any good to come from fighting out of this. I had failed. Let them be scared. Let them send witches to pace outside my door like I was some common criminal.
You've left a trail of dead hunters in your wake,
Kamer reminded me, filtering down my conscience from his perch on some flagpole far outside the 4 stone walls of my prison. My familiar's anxiety seeped into me, and I didn't bother trying to combat it. Mine was a thrashing wave in comparison, prepared to swallow his panic whole. Let's not pretend this tower isn't built using hunter's blood for mortar, Kamer.
Which is exactly why I think the prison suits you, Master.
I preferred when I didn't permit you a voice to speak with. I cringed at the title Kamer used, knowing with no doubt that Kamer used it for that exact reason. Do me a favor and leave me for some peace. Your company is grating.
My company is all you are used to.
I raised my middle finger and pointed it at the stone wall of my cell. Then you don't need reminding how lucky you are. Although Kamer couldn't see me, he certainly could feel my emotions.
It is unbecoming of a Briar to swear.
It is unbecoming of my familiar to tell me what to do.
Point duly noted.
Kamer hadn't left the White Tower's exterior in the 3 days I'd been kept locked up. Given the chance, we could reach each other, and Kamer could wrap his darkness around me, helping me escape. I'd be like a worm slipping through the Coven's net. We failed her, Kamer. What I really meant to say was, I failed her.
I retract my earlier point of not telling you what to do, by reminding you that blame is the sin of pride. What is done is done. Dwelling on what has been is a waste of time. Focus on what will be instead, Master.
Then tell me why my mother wanted to stop the witch trials. Help me understand. Kamer's shiver shared down our bond.
If I could, I would. But Heather prevented me from sharing certain information, in the hopes of protecting you.
From what? Kamer's answer was always the same.
Corruption.
I knew it was tied to the witch trials, preventing it from ever happening again. My subconscious told me that I remembered conversations between my parents, heated arguments about plans my little mind couldn't begin to understand. All my attempts at remembering did was cause me a headache. So much help you are. What good is being your master if you don't do as I say?
I do as I do, to protect you.
I scoffed at the remark. Consider starting poetry, Kamer. You have a knack for it. My back ached from the thin mattress, which was all that topped the metal podium my captor would call a bed. I kicked up, swinging my legs over the edge, grounding myself. I was given slim black trousers and a long-sleeved top to match when I arrived. 3 days later, and I stake. The military boots fit my feet perfectly, but didn't offer the comfort a good old pair of docks would. Clearly the Coven was following a strict budget. There was no mirror in the room, nothing that could be used to cause harm, no windows to offer any light beside the fluorescent bulb hanging above me. I only knew the days passed when the light was turned off. The few furnishings that were around me had either been glued or nailed to the concrete ground. Regardless of its monotone aesthetic, it was nicer than what I had been made to leave back in Oxford. The basement studio flat with mold-ridden walls, shit water pressure, and not to mention paper-thin walls, made this cell look like pure luxury. Shame I didn't plan on staying here. In a matter of hours, when dawn rose over London, I'll be shipped off to partake in the witch trials, where you either died trying to claw for the mantle of Grand High, left having gone mad, or won. No wonder my mother wanted me to keep away from the Coven. Correction. Keep my blood away. She was never one for senseless killings. If she had been, she would have stopped the hunters that killed her. Why didn't she stop it? It was a question that had haunted me for years. She had all the power of Grand High, and she did nothing to save herself. Why? Thud! Why? Thud! Why? Thud! Before I succumbed to madness, before the witch trials even began, 3 gentle raps sounded against the door. They were so quiet I didn't hear them at first. It wasn't until they came again that I heard, but that time I chose to ignore them on purpose. The door opened anyway, a familiar head of brown curls popping into view. Hi. I hope you don't mind a visitor. I looked up to find Romy, all curly hair, her chestnut eyes no longer flashing the band of flaming gold. Her smile was soft and welcoming, one of those smiles that reached the eyes until they practically beamed. Although her smile faltered at my reply. Actually, I do mind. I lay myself back down, staring at the ceiling in silent protest. Not to my surprise, that didn't deter her. But I come with gifts. I rolled my head to the side. Before Romy's body entered the door, she threaded her hands through the opening and flashed 2 green glass bottles. They clinked pleasingly together, causing a spout of white foam to explode over the bottlenecks. Beer! I sat up, scrutinizing her offer. We both knew why alcohol was an odd gift, given the thistlebane racing through my veins. Or what is left of it, she hissed, noticing the stream of foam now running across her fingers. Shit! Is it common for you to give presents to your captives? I asked, sensing Kama's intrigue peak in the back of my mind. My familiar shared in my disbelief. Alcohol and thistlebane did not mix. It wasn't like a spirit and a chaser. Alcohol neutralized thistlebane's gift-dampening abilities, which meant Romy had just entered my cell, offering the one thing that would give me the chance to fight my way out of here. Just you, Romy replied, kicking the door closed behind her. Special treatment, after all. Consider it a thank you for your help with the hunters. Or a peace offering, considering I feel a sense of responsibility getting you stuck in this mess. I didn't miss the way she winced as she tilted her head towards the now closed door. So you're not going to bother attempting to combat my accusation that I'm your captive? I asked, eyes fixed on the bottles of beer. No. She shook her head, curls falling before sorrowful eyes. What would be the point? You are what you are, but you're not our enemy, hence the beer and the unguarded company. I got the impression that out of all the witches in the White Tower, Romy was capable of looking after herself. She is far too happy, Kama chirped into my mind. I couldn't fight a grin of my own, although I didn't risk responding to my familiar aloud. Go away, you're distracting. Romy offered the bottle out, and I found myself shying away. She noticed, pulling a face and recoiling as though she was embarrassed at herself. Sorry, I forgot the whole melting people's skin off part. Promise, I'm in control. My reluctance isn't born from knowing what your hands can do, I added, forcing myself to reach out and take the bottle. I show good faith by brushing my finger against her knuckles, proving I wasn't scared of her. From her widening eyes, it was clear she wasn't expecting it. My reluctance actually has everything to do with knowing every drink and meal I've been given has been spiked with thistlebane. It was a test. I waited patiently to see if Romy was going to step into it, or maneuver herself around the obvious. Romy didn't step into the trap or walk around it. She recognized it for what it was and dove straight into it. We both know that isn't the case. A flash of a grin passed over her face. Romy quickly sat beside me, the bed barely shifting. Between me and you, she whispered out the corner of her mouth. Alcohol dilutes the weed. If anything, I'm offering you a reprieve from the drug my father has had pumped into you. The beer looks like a perfect I'm sorry, but my real apology is what it will offer you. Jonathan is your father? I asked, stuck on the revelation. Adoptive. Now drink up. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't confused. My blood chilled, a single bead of sweat rolling down my temple. Isn't this considered as conspiring with my escape? And isn't conspiring with the enemy a punishable offense in the eyes of the Coven? I held the mouth of the bottle before my lips, obscuring anyone from reading them. There was no doubt the 6 cameras I'd counted in the room were studying my every move. Romy noticed my wary glance and put my worries at ease. They don't work. She took a deep swig, downing half the bottle. When she was finished, partially breathless and rosy-cheeked, she added, "It isn't just skin my power melts, but wires too. That, and I've just left the technician watching you fast asleep across the control board." Kamer was flying in seconds, his anticipation etched into my very bones. I could barely steady my breathing, nor take the first sip of beer. "Why?" "Consider it a debt paid. Now we don't have long. Bottoms up, Hector. Your window is short if you're hoping to get out." An inferno sparked in my belly, and it had nothing to do with the fire witch beside me. "Escape. Run." If I could reach Kamer, he would conceal me in shadows. The Coven would never have the chance to find me again. I would get as far away from London as I could fuck. I would hop on a few flights just to make sure I wasn't discovered again. I side-eyed Romy, who was staring at the wall, continuing to drink the beer like her life depended on it. It was clear she was lost in thought, from the furrowing lines across her forehead to the tension around her eyes. Seems like a steep risk for a stranger. Trusting someone wasn't a skill I had learned yet. I didn't think I ever would, but I could already tell it would be so easy to fall into the comfort of such a feeling with this woman beside me. Everyone has a reason. Romy studied me, leaning forwards on her knees with the bottle dangling between her fingers. You didn't want to be found, and it is none of my business as to why. But the Coven has the blood to start the witch trials, so there's no good reason you need to be forced to join in. Choice is important. I opened my mouth to tell her why exactly I'd be forced to join, but stopped myself. There was something easy about slipping into vulnerability around her. Is that all? She shook her head, brown curls falling before bright eyes. I've read your family's files, Hector, back to back. The night at Club Energy, I mean. I understand what drives a person to chase danger, but a Coven is a place of family, or at least it should be. Not somewhere we lock up our kin. She was speaking of my parents' murder. Having someone acknowledge it with such a genuine softness in their eyes made my skin itch. A strange twinge passed through my chest. It started in my broken and chipped heart, spreading out across my ribs until the feeling opened up like wings over my back. My lips sealed shut, my eyes refusing to blink for fear a tear would escape, uncontrolled. Finally, I took a long drink, delighting in the frothy, warm liquid as it began to weed out the thistlebane from my blood. How long would it take until my power was back? Long enough to ask Romy more questions. I still don't think you are telling me the real reason as to why you want me gone. Ah, so you've got me. I almost choked on the beer, shocked at her sudden honesty. As you said, everyone has their reasons. Actions need them too. True. Well, I saw how you fought back in that alley. I don't particularly want to face you during the witch trials. Consider this a selfless act for a selfish reason. Then thank you for being selfish. I finished the bottle in 2 more gulps. No bother. Romy knocked my shoulder with hers. I felt my mind shift back to my surroundings, checking the few details to see how best I would get out of a heavily guarded tower full of the world's most powerful witches. Got any tips for me as to how to get as far away from here as possible? Oh, come on, Hector. Someone doesn't survive for years alone. She looked at me for a beat, with the glare of someone who knows that alone isn't exactly the term to use. That was when I remembered that Romy had seen Kamer in the alleyway. Of course she did. But from the lack of mention of familiars, I gather she'd kept that nugget of knowledge to herself. Without being aware of those around them, I'm sure you'll have no problem finding the shadows again. Yes, she definitely saw Kamer. Speaking of shadows, my familiar's emotions were building into a chamber of boiling magma. If I didn't act, there would be a high chance Kamer would literally combust. Seems risky, helping me. I swiped the remnants of foam from my mouth, delighting in the rush to my head. You seem like a risk worth taking, Romy replied, winking. Plus, ensuring you don't partake in the witch trials increases my odds of winning. Like I said, it's a win-win for me if you do escape. Dumbfounded, I watched Romy stand from the bed, take my empty bottle from my hand, and walk towards the door. She knocked on it, waiting for the movement beyond to signal the guards to open it up. "Good luck, Hector," Romy called over her shoulder as the door swung wide from the outside. A sliver of brilliant light pierced into the room, making me raise a hand to shield my eyes. "I change my mind." Kamer's chirp echoed across my skull. "I like that one." "So do I replied, not bothering to whisper as Romy began flirting with guards, her voice brilliant with authority that seemed almost familiar. "Father has requested everyone to the central hub to prepare for the witch trials briefing, followed by one last celebratory drink." "But what about him?" "Let me stop you there. What you should be concerned with is following my father's command." Romy's relation to Jonathan certainly explained her natural affinity with authority. "You remember the last time you refused him, don't you, Thomas?" I didn't hear Thomas's reply over the rush of stomping feet. Romy's soft chuckle was the last noise I caught before the door closed slowly, purposefully. I took the chance Romy offered me, throwing up a hand, casting out my tired magic. As expected, the beer worked wonders. My power rose to the surface, grasping a hold of the door with an invisible hand, stopping it from closing completely. I was running within seconds. Chapter 4. My heart hammered in my throat, the muscles throughout my legs aching. I cursed myself for sitting around for 3 days doing nothing. My body had suffered from the laziness. Ignoring the discomfort, I focused on getting out of the White Tower. Every passing second, as I raced through the seemingly endless corridors of the White Tower, I expected to come face to face with my captors. Allies and enemies had never blended so perfectly. Old stone walls pressed in on me from either side, windowless spaces, where the only light offered was from the fluorescent bulbs hanging above me, so stark it encouraged the beginnings of a headache. I threw a ball of energy out towards every security camera I saw, not to destroy them, but to simply move their line of sight so I could pass undetected. For all I knew, guards had returned to my empty room and found me missing. An alarm would surely be sounded if that was the case, but I treated every second as though it could be my last. I had no understanding of where I was running. For all I knew, I could be moving in the same direction as Romy. History told of witches who could cast spells and hexes, relying on the old magics of the world rather than these gifts, a rather modern tool in our arsenal. If I had access to one of the great grimoires, I could have opened a portal between spaces or alter the very matter of the stone walls so I could walk right through. Instead, I was forced to run like some pathetic mortal. Pathetic, yes. Mortal, no. Kamer chided. He was close. I could practically hear his wing beats beyond the building. Not helpful, I replied, breathless. My goal was simple. I didn't plan to fight my way out of a heavily guarded tower. Instead, I was looking for something simpler. A window. All I needed was to allow Kamer entry, and then whoosh, I could fade into the shadows. Daylight spilled in ahead, casting the corridor I had just rounded into a halo of golden-hued light. Relief came thick and fast. Beyond the thin glass, I could hear the sounds of tourists visiting the surrounding buildings. I knew that the floors above me were where the mortal queen's crown jewels were kept. Hundreds of thousands of humans flocked here yearly to gape at expensive jewels in glass boxes. If only they knew the true wonder hiding beneath them. Ready to get the fuck out of here? I asked, filling my thoughts with a question. Kamer emitted a caw so loud I swore it could have etched the meaning into my bones. Correct, Master, but it is you stuck in the cage this time, not me. I was so focused on reaching the window that I didn't notice the sliding glass doors just ahead of it. I stopped, chest aching, feet numb, as I caught a glimpse of a figure through the doors. Peering around the small corner, my heart sank like a stone in my stomach. Although I had only met the man 3 days prior, I would recognize Jonathan Bailey's outline anywhere. Shit! I pressed myself against the wall, knowing my next moves had to be careful. One wrong step, and I'd alert the acting Grand High to my escape. Shit!
Language, Hector.
Oh, fuck off! Kamer flew into view beyond the window. Seeing him unspooled the thread of relief until his beady eyes settled on Jonathan.
You are correct. Profanity certainly is the best choice in a time like this.
My familiar's black feathered wings gleamed as though drenched in oil. His wingspan was certainly abnormal for mundane crows, as was the russet hue of his beak. If Jonathan noticed a bird pecking at the glass, this all would be for nothing. And there was a part of me, although small, that didn't want to incriminate Romy in my escape. I steadied my breathing, knowing this was a moment in which I desperately needed clarity. Jonathan was clearly occupied. I could hear his muffled voice through the sliding glass doors. He was facing away from me, a phone held to his ear, his knuckles pale with the tension in his grip. Whoever he was speaking to kept interrupting him, making Jonathan's nervous pacing only intensify. I took pleasure in knowing at least one person could make the man feel uncomfortable. Now was my chance. I focused on the window's latch, slowly lifting it with invisible hands. That was what using my gift felt like. It was an extension of me, like unseen fingers and limbs. Sometimes, like now, the power called for careful and intricate focus. Other times it was like forcing a wall of energy out to barrel down hunters like pins during a game of bowling. It quickly became apparent, though, that I didn't have the time to be careful when Jonathan's voice raised in pitch. I risked one more look and could see he was growing increasingly distressed. The nosy part of me would have loved to know who held the power to shake that man, but my practical side understood my window to escape was growing smaller. Literally. The window creaked open with the aid of my gift. Kamer shot inside just as the swish of the moving glass doors sounded at my side. I reached out for my familiar, fingers grasping feather, the same second Jonathan stepped out into the corridor. Darkness enveloped me. Pure, endless obsidian shadow. I sunk into it like a body into a warm bath, willingly descending into the depths of Kamer's endless lake. It was comforting, a wrap of familiar arms like the embrace of a parent.
Do not dawdle, Hector.
Kamer's reprimand was as sharp as silver.
A moment later, and it would have been all over.
I wouldn't admit it aloud to my familiar, but he certainly had the power to make me feel like a misbehaving child. Not much was documented about familiars. They were outlawed after the actual witch trials, not the deadly contest the Coven created after the old magic was lost. There was something ancient about their spirit. Kamer was like a moody old man trapped in a body of feathers and shadow. But he was my moody old man, and I wouldn't have him any other way. "You've got me now," I replied, not bothering to speak through my mind. No one would hear us in the twisting world of Kamer's shadows. We were still present in the corridor, Jonathan Bailey literally feet in front of us, but we were concealed. The darkness before me rippled like a surface of water. "Let's get out of here whilst we—"
"Do not threaten my daughter!"
Jonathan shouted, eyes bulging out of his skull. I was no empath, but the emotion etched into his physicality stopped me from speaking.
I understand what is required of me. Threats against my own are not needed. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. We must go.
Kamer's command hardly registered as I focused on Jonathan. He'd just spoken about Romy. No wonder he was agitated. Jonathan was breathless, hand shaking as he gripped the phone to his ear. The wall near him suffered the brunt of his fist as he turned to punch it. I heard the ripping of his knuckles over stone, followed by the hiss of pain as he drew back his hand. "Wait, Kamer!" Something was stopping me from going. Kamer sunk his talons into my shoulder. The pain hardly bothered me, nor did the promise of yet another scar he would leave on me after needing to drag me away. "Not yet!" Jonathan continued pacing, his drawn-out silence proof that whoever he spoke to was currently on a tirade. But out of everything I expected him to say next, what came out of his mouth was never a possibility.
"Have I not assured you enough that I am on your side, Tommen?"
There was only one man with that name. Only one man worthy of the barrage of hate that battered me just at hearing it repeated. Kamer knew it too, which was why he didn't attempt to tell me we'd heard wrong. Tommen. Tommen Hopkin, head witch hunter, and the man who'd stood and commanded his own son to murder my parents. Jonathan was practically crying, his hollow cheeks flushed with colour.
"Father, please."
Kamer's grip tightened, keeping me from tearing out from the shadows, snatching the phone and demanding the elusive man's location. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Jonathan was acting grand high. He controlled witches across the world. And yet he was speaking on the phone to our enemy, pleading as though he was some powerless grunt at the bottom of the witch hunter's barrel.
"Your champion will succeed in the witch trials,"
Jonathan said, clutching his bleeding hand, trying to regain composure.
"I will see to it. Everything is in place for them to win, Tommen. I understand my word is not final, but have I not proved my allegiance? Have I not given you enough to trust my intentions?"
Jonathan took a heaving breath in, his body radiating anxiety. I, on the other hand, was boiling with ire. My skin bubbled, my blood twisting in my veins until the pain was almost pleasurable. "He's betraying us." I spoke to the dark, pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Jonathan is working with them. Them. The monsters who'd ruined my life. The people solely responsible for the eradication of witchkind.
"Speculation leads the lost lamb astray,"
Kamer replied, although even he didn't sound convincing.
"We do not know what is going on."
"Yes," I growled, eyes narrowing, power fizzing beneath my skin. "Yes, I do." Jonathan straightened, his posture uncurling, his expression steeling as Tommen continued his speech on the other line. What came next was the confirmation of my darkest fears.
"Our goal is shared, Father. Your champion will be victorious during the witch trials. They shall take the mantle of Grand High, using the power to finally cleanse the world of demons. But I must hear you say it. You must confirm that my daughter will be left unharmed."
Jonathan swallowed hard, the lump in his throat bobbing.
"Her name? It's Romy Bailey. Kill the rest of them, destroy them, burn them. Else your champion can do whatever they see fit to do. Just leave my Romy alone."
Clearly the response was what Jonathan longed to hear, because he smiled, his shoulders relaxing.
"Of course, Father. The Briar boy will not be an issue. I've done as you asked and left him alive. He is all yours to play with. We've pumped him with enough thistlebane that the effects should last a day or so. He'll be powerless for the first trial."
Jonathan took his fingers and crossed himself, physically depicting the witch hunter's prayer. My stomach twisted in on itself, watching the person who vowed to look after our kind throw us to the literal wolves.
"Forever your loyal subject."
The phone call ended. Jonathan released a long sigh, his smile never faltering.
"Hector, no."
Kamer sensed what was to come next before my command left my lips. "Take me back to my cell."
"No."
"Take me back." My gift ached beneath my skin, forcing my bones to rattle. I couldn't fathom what I'd just heard. "Or you let me kill Jonathan right here, right now. The choice is yours." Either one would have been a win-win for me, and the choice, in fact, didn't belong to Kamer. As he said, I was his master. If I commanded it, if I truly asked for something, he was powerless to say no.
"Do not make me do this, Hector.
I made a promise. I cannot keep it if... Return me to my cell. I grabbed onto the invisible leash, binding us together, and tugged. Guilt simmered in my soul, but I did this for the right reasons. No matter if it displeased Kama, I knew that going back to my cell was the only option. Jonathan Bailey was working with the witch hunters. The witch trials were rigged. Somehow a witch hunter had been entered into the contest with the plan of winning, taking the witch's source of power for themselves. Allies and enemies. Whoever this champion was would leave a trail of dead witches behind them. I couldn't let it happen. I wouldn't. Everything was changing, my mind making decisions before I could even contemplate them. All I could do was watch from the shadows as Jonathan sauntered away, his gait as proud as his rolled-back shoulders. "Prick!" I shouted at his back, knowing full well he wouldn't hear me, but wishing he could. I knew I didn't like him. Intuition was one thing, but I knew a bad man when I saw one, and Jonathan Bailey was the worst of all. "I made a vow to your mother that I would protect you, Hector. If you do this, I will not be able to help you." His words only irked me, fueled me. What good was that vow now that we had already failed? The witch trials were proceeding whether I escaped or not. My involvement would mean the difference between allowing the witch hunters a chance to finally get control over us or stopping them once and for all. The answer in my mind was simple. I pulled against his hold, feeling the shadows stretch like wet paper. One by one, they ripped, offering me some freedom. If the witch hunters gain access to our source of magic, how are you going to protect me then? That stumped Kama, just as I knew it would. He too couldn't comprehend what we'd just overheard. "And what do you plan to do?" The question simmered across my skull, bouncing between bone until it grew in volume. It was so noisy in my mind, so overwhelmingly loud that I barely heard my answer beneath it. "I'm going to win the witch trials. Then I will destroy Jonathan Bailey, Tommen Hopkin, and anyone else who stands against me." My guards returned for me only minutes after Kama got me back to my cell. I sat waiting for them, on the edge of my bed, my mind a storm as Jonathan's deceit repeated through my mind. I didn't fight when asked to stand, and didn't even speak when the guards put their hands on me, guiding me back out into the corridor. To them, I'd never left the room. I took my time, looking every witch in the eye, contemplating if they were also working against us. How many of Jonathan's followers had been corrupted, and for how long had this been going on? Did my mother know of this alliance, and is that why she longed to keep me and my blood from them? Questions swam violently through me, each one left unanswered. Kama was uncharacteristically quiet, or perhaps I had just shut everything off. He was lurking somewhere close, more shadow than crow. I knew he would stay by my side, even if he longed for me to turn my back on this whole situation and run. I wouldn't. I had to trust that my parents longed to keep me away for a reason, a purpose. Failing my mother's final wish was one thing, but actively ignoring her legacy was another. As I was guided down into the belly of the White Tower, I wondered if this is how my parents felt as they prepared for the witch trials. Nerves, excitement, fear, a concoction of emotions that battled with one another, leaving them as numb to the world as I felt right now. Although my body and mind seemed to have separated since Jonathan, I was still aware of my surroundings. The air grew thicker, the scent of dust and age lingering like the aftermath of a storm with each inhale. Down we went, until the floor evened out and the hallway opened into a large chamber. Countless people filled the space, each dressed no differently than me. They stood around pillars of stone that held up the low ceiling. The cellar was imposing, likely a place people hid from bombs during the Great Wars. Here, Deep under the ground beneath the White Tower, it felt like we'd stepped foot directly into another world. It seemed that every set of eyes turned to me as I entered. Contestants. Witches, at least all of them but one. Father Tomin's champion had to be amongst them, and they wouldn't be a witch. Romy would be here too, likely noticing my arrival. I didn't have the energy to care what she would think seeing me. Perhaps that I'd been caught running, and that was why I was the only one with guards escorting me. My life was in danger, but that didn't scare me. It thrilled me. I vowed to myself that I would keep up the pretense that I was powerless until the moment my power was required. For all the participants, the witch trials were a deadly set of games, but I was the only one walking in with the target already on my back. So I rolled my shoulders, straightened my spine, and made sure that whoever was watching knew I was prepared. Jonathan Bailey stood in the center of the room. The moment my eyes landed on him, my power itched beneath my skin again. I longed to release it, to gather him up in my gift and fold his body in on itself.
Patience, Hector. Not yet.
Jonathan grinned in my direction, and I knew the nuances of why. It only made my anger burn hotter. I held his eyes, hoping he read the message I was sending his way. Traitorous prick. Jonathan stood before a large, arched stone formation. It looked like it was once a large doorway to some great castle, except it had been removed and brought all the way to the centre of London. Marks were worn into the ancient stone, each one glowing with light. Not marks, then, but runes, just as Romy had said. The air beyond Jonathan's back rippled like water was caught between the archways instead of empty space.
Welcome all.
Jonathan swept his gaze over the crowded room, delighting in the countless faces watching him. There were so many witches, the cavern humming with the magic and the potential for chaos. I couldn't even begin to understand the number that had gathered. It had to be more than had ever partaken in a single contest before.
It has been close to 30 years since the last choosing, and from the sheer number of you, I can see this year will be one written down in history and remembered for an eon.
My palms screamed in agony as I dug my nails into them. Warmth spread across my skin. I knew if I looked down, I would find my palms coated in blood.
You all know the rules, but as a man who celebrates custom, I will share them with you.
Jonathan paused, his eyes drinking in his adoring crowd. I wondered if he, like me, was searching for the witch hunter.
For the next few weeks until Samhain, you will face 4 trials. Each one is designed to test specific qualities, with the hope of finding the witch most suitable and deserving of the title of Grand High. May I remind you that during the trials, you are outside the Coven's reach. It will only be each of you in a place beyond our rules. Stay vigilant, for you will only truly be safe when the final trial is completed. The rules are simple. If you wish to withdraw from the contest at any point, you must simply speak it aloud with intention. Otherwise, good luck. And remember, anything can happen.
Like rigging the competition and allowing a witch hunter to join? The thought was as hot as coal in my mind. How could a mundane witch hunter even win against over 100 witches with access to magic? It made no sense. The limits to what gifts these witches possessed ranged from emphatic abilities to elemental conjuration. If Jonathan truly believed the witch hunter had a chance, I had to believe whoever this champion was had the means to win, whatever that meant.
You will know when a trial begins, when the bell tolls once. The same goes for the end of the trial. Another bell shall toll. I cannot tell you how each will present, for every witch trial has been different. Draw on the past, remember those who came before you, as clues will be left woven amongst the trial from the last Grand High. Messages.
Jonathan's eyes settled on me.
From beyond the grave.
From beyond the grave. Messages, the last Grand High. I knew this detail. Every witch did. But I hadn't contemplated just how tied my mother's spirit was with the contest. It made me want to push through the crowd and set off into the waiting archway first.
I am sure you are all educated on those who won before you. It is as much talent as it is skill, knowledge, and respect for our history. Now I ask you all, are you ready?
The chamber erupted in excited shouts. Feet stomped against the floor, making the ground shudder with the weight of over 100 witches. Every soul in this room, including me, knew the bloody history of the witch trials. It was well documented, and part of a witch's education.
Hector.
Kama's presence spread through my mind like unfurling wings.
You have a chance to change your mind. Ask it of me, and I will get you away from here.
No, I replied through our bond, my finality unwavering.
So be it. Just know that I may not be able to interfere during the witch trials. As the traitor explains, where you are going is outside of the reach of normal laws.
I can do it. Could I?
Your mother believed the same, and she was victorious.
Kama's response offered me comfort, making me feel the slightest bit closer to her. Had she stood in this room, listening to the very same speech, not knowing what she was to face?
I believe in you, Hector, just as she would have.
What would she think, seeing me now? Would she regard me with pride or fear? Either way, I would never know. Mother was dead, murdered by the very people now hoping to steal the source of our magic. I do this for her. I do this for all witches. And most importantly, I do this for the chance to eradicate the witch hunters. With the power of Grand High, I could do it. Finally.
Step forwards for judgment, in the name of those beyond the veil.
Jonathan's voice rose in volume, bouncing off the stone from pillar to pillar. As though encouraged by his words, the rune markings glowed brighter, the water-like mist between the archway becoming more erratic.
Prove thyself worthy of the gauntlet of power, the source of the craft, and we shall discover whom shall claim the title of Grand High.
Oh, I replied aloud, not caring who heard. Jonathan's neck practically snapped as he found me again, tilting his head like an inquisitive feral dog. The rustling of the bodies around me proved that everyone looked at me too. I intend to. Jonathan's eyes narrowed, drinking me in, likely reading my knowing expression. Yes, you little prick. I know all about your plans.
The prodigal son,
Jonathan said, raising his arms towards me. As he did, the crowd parted ahead of me.
Hector Briar, child of the late Grand High. It is only fitting that you are the first to enter the witch trials. Please, come, make your mother proud.
A crack spread beneath my foot as I took a step towards him. There was no controlling my gift anymore, not when I could barely keep my mouth shut. Jonathan noticed, his brow raising. I felt some strength knowing how Jonathan would react to me having access to my gift. It was enough of a message, especially when combined with my unwavering gaze locked on him. The wall of faces blurred beside me. At one point I was sure I heard a familiar voice hiss name. Romy, no doubt. But I couldn't take my eyes off the traitor, the man who'd put his vile feet into my mother's boots, who was trying to lead the witches to our demise. I would see that he paid for his deception, preferably with his life. Jonathan stood aside, allowing me a full view of the archway. What I thought was water in the midst of the archway was actually shadow. It seemed to reach out for me like a phantom hand, drawing me in. But before I passed through it, I stopped at Jonathan's side. My back was to the crowd, and I kept my voice low so that my threat was only for us. I will find your little champion, I hissed, teeth slick with blood from my torn lip. And I will see them ruined. Then, when I take the mantle of Grand High... I turned my full attention on him, delighting in the expression of shock and horror on his gaunt face. "I'll be visiting you first." Before he could respond, I stepped through the doorway of shadows and entered the arena of death. Whose death, exactly, was yet to be decided. But I was sure as fuck going to make sure it wasn't mine. Chapter 5. The frozen air beyond the veil bit at my cheeks. The second I exited the portal, harsh winds ripped around me. I wrapped my arms around myself. Not that it did any good. What mattered right away was taking in my surroundings. It was the first step to survival, knowing where I was and what I was facing. Heavy grey clouds hung ominously in the sky, darkening what little autumn sunlight there was to offer. I turned back, searching for a way out of this death trap. But what I found was a mundane archway of stone. It was covered in similar runes, except these didn't glow with power, nor was there shadow swirling inside it. In front of me was an endless forest. There were trees practically everywhere. Jewel-toned leaves layered the frosty ground beneath my feet, making every step sound like I was stepping on old bones. "Where have you brought us to this time?" I asked the entity responsible for the trials. Of course she didn't reply. Hecate, the three-faced goddess, never interfered with her creations. It was almost pointless engaging with her. She was like the wizard from The Wizard of Oz, lurking behind a velveteen curtain whilst pulling the strings. We were her toys, to be used when and how she desired. And in every story we had of her, the witch trials was her favourite game of all. "Kama!" I called out next, searching the forest for a crow. But before my familiar had a chance to reply, there was movement behind me. A sea of witches exited the portal. They were reacting to the cold atmosphere like I had, some wide-eyed with wonder, others sharing skeptical looks similar to mine. It was well documented in history that the location of the witch trials changed every time it was hosted, and that there was no pattern to where Hecate chooses to host the trials. So even though we were all wondering where the hell we were, no one would be able to tell. My mother had won the trials, lasting through the contest until the end. It was well documented that she, among all the past victors, had taken the fewest lives of her fellow contestants to secure her win. I hardly imagined I'd have such a luxury. How long would it take for the first drop of blood to be spilled here? But my very human needs were more important right now than me wondering about ethics. I shivered again, more violently this time. Unless there was shelter beyond the dense forest around me, this next month was going to be long and cold. I stepped into the line of trees, my hands raised and my gift poised, ready for anything. All around me the sea of witches passed, moving with urgency, likely trying to locate bases to hide out in or search for food and supplies. I should have gone with them, but I found myself drinking in every face, searching for traitor I knew was in our midst. "Considering you were given a head start, I'm surprised you are hanging around here, creeping on the competition." I snapped around, my gift readying, only to come face to face with chestnut eyes, flashing with a ring of gold. "Romy!" I hissed. "You should be more careful." "No, you should." Her hands found her hips as she came to step beside me. "What are you doing here, Hector?" Romy snapped, clearly part surprised and part pissed off I hadn't taken the chance to escape when she'd offered it. "Had a change of heart," I replied, eyeing the witch with an air of suspicion. She was the adoptive daughter of the man who just become my second greatest enemy, and who I knew was in league with my enemy number one. Even if I shared a beer and some conversation, I knew deep down I shouldn't trust her. How much did she know of her father's deceit? Was Romy part of the plan? I knew she wasn't the champion he spoke of, not when he was begging for her life to be spared. But she was his family. She shed blood with a traitor. Just the knowledge of that made my power rise up, and I knew my eyes would be glowing with a silver ring. "Calm down, would you?" Romy's nails pinched harder, anchoring herself to my arm. Her touch alone was a reminder of what she could do with her gift. "I am not your enemy yet, Hector. Reserve your energy for them." She eyed the enormous crowd of witches. I couldn't open my mouth to tell her just how right she was, not with so many others near us. If I wanted to succeed, I needed the element of surprise. Staying one step ahead was how I'd survived those 18 years alone with Kamer. Kamer? Where was Kamer? I spread out my awareness again, suddenly panicking. I couldn't sense him. My mind had never been so quiet. It distracted me enough that Romy had to repeat herself. "Let's get out of here. The first trial could start at any moment, and fending off these witches in the cold isn't exactly going to be beneficial. We'd better work together if we want to find someplace warm." Romy's nails retracted from my arm enough that I pulled free. I was about to tell her that there was no together when I remembered the old saying, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." I just hadn't worked out which one Romy was yet. "Lead the way." "I intend to." As we walked it, turned out that the witch trials weren't being held in some barren forest at all. Once we followed the crowd, we quickly came to the actual location, just beyond the dense trees. A fucking castle. I first caught a glance of the imposing Gothic structure as it peeked over the tree line. The weather-worn dark bricks stood out against the rich jewel tones of the trees. Unlike the rest of the witches, Romy and I didn't start running towards the castle. We kept steady, Romy practically glued to my side. If she was anything like me, her gift would be close to the surface, prepared for anything. "Surely this is a trick," I said, mist blowing beyond my cold lips. Romy must have noticed my trepidation and shared it, because she too stood dumbfounded at my side. "It seems Hecate is offering you a gift, Hector." Strange fucking gift, I thought. This hasn't ever happened before, has it? My question wasn't exactly for anyone in particular, but I spoke it aloud anyway. "Nope," Romy muttered. "Not ever." The castle. This was the second time it had materialized as the hosting ground. Once during my mother's time, and now, for me. Tears pricked at my eyes, surprising me. I had never felt so close to my mother. Not physically. It surprised me, grief sneaking up on me like an assassin with a knife poised to kill. "Is Dracula hosting the witch trials?" I quipped instead, finally getting a proper look at the castle, swallowing down the urge to release my emotions and deflecting with humor instead. If this was Hecate's attempt to disarm me, it was working. "I hardly think Dracula ever visited Scotland." She knocked her shoulder into me, noticing the sheen in my eyes. "Are you okay?" I ignored her question, burying the emotion down where it belonged. "Scotland?" I asked instead, aware that Romy had to know her uncle's plans if she knew exactly where we were in the world. "You seem to have Hecate whispering into your ear." "No, Hector." Romy lifted a finger and pointed it towards the left wing of the expansive building. "I hardly think they hang tartan from castles in Transylvania." I narrowed my eyes, taking in the very detail I had missed. At the back of the left wing of the castle was a tower. It speared into the grey sky, revealing an opening at the top. A bell hung within, its brass dull. But it was the sheets of material draped from tower which gave away our location. Just as Romy had said. Tartan. "Ever been to Scotland before?" Romy asked, our feet moving from the hard grass to chipped stone walkway. I admired her attempt to steer me away from topics of conversation that unsettled me. She didn't need to do it. Hell, if she wanted to end me, my moment of emotional distraction would have been the perfect time. But her words were comforting instead, as she diverted the conversation. "Never," I replied, and I didn't expect this would be what got me to visit. Nor did I think I'd be standing in the very place my mother had once been. This was the place my own story had begun, It was where she won the witch trials, became Grand High, and met my father. Her memory was practically woven into the tapestry and stone walls. Romy laughed, an honest laugh which took me back to her friendly approach the first time I'd met her. Well, if we see it through to the end, maybe you can visit the real thing. Because of course we weren't actually in Scotland. This place, the grounds of the witch trials, belonged in the in-between. In-between what, exactly, had never been specifically documented, only suggested by past victors. But I wasn't about to begin analyzing the environment right now, not when I was starting to figure out how to stay alive. Is that maybe because you plan to kill me to win, so you'll be coming back without me? I replied while scanning the hallway. Romy shook her head, a stand of curls falling from the gathered braid at her back. I don't plan to kill anyone, Hector. But you do want to win. I was asking generic questions whilst searching for the real answers lurking amid her reply. Any bit of information she might divulge in a slip of the tongue. It might be a surprise, but I don't take pleasure in the idea of murdering fellow witches. We're far and few between as it is. The vow of Grand High is to use the source to protect our kind. Leaving a trail of bodies behind us to get to that source doesn't sound like what Hecate would want. I didn't want to believe her, but I did. It would have been easier to stay cautious of her. Our lies weren't necessarily a benefit during the trials. I was no empath, but truth was evident in everything she said. Despite myself, I was beginning to trust her. And yet Hecate hosts these deadly games, I reminded Romy. If she didn't want us to fight each other, she would find another way to pick the next Grand High. Like your father, for example. Fuck no! Romy half laughed, half shouted. It caused the few witches left around us to turn to look. Jonathan isn't deserving of the title of Grand High. I almost choked on my breath. This was it. Why so? Romy stopped, something dark passing behind her eyes. The silence that followed spoke of 1,000 reasons, as though she was deciding which one to pick. When she spoke, her voice was colder than the air surrounding us. Sharper, too. He's just undeserving. There was a story there, one I was desperate to uncover. I mean, I knew the prick was undeserving because he was working with the witch hunters. But I was growing more and more confident Romy didn't know, although what she was keeping from me was obviously as dark as what I'd already found out. We should get inside, Romy said. See if we can find some supplies and a room to barricade ourselves into. You keep saying these things as if we're sticking together. Romy, before I could stop her, threaded her arm in with mine. Hector, you are so smart. That's exactly what I'm planning. I don't work with... Yeah. I hardly need to be told you're more comfortable being a solitary witch. But if you were really familiar with the history of the trials, you'd know those witches who stay alone usually end up dead first. Romy wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean I felt comfortable. Either way, a target was on my back. If anything, me being with Romy only risked her life. Although... No, I was wrong. Because whoever the champion was had been commanded to spare her. Romy was likely the most protected witch out of everyone here. Me sticking to her side would complicate the witch hunter's attempts to kill me, given that he had to protect her life. So I kept my arm threaded with hers, offered a smile, and walked, arm in arm, inside the castle's entrance. The castle's interior was almost as cold as its exterior. Dark furnishings and plum-coloured walls with gold-leafed groves and designs gave it the impression that it hadn't been lived in since the 15th century. The fires roaring in the hearths let off both heat and light, casting an inviting glow into the very uninviting space, even if they didn't do much to warm the air. Dust itched my nose with each inhale. There was a musty scent to the air, mixed with notes of sandalwood, charred wood, and... Can you smell food? My stomach rumbled at the thought, my cheeks pricking and my mouth salivating. I hardly imagine Hecate would let us go hungry for a month. Samhain is weeks away. Romy scanned the entrance hall, gaze fixing on the sweeping staircase before us. It took us up the middle of the space, then branched both left and right. A walkway was above us, highlighted beneath the warm glow of the elaborate crystal chandelier. "Nor will she want us sleeping on the floor. We should find a room, secure it, and then follow our noses to the welcome feast." We both knew there was nothing welcoming about the feast. Oh, can't wait. I love breaking bread with people who delight in seeing me dead. "Not everyone has such nasty intentions," Romy said, squeezing me to her side. "I wish I had such a rosy outlook on life," I said as we walked beneath the chandelier, the worn carpet softening our footfall. As the silver glow bathed us, the back of my neck tingled. It was a feeling I knew well, the familiar scratch of eyes looking at me. I drew back as dread clawed its way down my spine. "What's wrong?" Romy asked as I surveyed the space, searching for the answer. "I don't—" Crystal clinked together melodically. I looked up, watching the drooping designs of the chandelier dance, my reflection staring back at me in each glass droplet. Then it was falling, directly upon me. Without thought, I pushed Romy to the side. Her body smacked the ground a second before my hands flew upwards. My gift stretched out, forcing itself against the weight of the chandelier. It hung above me, suspended only by my power. Just as Jonathan warned, someone had tried to kill me not even a minute after entering the arena. There was an odd silence to the castle, as even Romy held her breath. Everything felt like it was in slow motion, all but the trembling in my arms and the strain my power spreading a deep-rooted ache across my skull. My knees buckled, my body pressing down to the ground until I was kneeling beneath the weight of the chandelier. I had to act before I was crushed. I thrust the chandelier to the side. Crystal and glass exploded beside me, casting shards across my body like rain. My gift withdrew, scurrying back into my body, weakened. Pain was everywhere, painted over my exposed skin, bouncing within my skull. I could barely turn my head, shards of crystal pinch at my skin. The noise of the chandelier exploding against the ground broke the seemingly endless silence. What followed was Romy shouting my name, her arms lifting beneath my armpits as she dragged me to the side of the entrance. "What the fuck?" Romy was shouting, holding me up, her body over mine as though she could act as a shield. Warm blood dripped down my cheek. I didn't need to touch it to know the glass has cut me. Instead, my gaze snapped directly to the floor above to find a man grinning down at me. I couldn't make out his face, but his eyes glowed with a circlet of blue. A water witch. Witch hunter or not, he tried to kill me. "What did you say about not everyone having nasty intentions?" I asked Romy, wincing as I sat up. So many people were gawping at us, too many people to see me in a moment of weakness. I would be damned if I stayed on the floor, covered in blood and riddled with pain. So I gritted my teeth and stood. If this witch thought he could get away with this, he was wrong. I drew in a breath, encouraging my strained power to rise to the surface. There was no doubt my eyes were spinning with silver, but before I could loop my power around the witch's body and drag him over the balcony, another person acted first. A shadow, at least until he stepped into the light. The man was taller than the witch who had just tried to squash me beneath the chandelier. Bright blue eyes meet mine, shifting to a pale green as a circle of spirit magic white encased his pupils. I didn't see what happened next, or hear what was said. I was frozen, watching as the spirit witch thrust out his arms and toppled the water witch over the balcony's edge. He barely had time to scream before his body landed in front of me. Glass penetrated the water witch's body, his left arm and leg bent at an ungodly angle. I stared down at the corpse, watching rivulets of blood seep from beneath it, staining the dark carpet with a patch of black gore. And just like that, death welcomes itself into the witch trials. Romy was trying to draw me away from the scene, but her words were muffled. My focus was not on the corpse. I couldn't give a shit about him. It lifted back to the balcony where the spirit witch watched me. He was still there, the planes of his sculptured face almost otherworldly. I could be sure he smiled down at me before slinking back into Castle's shadows as though he was born from them. It wasn't until he was out of view that the world caught up with me, and I could breathe freely again. "Did you see him?" I asked, unable to take my eyes off the balcony. "See who?" Romy replied, guiding me away from the gathering crowd around the dead witch. "Hell, Hector, you just killed the first witch. If you didn't want eyes on you, you should have thought about that before you went and drew first blood." But I hadn't killed the witch. It wasn't me. One word was all I managed to say as we began to take the stairs away from the scene of the murder. Him. Chapter 6. The piercing cobalt eyes of the contestant who'd killed the water witch haunted me in every shadow. It was usually Kama I would find in the dark corners of a place, but between almost dying and navigating the castle in search for a bedroom for us to share, I couldn't put too much thought into where my familiar was. I had to trust that Kama was trying to get access into this place. No matter how I tried to calm myself, it didn't seem to work. My breath was ragged and the tips of my fingers were tingling with anxiety. Romy found us a room in the west wing of the castle. We had navigated up so many flights of stairs that my thighs practically begged for me to collapse. There was no ignoring the stinging of all the cuts across my face, but the few tarnished mirrors we passed proved that my wounds were superficial. If anything, it made me look dangerous, and I needed all the help with that I could get. Every other room we tried already had witches stationed inside, and just like the witch who tried to kill me, everyone was equally as welcoming. Which was to say, they looked at us like they wanted to eat us alive. Not even an hour into the witch trials, and covens were forming. As Romy threw incredibly filthy curses at the other witches, I searched every face I saw for those bright blue eyes. No pair I saw matched. I wasn't sure if I was relieved or disappointed. I kept looking until we reached what had to be the attic space of the west wing, where we finally found what Romy called our base. "It will do," Romy repeated for the third time, surveying the drafty room. "Yes, we can make it work." I admired her optimism. It was clear which one of us had a glass half full as opposed to half empty. I, for one, thought the space looked like shit. There was a circular window at the far end of the room, but beside that there was no other source of light. Not that there was much to illuminate. Leaning ceilings left little room for furniture, let alone walking around freely. "I'll take the couch." I nodded to the faded leather lump pushed against the right-hand wall. I couldn't tell if the patches on it were from cobwebs, dust, or worn-away areas mice had eaten away at. Romy didn't refuse my suggestion, at least not with words. She eyed the four-poster bed and the red material draped from the oak frame with trepidation. When she spoke, her words were muffled as if she held her breath. She wasn't wrong to, either. There was a stale smell to the room, like a place in dire need of fresh air. "I would say there's room for us both to share the bed, but who knows what creatures lurk beneath that duvet. I doubt you'd want to join me." That solves the debate of whose little spoon and whose big spoon. Looking at the bed again, I definitely preferred the couch. Romy brushed my sarcasm off with a shrug of her shoulder. "We passed communal shower rooms on the lower floor. I'd say we could both do with a wash, but best wait until after the first trial." "Which could be in a day or a week," I added, knowing I wasn't prepared to be sitting in these clothes for long. Surely there had to be others available here. Hecate wouldn't strand us without supplies, so I got to looking. Most of the furniture was covered in dust sheets. Not that it mattered, because there was still dust everywhere. The mite-eaten carpet was grey with dust, the window seat and still layered half an inch thick with it. Snatching the dust sheet off one of the groups of furniture, I revealed what turned out to be a desk and cabinet set. Opening the drawers, I found exactly what I was expecting. Clothes, similar training leathers like what we arrived in, with a spare set for each of us. Besides that, I found ink, a quill, rope, bandages, and a pestle and mortar. Most importantly, I found a key, a large brass monstrosity which fit perfectly into the bedroom's door. "A locked door won't stop the killings, but at least it will slow them down," Romy said as she tugged off her black tank top and replaced it with the clean one in the drawer. I did the same, kicking off the older clothes and changing. It felt good to get a fresh set on, although what I needed was a shower and a nap. My jaw cracked with a yawn. I needed sleep, but that would be when I was by far the most vulnerable. "We'll take watches when we need to rest," I said slowly, realizing that would give Romy the perfect opportunity to finish me off if she wanted to. She noticed, shooting me a glare. "You still don't trust me?" "Am I wrong not to?" I asked, chewing on the inside of my lip. "Well, no. We're rivals, I guess. But I'd rather keep you close until you give me a reason to think otherwise." Touché. Once I was ready to go, my stomach was practically growling with hunger. Romy's too. The smell from the lower floors had drifted up to us, enticing us down despite the danger. I wondered if that was the point, to get all the witches in the same room together. Regardless, it would work. We all needed water and food to survive the first few days, let alone the full 4 weeks. I had to duck slightly just to take a seat on my sleeping arrangements. Springs groaned beneath me, the material as stiff as dried wheat. Romy took the sheet on the bed and lifted it up with flair. A cloud of dust billowed between us. She coughed as though she were choking. "Better," she said between coughs. "But if we're going to survive, we're going to really need to brighten up the place." "You say that as though someone hadn't just tried to kill me. I'll be lucky to last a week." I was confident I still had glass in my hair. The cut across my cheek had stopped bleeding at least, but unless I could find a witch with a healing gift, and one who wouldn't make an attempt on my life, I would have to wait for it to heal naturally. "Which is exactly why we're going to stick together." I leaned forwards, elbows on my knees. "Last time I checked, you didn't want me to partake in the witch trials to, how did you put it, better your odds of winning?" Romy whipped around, fast as a viper. "Oh, Hector, would you quit with the sarcasm and combativeness? Take me for what I am." "And what are you? Besides the daughter of a traitor." From the darkening of her expression, I'd struck a nerve. "An opportunity for an alliance. We both know that sticking in covens is what increases the chance of success. Plus, if we both agree, it keeps me from harming you and you from harming me." I shook my head before truly thinking. "No, sorry, Romy. I'm better being solitary." "Not better," Romy replied. "You've just had more practice being alone. Except you haven't been alone, have you?" Fuck. Here we went. My silence was incriminating, but from the winning gleam in her brown eyes, Romy knew she'd gotten me in a corner. "Where's your familiar?" I swallowed hard. "Not here." "Clearly, otherwise that attempt on your life would have failed before it truly begun." I stood from the couch, feeling uncomfortable beneath her gaze. Never had someone known so much about me. Well, anyone but Kamer. Trust as a new concept, one that was going to take some getting used to. Plus, I had to work out Romy's true intentions first. "Who've you told?" Her brows knitted together, deep grooves spoiling her usually soft forehead. "What do you mean?" "About Kamer. Who have you told about my familiar? Your father. I'm sure he would delight in knowing that I harbour an outlawed creature." She raised her hands in supplication. "No one. Not a soul. Nor do I intend to tell anyone." The pause that followed was as thick as the dust in the room. It hung between us, as we each contemplated who would make the next move. Turned out it was me. "Thank you." I stumbled over the words. "Hell, That looked almost painful. Romy laughed, her expressive brows raising into her hairline. I can see we have some work cut out for us to really build this alliance. I haven't agreed to it yet. Clearly, my initial thought of using Romy as a human shield was pointless. The attempt on my life had proved that. I wasn't sure if it was worth the danger, then, of being by her side. Well, you haven't refused it either, so think about it. The two of us, facing all those, almost 200 witches? In moments, Romy sat beside me, her hand rested upon my shoulder. Her expression softened. I found myself trying to read every line and crease as though they held the answers to whether she was my friend, I said. How about we start there? I can do friend. The corner of my lip turned upwards, out of my control. You're going to have to forgive me, Romy, but I've not had much practice. Pity flashed across her eyes. Only for a moment, but I don't miss it. Friends first. Then, when you're ready, you can agree to coven up with me. Coven up? I repeated, my smile stretching the corners of my mouth. Oh, you get it. Romy took a step back, drinking me in from head to toe. Right, plan time. Tonight is the welcome feast. I think, considering half this castle clearly has it out for you, we should face them head on. No point hiding up here until the bell tolls and the true fun begins, right? Right, I said, although the idea of staying up here was enticing, dust and spiders aside. But I had to focus. There was a witch hunter here, in the castle, someone who could blend in with the rest of us. I had to find them before they found me. And before you come up with an excuse, tonight poses the perfect opportunity for securing more alliances. The bigger the coven, the longer we survive. No, I said too quickly. Hector, Romy said, hands squeezing my shoulder. It really wasn't up for discussion. I know this is the right way to do it. I have my work cut out with you, I moaned, already regretting this alliance. Romy winked. Oh, you have no idea. I stood in the corner of what had to be a great hall, wishing the shadows would swallow me whole. If Kamo were here, he could do it. But alas, I was alone with nothing but the glass of sparkling wine in my hand for company. Romy, to her credit, had stayed with me for the majority of the evening, but had left my side to get us each a plate of food. Although from the glimpse I got of her through the crowd, I could see she'd found someone, a woman with short flame-red hair who kept looking my way, and was deep in conversation with her. Already she was playing into her plan of finding more witches to build an alliance with, whereas I just stood, back to the wall, face plastered with a "don't fucking talk to me" expression. If I needed a reminder to keep my wits about me, Romy's secret conversation was certainly a wake-up call. Clearly both women knew each other. It could have been for a number of different reasons, but my suspicious mind refused to contemplate any but the idea they were both working for Jonathan. A sea of witches stretched out as far as I could see. Down the middle of the enormous room was a table completely covered in food. From among the roasted meats, potatoes, vegetables, and other unnamed delicacies, it was the desserts which snatched my attention. What interested me most, though, was the large chalkboard hung in the center of the main wall. Scrawled across it were so many names that they were minuscule and squashed together with little space between. It was the record of the witches partaking in the witch trials. In time, the board would change. There was already a small blank space, signaling the missing name of a witch. The one I had killed. If you died during the contest, your name was removed. If you withdrew, your name was cut out with a line. And if you won, it would be the last readable name on the chalkboard. I took another sip of the sparkling wine, delighting in the very real bubbles that popped across my tongue. The wine was very much exactly like that on the physical plane, and from the constant buzz of my magic, clearly not poisoned with thistlebane. A hearth blazed next to me, casting the side of my body in the embrace of its warmth. Much like the magical appearance of the food, the fire burned without wood or coal. Burgundy flames danced across the stone, conjured by someone or something. Clearly, the magic lacing the very walls of this castle was ancient, nearly forgotten. Even as I leaned against the wall, I imagined the old spell woven into the stone. There was only one person with the knowledge of such power, the kind that no longer existed in our world. The Grand High, my mother. If I allowed myself to think about it for too long, I started to feel closer to her than I had in a long time. I imagined her during the welcome feast of her trials, likely traipsing the room, searching for alliances amongst the witches. Her story was written into the threads of this magic, and I only wished I could get a clearer picture of what it had been like for her. But I didn't get a chance to continue contemplating how my mother would have felt at her own welcome feast, because there was one witch who didn't heed my resting bitch face. I caught him amongst the crowd watching me. He probably had been for a while. The way my attention had been wandering meant I'd clearly had too much to drink, and I regretted the sparkling wine. I could only see half of his face, but there was something so familiar about him. The witch had perfectly swept back hair, white at the roots until it turned brown halfway down his head. Of course, I looked at the colour of his eyes, searching for the bright shade of blue, wondering if this man was the one who'd slunk into the shadows after killing my assailant. But they were green, a pale green like sea glass, and he was smiling at me, tipping his glass up in salute. Then the huddle of witches standing before him moved, and I got a view of the other side of his face. I sucked in a breath. A violent, puckered scar sliced down his forehead, through his eye and ending at the corner of his lip. The damage was horrific. Before I could hide my shock, he was walking over to me. There was nothing threatening about his expression, but still I found myself flexing my gift, keeping it close. "Hector Briar," he said to me, extending a hand in greeting. "It is truly a wonder to see you." His accent was posh, confirming a good education and a family which clearly came from wealth. Although the scar down his face forced one eye permanently closed, there was still something strikingly familiar about him. "Can I help you?" I left his hand hanging in the air between us. "That seems like a rather loaded question," he replied, lowering his hand to his side and fisting it. Clearly my refusal of his handshake annoyed him. "Good. No, it's actually rather simple. So, are you going to answer it?" He forced on a smile, flashing brilliantly straight teeth. There was no denying he was handsome, but I thought most of the allure came from his confidence, the way he never dropped eye contact, and the fact he was a few inches taller than me. "Well, I'm doing as all our fellow contestants are doing, and attempting to make allies for the weeks to come." I shrugged, spying Romy still talking to the red-haired witch. She was clearly nonplussed that I was being cornered by this man. In fact, I imagined she'd take our conversation as my attempt at finding another witch to join us. "Sorry, but I'm not one for making friends," I replied. "Clearly, since you were the first witch to kill someone today, or so whispers suggest. You have made people wary, but also quite interested in you." I was about to open my mouth and tell this man that I didn't kill the witch when something stopped me. A memory. A sharp zap of something from my past as I lost myself in his eyes. Do I know you?" Once again he extended his hand. "I was wondering when you would notice. It has been years, but believe me, you never left my mind. Poor Hector. I always wondered what became of you." My heckles rose at that. His pity was nothing but infuriating, even if his expression suggested complete sincerity. "Back to my initial question," I said, aware that my eyes were probably glowing, my powers zapping through me. "Salem Tanner." My world fell out from under me. I almost dropped the glass as that name settled into my bones. "Salem," I exhaled, finding it hard to believe I spoke his name. "Hello again," Salem replied with a smile. "Time has been kind to you, Hector. You look well." I couldn't even begin to unravel how loaded his compliment was. Salem Tanner, my school bully when I was 6 years old. Except that wasn't what had me frozen to the spot. His scar, the damage to his face. I wasn't the only one to lose my parents to witch hunters 18 years ago. Salem's family was reported to have been murdered first, in some confusion as to where the Briars resided. And clearly we both came away scarred. Salem more obviously, more physically scarred than me. This time I didn't let his hand hover. I took it, feeling as though I had no choice, because deep down I harbored guilt for what had happened to his family. They died because of mine. Upon impact with his smooth palm, I felt the tingle of his gift, just as he had when I was a child, taunting me with his ability to conjure and control electricity. He zapped me. This time, though, it wasn't unpleasant. Actually, it sent me a shiver of pleasure over my skin as he pulled me in and planted a kiss on my cheek.
We have much to catch up on, you and I.
I swallowed, aware that my cheeks were flushing hard. Do we?
Well, I would say it's the least you could do, considering how much you owe me.
Owe me? He wasn't wrong, but that didn't stop me from reacting negatively. I snatched my hand out of his, wanting nothing more than to put distance between us. I should go, I said, looking up for Romy, but being unable to find her.
Of course.
Salem stepped aside, sweeping his arm out as if that alone was my permission to leave.
But consider it, Hector. All those years between us, and we do not need to be strangers. If and when you change your mind, I will be waiting for that conversation.
I felt sick. It ached in the pit of my stomach, threatening to spill the wine and food I had consumed. Not wanting to spend another second in his line of sight, I bowed out of the party and moved straight for the doors to leave the great hall. All the while I felt his eyes on me. Salem Tanner's presence made me restless. I had spent the most of my life hidden from attention, and here I was standing plainly for all to see, facing demons that I thought had long been left in my past. Whereas the witch hunters tore my life apart, it was my name that ruined Salem's family. I knew the guilt could become all-consuming, but also that it was a distraction I couldn't afford. And yet the further I got from Salem, the deeper his presence wore into me, so much so that I felt us tied together in knots. Being here and confronting my past wasn't what I expected. If anything, it could easily destroy me long before another person had the chance. The castle was eerily quiet. For a place so large, filled with countless bodies, there was something still about the air. Dead, like sound didn't travel far. I willingly lost myself to the task of memorizing the layout, mapping out the corridors and rooms, stairs and wings, knowing such knowledge would undoubtedly come in handy. This was an arena, after all, a place death would come to haunt. Instead of sand beneath my feet, there was old wood and carpet. But it would, in time, be coated witch blood. Barbaric. All of it was. I had a sense that this was why Mother wanted to keep me away from the Coven. It didn't take long for me to find myself lost to the dark. The little light the gas lamps offered don't help me. Beside the halo of light surrounding the wall lamps, the floor was practically a sea of shadow. But I pressed on, feeling the safest in the dark. It was familiar and comforting. It was home. My hand trailed the wall at my side. All the while I painted a map in my head, fixing it deep in the grooves of my memory. Confident I could find my way back, I continued deeper into the corridor. Then my fingers bumped over the edge of a doorframe. Light from a lamp at my side glanced off the dull brass of a doorknob. I took the cold metal in hand, turned it, and pushed the heavy door open. I winced at the noise it made. If anyone was inside, they'd know I'd come in from the screech of the hinges alone. I took in the grandeur of the room before me, quickly discovering that I was not alone at all. A man was standing with his back to me. He was framed by a wall of books. This room was clearly some old library. A hearth burned in the corner, coating the many reading chairs in a welcoming glow. and yet I still couldn't take my eyes off his back. He didn't turn around when he spoke to me. Instead, he focused on the book he was holding, proving that he didn't take my presence as a threat.
"Do you mind?"
"Sorry?" I said, unsure what exactly I was apologizing for. Stepping backwards, I pulled the door closed again, but stopped dead when the stranger finally turned to face me. Bright blue eyes captured my attention. They were so brilliant, they could have made the summer sky weep with jealousy. It was him, the man who killed the witch whose death I had taken credit for. "You!" I exhaled, unable to focus on one coherent thought as those eyes dragged me in. He was expressionless as he regarded me. Then, ever so slowly, his full lips parted and he replied with a voice born from night and danger.
"You."
Chapter 7. I did the only thing I found natural in the face of an attractive man. Became defensive. My posture retracted, my clueless expression hardening into the fuck around and find out mask I'd worn in the Great Hall. However, I couldn't kid myself. As much as my mind screamed for me to leave before more words could be shared, I didn't move a muscle. I'd wanted to see the man before me, desperately. And now, with little space between us, the single word ringing around the library with its hint of accusation, I could look at nothing else. Seeing him proved he was real. Romy hadn't seen him, and Salem had also believed I'd killed the witch, but standing before this stranger proved I wasn't going mad. "You." He was tall. Even with the distance between us, I knew I was inches shorter. He stepped in close, taking the slightly open door and swung it wide. I could have stopped him, but I didn't. Beside the bright blue eyes, I also found that he had shorn black hair, buzzed almost to his scalp. His tanned skin didn't just reflect the fire's light, but absorbed it, revealing warm undertones of amber and brass. No wonder he had an air of cockiness when his jawline was as sharp and square as that. High cheekbones cast shadows in his cheeks. He was straight-backed, slim-waisted, and thick-thighed, all evident details thanks to the almost too tight, long-sleeved black t-shirt he wore. His cargo trousers were looser, but still did little to hide the muscle in his long legs. Even clothed, he was a masterpiece. It made me feel weak by comparison. I quickly realized he was drinking me in too. I felt those haunting eyes brushing over me, like fingers across braille, reading my details like the words in the book he was holding. I longed to shrink away, to remove myself from his line of focus. Instead, I found myself stepping further into the room. He broke the devouring silence with words brimming with confidence.
"Have you come to thank me for saving you? Or—"
That broke the spell. The man's confidence pissed me off. It didn't even cross my mind.
"Well then, if that's the case,"
he pouted, clicking his tongue against his teeth.
"If you don't mind closing the door on the way out."
Knowing I should leave was one thing, but being dismissed was a completely different ballgame. I wished to have more control over myself, but I blamed my infatuation with this stranger on the need to study a potential enemy, to search the details of his stature for any hint of weakness. Or at least that was what I convinced myself as I stepped into the room, not out of it. "Why did you do it?" I asked.
"You're going to need to be more specific,"
he replied, feigning nonchalance. I fought the feral urge to snatch the book from his hands. "You killed the witch who tried to—"
"Squash you with the chandelier."
I stiffened. "Exactly."
"Would you be offended if I said I didn't do it for you?"
"No," I barked almost too quickly. That reaction entertained the man, who finally focused his entire attention on me again. My breath hitched in my throat. He didn't look at my body this time, but at me. Right into my eyes. For a second, something pulled taut between us, locking us in place. His expression hardened into a mask of unreadable emotion, much like the one I wore.
"The first trial has yet to begin,"
he said, the fireplace crackling at his back.
"I thought his attempt was lacking. It was cowardly."
"Somehow I think I need a little more convincing, considering everyone in this castle has it out for me for some reason or other."
"Because they see you as a threat. Obviously."
"Obviously," I mocked. He smiled at that, fine lines creasing the skin beside his eyes.
"It's best to face the person you're trying to murder. Look them deep in the eyes and then act. He was a coward. He didn't deserve to live."
I swallowed the lump in my throat, noticing just how dry my mouth had become. Another glass of wine would have been perfect in a moment like this. "Who are you to decide who should live or not?"
"Arwen,"
he replied.
"Arwen Morgan."
My mind went back to the chalkboard, wondering if I'd noticed the name. "That wasn't what I meant." Arwen carefully wedged the book under his arm, all without taking his eyes off me. Then he stepped closer, further into the light, likely aware of the way his bright eyes reflected it. He was otherworldly. It wasn't helping prove he was, in fact, real.
"I know what you meant, but I still refuse to entertain the fact that you're saying anything except thank you."
"Then I'm going to disappoint you, Arwen."
"Oh?"
He stopped inches before me, his boots brushing mine. I hated to do it, but my neck tilted upwards just so I could continue holding his gaze.
"I hardly doubt that, Hector."
His use of my name was disarming. "My reputation precedes me," I said, highly aware that I had not given my name to him. "Clearly."
"I know who you are, just as well as everyone else in this castle does. You just made that clear."
I found myself wanting to ask him what he knew. Turned out I didn't need to. Arwen listed off everything he knew about me, all without asking.
"You are the lost son of Hector Briar. Your parents were brutally murdered by witch hunters. The Coven has speculated your whereabouts since they didn't find your body alongside your parents. The search continued for years, until resources and leads ran out. You, Hector, are an anomaly. An interest. Not only have you kept the Coven on their toes for 18 years, but you've been the center of the most indulgent theories."
Did he really just use that word to describe me?
"Some believed your body was so small it burned, leaving no traces of you. Others believed you have been kept hostage by the witch hunters, or perhaps you stayed with them by choice. Now you see why the witches here don't trust you."
Heat flushed across my cheeks, veins burning as though hellfire raced through them instead of blood. "Wrong."
"About which part?"
My jaw ached as my teeth ground together. Why did I feel the need to prove his theories wrong? His opinion meant nothing. No one's did. And yet here I stood, power thrumming beneath my skin, facing this unbearable man. Steadying my emotions, not enjoying my inner turmoil, I forced a smile and stepped back. Arguing with him was pointless. He was my rival. Whether or not he saved me, Arwen would try and kill me eventually. It was the name of the game. "Thank you, Arwen, for saving me the task of killing that witch. But I can assure you I won't need your help again."
"We'll see."
I turned my back on him, eyes rolling in my skull. "Yes, we will." Fingers grasped my wrist, holding me in place. His touch was warm, his palm smooth. I looked down at my wrist, dumbfounded. His long fingers wrapped easily around me, making me feel inadequate, and yet my stomach practically somersaulted just feeling his evident strength. I could have pulled away, could have used my power and blasted the fucker into one of the bookcases. Instead, I stood there, my heart hammering in my chest just at the knowledge he still held me in place. "I got the impression you wanted me to go," I said, knowing I should have demanded he take his hand off me.
"Hector,"
Arwen exhaled, saying my name as though he held unspoken regrets. Using his grasp on my wrist, he lifted my arm up and then dropped it. His touch tingled across my skin, so much so it distracted me. Then he rearranged the book he had propped under his arm and placed it in my hand. "Are you starting a book club now?" I asked. His chuckle was as smooth as silk, yet his voice rasped slightly, as though he needed to clear his throat. "Not that I should be fraternizing with fellow contestants, but I think you'll find the topic of the book rather insightful." There were places on the red cover that were warm and spots which were cold. Arwen's hand had left his imprint on the book, just as he had on my skin. No offense, but my type of novels are riddled with smut. I hardly imagine our tastes would be aligned. "You'd be surprised." Hell, help me. Arwen cleared his throat as my eyes settled on the book. There were no words on the cover nor on the spine. It was clearly well loved as the edges were frayed and the pages yellowed with time. When he spoke again, it was as though he leaned into my ear. His cool breath worked across my skin, the scent of rosewood and pine following. "You heard Jonathan's speech about the previous Grand High, leaving clues to each of the trials. If you know where to look, it can help you prepare for what is to come." My mother. Arwen was speaking about my mother. Somehow him mentioning the Grand High made the atmosphere buzz with her presence. I took my eyes off the book, scanning the room, wondering if she had stood here as I did. Grief struck at me, silent as a viper striking from within a basket. It hurt, but not until after the fact. Hiding my sudden shift in emotion, I cracked the book open, turning to the first page to find gold-leafed lettering imprinted upon it. "Open it," Arwen said, so quietly I was certain the shadows spoke. "Tell me what you see." I did as he asked, tracing my eyes over the two words. "The culling," I read aloud, drinking in the beauty of the calligraphy. Something made me trace a finger over the handwriting, as though I could imprint it in my skin. I knew I'd seen it before, on letters left on the sideboard when I was a child, or written onto my back as Mother depicted stories of the great Eleanor Letcombe to help me get to sleep. This was my mother's handwriting. "Next time, try and find it before I do," Arwen said, stepping back away as I lost myself to my mother's writing. It wasn't until he said the next words that I bothered to look up. "Good luck, Hector." "How do you know this is a—" I stopped speaking, aware that I stood alone in the library. Only the phantom warmth of a body at my side proved that Arwen had stood beside me. Scanning the room, I searched every reachable place for him, but there was nothing, and yet I still felt the pressure of his gaze on me, filtering across my face directly to the dried cut mark left from the fallen chandelier. My fingers touched the wound, covering it a second before the sensation dissipated. By the time I looked back down at the open book, the writing had faded. The page was empty. I flipped through the following, knowing I would find nothing of importance. "Next time, try and find it before I do." I dropped the useless book, stepping over it, annoyed at just how easily I was disarmed. Arwen could have been fulfilling some need to help me, only to turn on me when I least expected. Clever. It was certainly something I would have done. I understood why Arwen had stayed away from the feast for a reason. He had the foresight to look for the first clue and had found it, which meant there was only one reason he could possibly be so prepared. Suspicion reared its ugly head, just as I moved towards the door. I dared contemplate that I had just stood in the room with Jonathan's champion. A witch hunter. How else would he have had access to such information? But before I could dwell on it, a deafening sound rung out across the castle. The chime of a bell. A signal to the start of the first trial. The culling. I'd heard it before, but the sudden shift in danger made thinking about anything but survival impossible. My answer came before the ringing ceased, in the form of blood-curdling screams. It was the song of pain and fear. It was the symphony of death.
Trial 1. The Culling. Chapter 8. It was not uncommon for Hecate to cycle through trials. It seemed even a goddess had limits to her creativity. But the culling, although it had only been recorded once before in history, was the bloodiest of all her trials. As a shepherd would cull his flock, this was a way of allowing the contestants to thin the ranks, which made sense, considering the sheer number of witches allowed into the witch trials. I racked my memory, drawing up every little bit of knowledge I remembered. The culling was a time trial, with a simple outcome. Survive until the toll of the next bell. That could be hours, days, or even weeks. But from the volume of the screams, I hardly imagined Hecate would require it to go on for too long. By sunrise, there would be few witches left. I took a cautious step towards the door when a face filled my mind. Romy. I'd left her alone. Unless she'd been successful in her attempt to find allies, she was currently right in the midst of hundreds of witches out for blood. There was no room for thought in the face of danger, only action. And right now, Romy was what drove me to run from the library and back through the dark maze of the castle. I couldn't explain the feeling of pure need, except to repay her for trying to free me from my cell. Deep in my gut, the beast woke, the bloodthirsty excitement of a fight. There was no quelling it or ignoring the feeling. Although I didn't plan to harm another witch unless provoked, there was one person in this contest I'd happily slaughter. The witch hunter. It didn't take long for the empty corridors to fill with bodies. Witches didn't walk out of doors, but instead came barreling out of them. I stopped just before two of them smashed into me. The wall beside me was not so fortunate. They careened into it, the force dislodging a faded painting of flowers in a blue-white vase. The gilded frame cracked against the floor just as one of the witches drove a fist into the other's face. They were a mess of tangled limbs. I stepped around the scrapping witches, trying to keep going. But my presence altered them, and instead of beating each other up, they both turned on me. "Steady now," I said, backing up, hands poised and ready. It would be in that moment that Kama's presence would have come in handy. "I'll be on my merry way. You both can get back to your—" The air snapped with frost, silencing me. It scalded the back of my throat, turning my breath to fog before my lips. It didn't take a scholar to know the sudden drop in temperature was a result of the water witch in front of me. His eyes glowed with a circlet of sapphire just as his hands hardened from flesh to ice. He used the wall beside him for leverage as he stood. But where his hand touched, winter spread. Shocking white cracks spread outwards, hungry as the gaze of the witch that controlled it. "Hector Briar, the prodigal son," the water witch sang. "What an honor it will be to kill you." "I'm getting sick and tired of hearing my name already," I said, cracking my neck, the beast of my gift unfurling in my gut. I readied my stance, hands held like claws beside me. I would say join the queue. "He's mine, Billy." The second witch got up from the ground. Her cheek was plastered with blood, oozing from the cut at her cheek. I recognized her instantly as the red-headed woman Romy had been speaking to. But from the look she threw me, my initial concern was proven correct. This was no friend of mine, certainly no ally. That glint in her eyes, the desire for pain, was one I had seen reflected back at me before. "Are we going to fight over this too, Jazz?" Billy said, sapphire eyes glowing, ice crackling. It was as though he grasped the very air, hardening it with every passing second. "Or are we going to take him together?" The red-headed witch, Jazz, stepped beside him. "Is this your way of accepting my invitation to coven up?" Billy smirked, thin lips spreading across his otherwise handsome face. Although after staring into Arwen's eyes, it was hard admiring anyone else's beauty. Yes it is." "I do love how I can turn foes into friends."
I said, backing away until the wall was pressed behind me. Both witches stood in front, blocking the corridor I was hoping to get through. But I'm really not in the mood for another attempt on my life. Jazz cracked her neck, sweeping her length of hair over her shoulder as her eyes glowing. Emeralds spun around her brown eyes, giving her the look of a murderous cat. Shame. I could join you, I lied, readying my own gift. If you've got space for another witch in your little coven. Your little friend already declined it on your behalf, Jazz said, sidestepping around Billy. What was her name again? Romy. Ah, yes. Painfully positive. In fact, once we're done with you, I think we'll go and find her next. I didn't waste another moment. My power pushed out against my skin just as I sprung forwards. Jazz's eyes flashed in warning before a splitting agony cut through my skull. I didn't get close enough to attack before I blacked out. The floor came up to meet me fast and hard. My knees cracked against old wood, but the pain was nothing compared to the agony in my head. I saw double as my skull split in two. I clutched in on either side, screaming out as though that would stop the pain. Interesting gift, isn't it? Jazz said from beyond the haze of pain. Clearly this was her doing. I attempted to blindly throw out a blast of my power, but the pain only intensified. Hector, every time you use your gift, mine will punish you. May I? Billy lowered himself before me, ice-coated hands stretching for my face. My skin stung with the sheer chill of his aura. Not even 5 minutes into the culling, and my life was almost forfeit. There was no Kama to save me, no Arwen to act as my stand-in shadow. But there was no fucking way I was going to fail now. You are making... I withdrew my power, releasing my grasp on it. Immediately the pain ceased, cut off as quickly as it arrived. That was Jazz's first mistake, telling me the limits of her gift. If it caused me pain when I used it, then that meant it couldn't work when I didn't. Made sense as to why neither witch had been using their gifts to fight when I first stumbled into their line of sight. Free of the agony, my next words were clear. A mistake. Instead of withdrawing from Billy, I reared my neck back, then cocked the hard part of my skull forwards. It cracked against the bridge of his nose, the suddenness making him reel back. Jazz realized my change of tactic, but far too late. As Billy fell backwards, arms pinwheeling, nose gushing blood, I took control. One swift kick to her gut, and I sent Jazz falling directly into Billy. Her scream cut through the corridor as his ice-coated hand touched her flesh. Get off me! Jazz clawed at Billy, but most importantly, his frost-coated hand was currently pressed against the side of her neck. As he tried to pull back in panic, it peeled skin away. Her eyes glowed, and he was punished for the use of his power. My heart hammered in my chest as I stared down at them. Good luck with that. Billy was crying out as Jazz wormed her power back into him. Both witches didn't notice as I ran off, leaving them to deal with their sudden predicament. I didn't stop until I recognized the area near the Great Hall. There was no point looking to see if they followed. It would only split my focus, and right now I needed every ounce of it. I was familiar with death. Most nights my dreams would replay the sound of my parents' murder. Thud, thud, thud. Besides that, I had stalked witch hunters and seen the end of so many I'd lost count years ago. But as I navigated the castle, I felt as though I had finally seen enough death to last me a lifetime. Bodies were strewn everywhere. Not even an hour into the first trial and the floorboards were soaked with gore. Puddles of it spread over the polished floor, splatters decorating the walls like they were in a Stephen King novel. Cautiously, I made my way back towards the Great Hall. I was sick at the thought of what I would find when I entered it. I had last seen Romy there, so it would be the first place I checked. Even if there was a sudden silence to the castle. The screams had died down. I didn't know what was worse, the song of terror and pain, or the quiet that followed. My panic only intensified as I rounded the corridor to my destination. It wasn't who I found, but what I didn't find that sent horror slicing through me. The doors weren't open. They were blown off the walls. The entrance of the great hall was nothing more than a gaping hole of stone and broken wood. There were so many bodies outside, most of which were left face down with splints of wood protruding from their backs. These witches must have attempted to escape right when the bell tolled, but weren't so lucky. I stepped around the dead, blood and flesh squelching beneath my boots. When I got my first proper look at the destruction in the great hall, something firm grasped my ankle. "Help me!" I could barely make out the features of the witch laid out on the ground. Their face was ruined, bone visible through the gaps of their face. It was as though their face literally melted off. Romy. She had to have been here at some point. I quickly surveyed the dead beyond this witch, but didn't see any sign of Romy among them. But my relief was short-lived. Returning my gaze back to the pleading, dying witch, I grimaced at the agony they were clearly in. Not even an animal would have been left alive to suffer like this. I had seen Romy's power used once, but the horror of it would forever be recognizable. Pulling my ankle free, though the witch continued to reach out for me, I couldn't tell if they were crying or if the liquid running from their bulging eyes was brain matter or blood. They gargled on their plea, the sound as feral as they looked. I didn't want to, but pity and despair had me kneeling close to them. Clearly they were trying to tell me something. Maybe I should have walked away, but I couldn't. It wasn't until my ear was practically beside their mangled lips that I made out their next words. "Kill me!" I rocked backwards. Never had someone begged me to kill them before. Usually the witch hunters would plead to be spared or saved, forgiven even. This feeling was unpleasant. But as I looked at the person, or what little could be seen of them beneath the ruin, I felt a sense of dread. "I can't," I spluttered, putting distance between us. "I'm sorry." They continued to reach out for me, long after I left them. Their cries followed me, sinking talons into my mind and refusing to ever let go. This was wrong. This was all wrong. Anger reared its head at the unfair treatment. It was no wonder my mother longed to keep me away. This was what my blood caused. This, all the bodies, all the death, was undeniably my fault. And as I saw the great hall, walls splattered with blood and floor strewn with bodies and plates of food from the tipped-over table, I almost combusted with emotion. One looked at the chalkboard and I could see so many spaces where names had been removed, so many dead. I knew how terrible these trials were, but seeing it firsthand was something entirely different. Focused on finding Romy, I didn't leave until I checked every corpse for her face. By the time I reached the last one, I doubled over and retched. Bile crept up my throat, bringing with it the stale taste of wine. Someone or something had to deal with all these dead bodies. I almost sat amongst them, knowing if I waited long enough I could face whoever came and take the turmoil out on them. "Hector!" My name split the deathly silence. My head snapped towards the doorway, following the sound of the voice, even as I was already hiding. Moving objects or people with my power was simple, but moving myself required a more intense focus. But unless I wanted to hide beneath the piles of dead bodies or face the vengeful witch, there was only one place I could go. Up. My limbs shook as I jumped, propelling my body into the shadowy rafters of the ceiling. I slunk into the shadows, longing for Kama to be here and take me away in his. But as I expected Jazz to round the corner, it was another witch who entered. Salem, dishevelled but alive. Salem's single eye scanned the room. The side of his face was imprinted with his scar, which from this angle looked terrifying, I was almost relieved to see him, instead of any of the other witches I could have run into. But something stopped me from revealing myself. It was the determination in his gaze, the grimace his handsome face was set into as he looked in every corner for something. Or someone. Satisfied the room was empty of living witches, Salem moved on. He walked past the same witch who had pleaded for me to kill them. Unlike me, though, when the same request reached Salem's ears, he didn't waste time to do it. I clapped hand over my mouth, stifling my gag. Maybe I should have closed my eyes, but doing so would have only proved I was a coward. If I couldn't face the brutality now, I'd never survive the night. Salem knelt down, his low whisper inaudible. Whatever he said frightened the dying witch. It must have been bad to cause a reaction in someone already facing the worst possible terror. Then he leveled his hand towards the witch, fingers splayed for a second before he fisted them. The air popped with static, snakes of blue light danced around his slender fingers. Even from my vantage point, I watched the wide-eyed witch reflect the light of their end as Salem lowered his hand. Upon impact, the witch sizzled. Like meat on a barbecue. Smoke danced from their eyes, nose, and opened mouth. Even their ears steamed with it as Salem used his power to fry them from the inside out. Salem didn't stop until the room was choked with the smell of cooked flesh, long after the witch was dead. He straightened and placed his murderous hands into his pockets. Watching him, his brutality took me back to when I was 6 years old, and the violence of this nasty little prick who'd made my life hell. This was what became of someone left to fester. Then again, how different was he from me? I waited until I was confident Salem had moved on. It could have been minutes since he left the room. Or hours. There was no way to know. Time moved strangely here. The view beyond the stained glass windows, still painted black with night. By the time I landed back on the ground, in a pose that would make any superhero comic book fan proud, I was running again. I had to find Romy, either to protect her or be protected by her presence. There was only one other place I could imagine Romy would go. To our room. If she could have made it there, perhaps she'd barricaded herself in. She had the key. That thought alone gave me comfort. Maybe that was where she thought I had returned to once she'd realized I'd left the Great Hall. I only hoped my suspicions were right, and I didn't find her amongst the dead on my route back through the castle. My focus was razor-sharp. Pushing Salem's brutality to the back of my mind, I left that worry to dwell on later. No point worrying about tomorrow if I didn't make it there. Years of survival made my ability to map an area a near military-level skill. I relied on my instinct to draw me back through the unfamiliar castle. I passed more dead, more suffering. Behind doors I heard struggling and pleading. Worst of all, I heard laughter. I forget it all, or at least I tried to. My legs burned the more stairs I raced up, my chest aching. Sweat rolled down my spine, dampening my hairline, and all the while I didn't stop. Not until I reached the attic level. But before as I took those final steps, the door to our room almost in view, another shout rung out. The pain was so great it broke the person's voice. I whipped up the final step, just in time to see 5 witches, 4 of whom are clearly in a coven as they faced down the other. All I could think was that witches had already reached Romy, but she was not the one facing the coven down. It was Arwen, my shadow. Fire dripped from his hands, its light unnaturally blue, just like his eyes. The light illuminated the underside of his face, illuminating his swollen left eye and blood-crusted nose. He was limping, being forced towards the banister at his back, and yet still he faced down the coven before him, holding those flaming hands ready as though he could take them all out. Why was he here? Had he come to finish me off, just as I thought? Whatever his reason goal, he'd clearly failed. For the first time, I couldn't turn away. My room was so close, yet with Arwen's growls emanating from before me, I could have been caught in an entirely different world. Everything unfolded slowly. Arwen stepped too close to the banister at his back. The wood cracked. The Coven forced him towards the edge. He was so focused on those before him that he didn't notice when the banister disappeared. Poof! He was gone, just like magic. Literally. But I noticed. As his foot continued over the edge, his body tipping to a fall, his flames left an arc of sapphire light. Arwen turned his head, his white glowing eyes met mine. Then he fell. Chapter 9. My waist slammed into the banister, just as the witch rematerialized it. I could hear their disgruntled noises at my sudden appearance, but I didn't care. Reaching over the banister, I flung every ounce of my attention down to Arwen. He plummeted down 3 flights, 4, 5, 6. The ground floor raced up to greet him. In a beat, I cocooned him in my power, anchoring my energy around his body. I continued weaving my gift around him until he was left suspended in midair. Our eyes locked. Arwen looked so unbelievably calm, and he was... "Are you fucking smiling?" I growled against the strain of power. I didn't get to hear his response as a rough hand grasped my shoulder. Nails dug through my shirt, pinching skin. Still holding Arwen afloat with my gift, I turned to face the witch who was brave enough to step up to me. My lip curled over my top teeth. My patience had not only worn thin, but was totally frayed, barely holding together. "You next, then," the witch drawled, eyes flickering to the drop behind me. "I'm not really in the fucking mood," I said through gritted teeth. And with that, my spare hand thrust outwards, sending the witch careening into the wall. Dust fell from the ceiling, the impact denting the plaster of the wall as the witch slumped to the ground. There was a comfort in slipping back into the version of me who'd kept himself safe for all those years. Even without Kama's presence, I could do it. And after everything that had happened so far, I needed this. I leaned over the banister again, to find Arwen still suspended, looking up at me with a wide grin. There was a knowingness about his expression, giving me the impression I'd stepped into a web of his making. His silence was almost as aggravating as the coven of witches who I was about to face. Relaxing my power, I carefully but quickly lowered Arwen to the ground. Only until I sensed the press of his powerful body against the floor did I release him from my gift. "Get out of here!" I shouted down at Arwen. Whether he listened or not, it didn't matter, because as I turned to face the coven, all 4 were looking at me. 1 witch for each of the 4 elements, their eyes glowing silver, gold, emerald, and sapphire. An almost perfect coven. The witch I had cast into the wall was standing, fury evident from the breathless gasp and wide-eyed stare. I could see my bedroom door just beyond them, but they formed a wall blocking me from reaching it. I could get there, but that would mean giving away mine and Romy's base. "Hector Briar," one witch began before I quickly cut them off. "I swear to Hecate herself, if I hear one more person begin their speech with my full name, I'm going to fucking lose it." I narrowed my eyes, hands flexing into fists. Clearly they didn't expect me to walk towards them unbothered. My brash approach made the Earth Witch stumble back. "You have no idea how tired I am. Tired of this trial. Hell, I'm tired of the witch trials entirely, and it hasn't even been a day. So I'll give you an option. Fuck off, leave me be, and I swear to you that you'll find no issues with me going forwards. But continue to stand in my way, and, well, I'm sure you can work out how this will end." If they all knew my name, they all were aware of my history with the witch hunters I'd killed. That was one good thing about gossip. It grew deadlier and more ugly the further it spread. And from the reaction that followed, they all knew the possible danger they faced. But facing witches was different than facing witch hunters. Their weapons were not athames and guns. They had gifts, and thus far I'd only worked out one of them. It was the Fire Witch who made the decision for the rest of his coven. "We're just following the rules of the trial. Don't hate the player. Hate the—" My arm jolted up, palm outstretched, fingers clawed. I wrapped my gift around the Fire Witch and yanked him forwards. The toes of his boots raced around the ground, melting from the friction. Then his neck met my hand. "Don't say I didn't warn you," I spat, my lips brushing his ear. It was his turn to go for a little fall, except I wasn't prepared to stop the body this time. I flung the Fire Witch over the banister, delighting in his scream as he fell. The heavy thud of his body was as loud as the bell that began the trial. The air popped ahead of me. A witch literally disappeared from view, leaving a little puff of smoke in their wake. I watched them reappear beside the bent body of the Fire Witch. A teleporter. Great. I'd practiced fighting witch hunters, but witches not so much. It was impossible to know their gift until they used it, but from what I had seen, if I was to get out of this, I would need to continuously evolve my tactics with every unique power revealed. The remaining 2 witches charged me. With the banister at my back and them before me, I had little space to move, so I'd have to go through them. I'd treat it like bowling, I thought to myself. If I could get one of them over that banister at a time, my issue would be resolved. But as I sent myself airborne, flipping over the witches with the aid of my gift, the air popped at my side. Arms wrapped around me, followed by the acrid taste of smoke. Fuck. The teleporter was back. Double fuck. Teleporting through space and time was an uncomfortable experience. My body broke apart in smoke, deconstructing, only to put itself back together again. I barely closed my eyes before I met the wall face on. Pain lanced across my head, shooting down my spine as I crumbled into a heap on the floor. Swinging my arms back, I attempted to push out more of my gift, but it was stunted, weak. It was like scooping up sand in a bucket of holes. It slipped away from me no matter how much I tried to take. "Oh no, has something happened to your gift?" It was the Water Witch who was above me. Beyond her was the teleporter who'd popped into existence after thrusting me into a wall. Considering the Water Witch's eyes flashed sapphire and her entire focus was on me, I could only imagine my lack of power was her doing. That was when I saw a shifting shield in the air encasing me. She certainly was dampening my power, but from the way the other witches kept a distance, it proved her gift would work on them too. Powerless and racked with agony, I only had desperation to fuel me. I managed to right myself just as a heavy boot crashed into my side. More pain. Over and over the boot slammed into my side, leaving a map of bruises across my ribs and chest. I did the only thing I could think of and curled in on myself, wrapping my head in my arms. It was never-ending. Bones snapped, skin split. My teeth cut into my gums when a fist or boot cracked into my head. My covered arms barely took the brunt of the force. In a last-ditch effort, I screamed for the only person I could think of. "Romy!" I choked on the name. The attack ceased. Seconds stretched to hours in the hold of such discomfort. When I was confident another attack wouldn't come, I lowered my arms enough to peek through swollen eyes at the Coven. "It's Jordan's turn," the Water Witch said, standing aside for the third who had yet to attack. Jordan was an air witch like me. His deep brown eyes spun with silver reflecting off his snow-pale face. There was something detached about his stare, something broken and wrong. It was as though he was looking at me, and then through me, all in the same moment. "Please!" I wasn't pleading with the Coven, but to Romy. Hell, anyone who could help me. Shouting Salem's name was on the tip of my tongue. Whether I trusted him or not, I knew he'd not hesitate to kill these witches. Without my gift, without my shadow, I was the same helpless boy my mother hid from danger 18 years ago. Just as I was then, I was not able to protect myself. It was always Kama I relied on, then my power. Without either, I was pathetic. "Please," Jordan parroted back, his head tilting. Then he stopped making sound, but his lips continued to move, mumbling beneath his breath. It wasn't the unknown of Jordan's unknown gift that scared me, but the detached gaze of a broken soul. He was mumbling to himself, picking the skin around his nails. Dark circles hung beneath his all-seeing eyes, hollowing his face into the mask of a decrepit skull. "Crack his mind open," the water witch encouraged, grasping onto Jordan's shoulder whilst peering over like some hungry wildcat. "See all the secrets which hide inside. If his mum left the clues, he might know." Jordan knelt before me, the silver bands around his eyes glowing brighter. He drank me in, tilting his head from side to side like an inquisitive dog. It was then I caught the stench of his breath. His yellowed tongue was covered in rotten-smelling gunk, framed by lines of blackened teeth. This was the face of a witch that humans were familiar with. The one you could buy at a Halloween store and wear as a mask to scare your friends. I didn't need to be told what Jordan's gift was. There was only one power so twisted, so intrusive that it ruined both the wielder and the victim. It was the ability to delve into another's mind and abuse it. A well-documented power and one tightly controlled by the Coven. Previous Grand Highs in history were known to track down witches with this gift, to leash them or kill them. "This is your choice," I said, refusing to drop his stare. If Jordan touched me, he would see everything I had to hide. Memories that were my own to replay, plus the secrets my mother literally took to her grave. I'd rather die than let anyone in. Jordan leaned in closer, his rotten breath twisting my empty stomach in knots. I knew there was no negotiating with him. Just one look into those haunted eyes, and I knew the witch before me was nothing but a shell. His hand twisted towards me just as a whisper broke free of his mouth. "Let me in." I cringed away, but my body was broken. Every small movement caused me immense pain that not even adrenaline could bury. Cold fingers grasped my wrist. I pinched my eyes closed, trying everything to continue this battle mentally. But it was just like the water witch said. Upon Jordan's touch, he cracked me open, spilling everything from my mind out into the open. I pinched my eyes closed, trying to mentally block him, but it was useless. "Ah," he moaned like a lover. "What do you see?" one of the witches shouted. I see messing spaces. A block. His memories have been..." The connection was severed. I dared open my eyes to find out why, but when I did, it was to watch Jordan flee with all my secrets. Behind him, the teleporter was on her knees, clutching at the other set of hands on her face. Romy. She stood behind the girl, gaze pinned to me as she decayed the witch's face to mush. Relief mixed with horror. I tried to warn Romy of the other witch, the one with the power to dampen gifts. But as I swept my darkening gaze, feeling my vision tunnel, it was to find my shadow. Not Kama, but the witch with piercing eyes. Arwen. He'd come back. My vision blurred, my eyes closing for longer increments. I felt reality slipping away and I was powerless to stop it. There was no preventing the dark from swallowing me, nor did I want to. It was peaceful here, as it always had been. It was my protection, my safe space. So I gave unto it willingly, as haunting memories of my past came barreling into me, unlocked and vicious as the night it all happened. Thud, thud, thud.
Thud. Thud. Chapter 10. I woke to a clang of a bell. It rang out across the world, shattering the peace of my darkness, unapologetic and demanding. There is no slow waking, only immediate awareness that comes from panic. Instinct took over. I sat up in the bed abruptly, tired eyes scanning the room. In the seconds after I woke, I was disjointed and confused. Everything was unfamiliar. Even the bed that I was swaddled in. A bed. How the fuck did I end up here? Soft sheets brushed my bare back, a feather-down duvet weighing down on me. My gaze snapped around as the toll of bell chime continued. The first trial was over, unless I'd missed the end and had just woken at the beginning of the second. My memory was hazy, but I had flashes of 4 witches cowering over me. My hand immediately reached for my side, drawing up the t-shirt to reveal bruised skin. But I found the pale, freckled flesh unharmed. I didn't believe I'd dreamed up the attack. Everything had felt so real. Even the scent of blood still lingered. And yet, the more I looked, there were no wounds to find, which could have only meant one thing. Someone had healed me. Surrounding the bed were gauze-like sheets draped from the 4-poster frame. It blurred the view beyond, all but the outline of a figure sat before a window. I expected to find a presence, as if they held all the answers I craved. I searched my thoughts for the answers to my missed time. My head ached the more I strained. Then the pain became intense and deep, like a worm burrowed into the far reaches of my mind. Like the bell, it came on so suddenly that it blinded me. I must have gasped as I clapped a palm over one eye, trying to stifle the migraine, because the person beyond the bed frame was suddenly poking their head through the gauzy curtains. "You're awake," Romy said, drinking me in. Her brown curls had been pulled back off her face, revealing tired eyes, with heavy dark circles beneath, proving she'd not slept. I quickly remembered where we were. Through the pain, I knew I was safe, in our room, within the castle housing the witch trials. Safe. Was that the right word for being trapped in a cage? No. And yet somehow, that was how I felt. "How long have I missed?" I asked, squinting against the bright light of day spilling into the attic room. Driven by adrenaline, I threw the duvet off me, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. The suddenness made Romy jolt back. "My head is killing me," I moaned as I continued to inspect my bare chest, searching for signs of bruises or broken bones. Still, there was nothing. My skin was unmarked and plain, beside the line of old scars stretching between my left nipple and navel. "Give or take 7 hours," Romy answered, chewing her lower lip off as she dove back into worried silence. She certainly looked at me as though she expected me to be in some terrible state. "As for your head, you can thank that air witch for that. Nothing I can help with, unfortunately. Wounds of the mind are more complicated than the body." Just the mention of the air witch who dived into my mind sent a violent chill down my spine. My eyes snapped towards the door next. A cabinet had been pushed in front of it, barricading us inside. I quickly pieced together the puzzle of what I had missed. The last thing I remembered was Jordan, the air witch, delving into my mind. Then there was Romy and Arwen. I wouldn't go so far as to say they saved me, but without them I hardly imagined I would be waking up in the bed this morning. "Don't worry, I haven't left your side since," Romy began, but I stopped her by standing, wobbling on my feet, then righting myself. "If you undo all my hard work, I'll personally hurt you, Hector." Her threat, although 100% believable, didn't register. "You should have woken me sooner. It isn't safe out there." "Well, actually it is. He's been outside that door all night," Romy said, leaning in. "Our own personal guard." It took a moment for her words to sink in. "Who has?"
Romy's eyes widened as though she couldn't believe I asked the question. The spirit which you've managed to recruit. He didn't say much, besides something about repaying debts. I offered for him to stay with us in the room, but he was adamant that he shouldn't. After he helped bring you to bed, he placed himself outside the door and hasn't moved since. Arwen. She was talking about Arwen. If I had the power to see through solid walls, I wondered what I would find. Was he slumped against the door, using it for leverage as exhaustion took over? Did he harbour dark shadows beneath his eyes like Romy? All in all, I didn't like the fact that two people had given up their time to protect me. Did they expect that I would owe them? My hands moved over my chest, continuing to search for proof I'd even been attacked. Did he? The idea of Arwen's warm hands touching me sent an unwanted brush of shivers across my skin. Fix me. I'd seen him wield balls of blue fire, so clearly his gift had something to do with flame conjuration, but I still couldn't explain why my body was healed, unless it was a caveat of the witch trials, healing the contestants that survived a trial. But that just seemed pointless when the end goal was killing all but one of the witches who didn't withdraw first. Oh no, he isn't taking the credit for that too. I looked to Romy, catching the irritation in her tone. She gazed at me knowingly, her brow lifting as if expecting me to work something out. When I didn't, she released a sigh. It's me, Hector. The healing is all me. Clearly, from the way I looked back at Romy, she was expecting my disbelief. She waved a hand before her, mocked a brow and straightened with a winning smile. But your gift is... I didn't know what to say. My gift isn't all melting and decay. That's just the side of it, which my uncle preferred. Believe it or not, I can speed up the healing process as well as reverse it. There was clear pride in her gaze. Even as she revealed this part of herself, I watched Romy straighten her spine and jut her chin out. The more I spent time with her, the less it took to convince myself that having her as an ally was worth it. The fact that I was even still alive was proof of that. Then consider the credit given to you, I said, testing my legs as I stood. Beside the pain in my head, my body was otherwise unmarked. Thanks. How bad was the damage? 4 broken ribs, excessive bruising, concussion, all of which should be sorted. I'm not going to lie, for a moment I didn't know if I helped or simply buried the damage. Jonathan has spent years training the aggressive side of my power, so that this part of it is lacking, for better terms. I rolled my shoulders back, cracking my neck as I stretched it from side to side. Just hearing Romy mention her father made a wave of sickness crash within my stomach again. There would never be a good moment to bring up what I'd discovered about him, so now would do, I guessed. I told myself that if we really wanted to work together, it would have to be without secrets between us, or at least without her secrets. Mine could stay buried for as long as possible. Here. Romy reached for the bedside table, took something from it, then held out a bundle of black material to me. Taking it from her, I quickly discovered it was another long-sleeve black top. I put it on, feeling a far-off ache in my muscles, but nothing a long run wouldn't have caused. I did what I could to get the blood out. For fear of sounding too repetitive, just imagine that I thank you for everything kind you do for me now on. Is it so hard to just say it every time? Her smile was so genuine that her eyes nearly closed. Anyway, we're a team. Romy had had the chance to kill me when I was at my most vulnerable. Despite my trepidation, I truly believed that she was the most honest version of herself. Trust was still a new concept to me, but I was willing to test the waters, dip a toe in, so to say. If Romy had wanted me dead, all she would have had to do was slit my throat in my sleep. Instead, she'd healed me. A coven, I corrected, which only made her smile brighter. Or the beginnings of one. Yes! Romy clapped, turning back to the seat beside the window. A small book was left on the cushion, which she swept up before she took her seat. With her legs curled up, she opened the pages, withdrew the ribbon bookmark, and continued reading. But next time you go wandering off alone, please let me know. I had no idea where you went. Then, when the fighting began, I came back to the room expecting to find you. You don't seem like the partying type, so I just thought you would have snuck back here." My attention swept back to the barricaded door, more importantly to the man who apparently stood guard outside. "I saw you speaking with someone. Jazz. I had the displeasure of bumping into her as well." Romy looked over her book, her expression souring. "Yes, Jazz Sinclair. If the term wicked witch belonged to anyone, it would be her." "You know her then?" I got that impression from the ease with which Romy spoke about her. "No isn't the word I'd use to explain it. She's part of the White Tower's Guard-in Training program. Star pupil. My father adores her. In fact, I'm sure that he's wished I was more brutal like Jazz on more than 3 occasions. Her power set is unique, and if not for the fact that even the idea of bunking with her for weeks making my own skin literally melt off, she would have been a smart choice." "Well, I consider myself lucky she declined our invitation." "No, we declined hers," Romy corrected, echoing Jazz's statement from last night. "I don't trust her." Trust. There it was again. "Anyway, it wasn't all bad, since you came home last night with a man following you." Her eyes flicked to the closed door, more importantly to the man beyond it. "I wouldn't get too excited." "Hard not to," she said aloud, before mouthing the next words. "He's hot." My cheeks warmed at her statement. I could have tried to refute her comment, but there was no point lying. Arwen was, in fact, hot. More so, he was the type of sexy that made men hate him and women want him. Unlucky boy that I was, I felt both. "I left you last night because I thought it was a good opportunity to scope out the castle. Trust me, if I knew the first trial was going to start, let alone it being the culling, I would have stayed close. It won't happen again." She peered at me over the edge of the book. "Find anything interesting?" Her question was teasing, as were her brown eyes, narrowed in my direction. I swallowed hard. "I found someone interesting, but that someone is not our next Coven member." Romy sat up straight, suddenly the book no longer being her point of interest. She mouthed something, head jolting towards the door. I was sure her lips formed the words, "Go talk to him." I shook my head, unsure why a flush of warmth crept over my cheeks. "As he told you, he was repaying debts." "You were away from me for an hour at most. What could you have possibly done to entrap him in a promise like that?" "Saved his life," I said. But then that didn't make sense, because he'd already stopped a witch from killing me, so technically his debt was already paid when I saved him. And yet he came back. Then there was the knowledge of clues that Arwen had exposed, but I added that to the growing list of things I had to bring up with Romy. Romy was right. I needed to speak with Arwen. To thank him, perhaps. Maybe just to look into those bright eyes again. It was only partly because they were ridiculously beautiful, but more because of the way he looked at me. I hadn't been able to place the emotion behind his gaze, which made me wary. If Arwen was the witch hunter, then dealing with him now would save me a lot of bother. But if he was a witch hunter, why would he bother saving you? I couldn't even blame Kama for the dispute my inner voice was engaged in. My familiar's presence was still quiet. Too quiet. "I'll be right back," I said to Romy, who giggled behind the pages of her book. "Trust me, I'm not going anywhere, and not for the reasons you think. If you hear noise inside the room, I promise it isn't me pressing my ear against the door to overhear you both." I couldn't hold back my short chuckle. "I admire your honesty." With a flick of my hand, my gift pushed the cabinet away from the door with a horrific screech. Never had I been so nervous to face someone. But there was a silent aura about Arwen which both excited me and put me on edge. Anyway, there was no saying he was still outside the door. The thought alone made disappointment rear its ugly head within me. The key was in the lock, so all it took was 2 turns and a push for the door to open. It revealed a quiet castle. Beyond was mostly shadow, broken apart by the streams of daylight spilling in from the large window ahead of me. I wondered what the castle would look like now that the culling had come to an end. How many witches had died? How empty would the chalkboard have been? And their bodies, would they be left to rot, or had Hecate used her power to deal with them? So many questions, and still my focus was on searching the darkness for him. It turned out that Arwen found me before I found him. "You're alive?" Arwen said nonchalantly. He was leant against the wall, half bathed in shadow and half exposed by the daylight. As I imagined, there was shadows beneath his eyes, but all it did was increase his allure. "I am," I replied, finding myself lost for words. Was there a reason this man had whittled me down to a voiceless mess, besides the fact he was sexy as sin? Good. My fickle heart skipped a beat. Even in a deadly arena, if faced with an attractive man, I couldn't help but fall back into my flirtatious nature. It took iron self-restraint and digging my nails into my palm to stop myself from saying something stupid. Is it? Clearly something I said was funny, because Arwen dropped my gaze and smiled to himself. Before he could make some joke about my inability to form a sentence, I did what I did best and used sarcasm as my weapon. "I came out to thank you for standing guard for me. I'm sure there was more important matters to attend to on your first night during the witch trials, but I'm extremely thankful I trumped your plans." "You're welcome." Arwen stepped in closer, completely exposing himself in the light. There was one thing seeing him in the dark, and another to have him completely visible before me. I discovered his buzzed hair was not actually black, but a very dark brown. "See anything you like, Hector?" I shook my head, blinking like I had grit in my eye. "Sorry, I'm a bit slow this morning. I blame having my head kicked in over and over. It does wonder for a person's focus." "You always so sarcastic." I swallowed, loud enough for Arwen to notice. His cerulean eyes dropped to my throat for a brief moment. Choosing to ignore him, for my own sanity, I brushed his question off with a reply that would bring an end to this conversation. "So, thanks again for last night. Romy, my friend—" "I know who Romy is." "Of course you do," I said, flustered. "Well, Romy said you only stayed because you felt like you owed me, something about repaying debts, and I can tell you are a man like me who doesn't like them, so consider our slate clean." "We have a slate?" Fuck my life. "You tell me. I didn't know we were dancing to this tune until I just woke up. I guess that's because you have some hero complex and don't like being saved, which you're welcome for, by the way. So now we're even, and you're welcome to go." His mouth screwed up as he nodded. I could practically see the cogs turn in his mind. "And here I was thinking you came out to extend the same offering of joining your coven. Romy was rather persistent. In fact, she thought that was something you already asked me. I had to say no." "Sorry to disappoint," I snapped far too quickly. "But I don't do covens." His sharp brows rose into his hairline. "Clearly." Shivers rushed across my arms, making the tips of my fingers numb. I flexed my hands at my sides, hoping to encourage the blood flow. Arwen clearly noticed, his eyes tracking the motion. Was there anything he didn't see? A shuffle sounded beyond the door to the room. Romy was clearly listening, just as she said she would be, and my comment was nothing but slap in the face to the person who just healed me. "I mean with you. Romy is—" "That's okay. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Plus, I wasn't expecting any miracles." Arwen tipped his head towards me like some old-fashioned gentleman. Then he turned on his heel, moving back towards the same staircase I'd stopped him falling to his death from. I contemplated calling after him. I almost stopped myself completely until he took the first step down the staircase. I proved that I'd lost all control on my better judgment. "Arwen!" He paused, slowly turning back to face me. An expectant smile proved he had just won some silent competition with himself. Hell, I would have liked to whip that grin clear off his face.
Yes, Hector.
Good luck, I said with as much mustered confidence as I could. Next trial. May the best one come out on top.
Oh.
Arwen's smile intensified, mischief glowing in his cobalt eyes.
I intend to.
I turned around quickly, not wanting him to see the infuriating power he had over me. When I walked back into the bedroom, Romy jolted away from the door, eyes wide like I had caught her in some criminal act. Hells below! The tension there was so thick I don't think an athame would cut it, Romy said, eyes trailing me as I moved for the bed.
I don't know what you mean,
I replied, trying to steal my expression. You and Arwen. I wrinkled my nose. There is no me and Arwen. Romy rolled her eyes. Of course not. Anyway, forget him. We should really plan for the next trial. It could be weeks away, or days, maybe hours. I think the best thing we could do is... Do you know your father is working with the witch hunters? I interrupted, silencing Romy before she could continue. Excuse me? I studied her reaction, the way her ever-present smile dropped, and her eyes went from warm and inviting and to cold. Romy might be a sunshine personality, but in that moment I was reminded that her rays could burn. Romy, if we are really to trust each other, we're going to need to be very honest with one another. So I'll ask you again. Are you aware that your father is currently in cahoots with Tommen Hopkin? Do you know that he has helped somehow with sneaking a witch hunter into the witch trials and plans for them to win? There was a lot you could tell about a person when putting them on the spot. And the emotion across Romy's face, I knew the answer almost immediately. Chapter 11. I know about Jonathan's plans. Yes. Romy refused to look anywhere but at me when she replied. She also refused to refer to her father as, well, her father. Interesting. But not because he trusted me enough to tell me. He, amongst many things, is sloppy because of pride. He thinks he's so clever, but it really didn't take much to uncover. However, the question I have is, how do you know? There was something cathartic about Romy's truth. She could have easily lied, and I may have even believed her. But she looked at, dared into my soul, and told me the truth. After you gave me my chance to escape, my familiar, Kema. It has a name, Romy interrupted. Yes, Kema has a name, but that's beside the point. We were just about to leave when I overheard a certain conversation between your father and Tommen. The mere mention of the head witch hunter's name caused Romy's mouth to screw up in disgust. I wondered how similar our reasonings were. Adoptive father was how she'd referred to Jonathan, suggesting she had biological parents, but they either couldn't care for her, had abandoned her by choice, or were no longer here. I guessed the latter. And you wonder why I didn't want you to partake. I couldn't possibly focus on rooting out the witch hunter whilst worrying about you. And I actually believed her. Romy, as she had been the night I met her, was playing a role, and playing it well. I only uncovered her deception because I knew Jonathan's truth myself. Otherwise, I never would have guessed. Then our goal is shared, I said. Romy expelled a long breath, tension ebbing from the set of her shoulders. Okay, this is good. No more secrets. I'm still not past the part where you already knew of your father's involvement with our enemies. Or past the part where you worry enough about me, a total stranger, that you're distracted from your mission. Please, Hector, call him by his name. Calling him that makes me sick. Reading between the lines, I gather you don't like him. Does a duck swim? Does a bear shit in the woods? No, I don't like him. Can you blame me? I shrugged. Family is family. Sometimes you don't have to like them. They still belong to us. I said it as if I had the practice. I didn't. At least Romy had someone to call a father, even if that person was a conniving, twisted, power-hungry twat who was in bed with the man who'd ruined my life. If I had a drink, I'd raise it in toast to that. Romy walked to the other side of the room, retrieving the book she'd been reading. She lifted it between us, flashing the leather-bound cover with the embossed but faded gold leaf design on its face. What's odd is that since the witch trials have begun, I hardly know the true definition of an enemy. Is it other witches? Is it my own family? Perhaps both. Here. She handed the book over. Behold the very reason I know of my father's infidelity to which kind. It wasn't the dimensions of a normal book, like the kind I'd left back in my studio flat in Oxford. This was smaller, only slightly bigger than my hand. I imagined it would fit Arwen's large hand perfectly, but quickly forced thoughts of him down. What is it? I trailed my fingers over the spine, feeling the ridges like bones within a spine. There was a weight to it, but nothing I could explain with metrics. It was deeper than that, as though something peculiar lingered in the very fabric of the book. A grimoire. My father's, to be specific. You stole Jonathan's Book of Shadows. I couldn't hide how impressed I was. Opening the first pages, I found another world of language and symbols. It was nothing I hadn't seen before, mostly in history books. But here, these shapes, spells, and drawings felt different, more believable. Old magic, forgotten ways, the craft as it had been before Eleanor Letcombe gave her life to the witch hunters, protecting which kind. Technically it belonged to my mother when she left me, but it was given to Jonathan who gave it to me. Or he took it. What exactly happened is pretty murky. Romy came to stand beside me, peeking over my shoulder. I swallowed. I'm sorry to hear about your mother. She nudged me with her shoulder. No, you're not. How can you be sorry for someone you didn't know? Anyway, she abandoned me. We don't have nice feelings about her, okay? I didn't mean it like that. And I didn't. My condolence came from a far more personal space. I'm sorry for you. I know the feeling of navigating a world without the people sworn to protect us. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, Hector, what creates more of a bond between two friends than the mutual feeling that we never got to truly know our mothers? Look, how exciting. We have something in common. Romy had a way of speaking from a place of pure honesty. It was almost overwhelming. So I focused on Jonathan's grimoire and the issue at hand. Care to explain how this book exposed Jonathan's deceit? She reached over me, flicking through pages. I saw diagrams that looked familiar, but was as much a different language that I had never spoke before. Pages upon pages of script, handwritten clearly all from different hands. I was holding Romy's family history in my hand, long forgotten, from a time when witches had magic and not gifts. Finally, she came to a stop near the end of the book. A crisp white page had been folded up and stuffed into the pages of the book. I plucked it out, unfolding it to reveal a letter. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It was addressed to Jonathan and signed off clearly by one familiar name, F. Tommen. I fought the urge to launch the letter across the room. Another urge, a darker one, wanted to find a burning fire and throw the book into it. Seeing that name unlocked something dangerous within me. Not only did it spoil my insides and send my mind into a vortex of dark thoughts, but I reacted physically, lip curling, teeth flashing, muscles tensing. Found the letter in his study. Thought the best place to hide it was in my mother's grimoire, since Jonathan has made it explicitly clear that even the thought of her disgusts him. 1, he'd never put me down to taking them, and 2, if he did, he'd never think to look in the grimoire. Smart, I said, forcing out the word through the sickness that bubbled in my stomach. You can borrow it, if you want, Romy said, her voice almost a whisper given that the noise in my head was so loud I almost didn't hear her. I think it will give you some answers, perhaps even spark some more questions. It was the sorrow in her voice that finally drew my attention from the letter back to Romy. My father, she spat, is an evil man. as I'm sure you've worked out now. But this letter, I cannot put into words how sorry I am."
There was no stopping my heart from dropping like a stone. I felt it thud in my stomach, followed by a wave of sickness. "Sorry for what, Romy?"
"Jonathan hasn't just been working with the witch hunters recently. As you'll find out, he's been dealing with Tommen for 18 years now."
Romy didn't blink once as she spoke, perhaps to nail home just what she meant with her emphasis on the timeline. She actually pointed to the top of the letter to a date written there. 18 years. 18 years since my parents were killed, murdered, put down like diseased cattle. The date was of the night before their murder. I dared not to read the first line for fear of what I'd find. Turned out, I really had no self-control. The Tanners were an unfortunate mistake, the letter read. I knew that name. It was Salem's family name. Even before I continued reading, I knew where the letter would go. Be sure that the Briar's home is secured before our arrival. If we are to act swiftly, it must be clean and quiet. I snatched my eyes from the letter, unable to read another word. Folding it up, I slipped it back in Romy's hand. "I don't need to read this." My mind was a storm. Distracted, I could hardly gather a coherent thought without thinking about Jonathan's involvement with Tommen. How it was his mistake Salem's parents were murdered the night prior. Then my throat dried like stone-baked beneath summer sun. I tried to swallow but almost choked. Romy didn't need to explain any further, nor did I need to look down at the letter and finish reading. I had no doubt Jonathan had some involvement in my parents' murder. The admission of guilt was practically written across Romy's face. Her sense of responsibility to me, her desire for me not to partake in the witch trials. And now this, her sorrow and guilt, the pity she looked at me with. They were all telltale signs of the truth. But I was weak. I was one more truth from breaking. And if I wanted to survive the witch trials and see punishment duly handed out, I would need to gather the frayed threads holding me together and grasp them tight. I closed the grimoire with a finite thud. My hands shook as I handed it back to Romy, who took it without hesitation. "It doesn't matter what's written on those pages. Not yet. Maybe soon, but for now I need to keep focused. We must if we want to find the witch hunter." "Understood," Romy replied, grasping the book with both hands. There was a sense of protection in her body language, the way she was almost shielding me from it. "But when you want to access it, you can have it. Any time, you don't even need to ask." "If," I corrected, faking a smile that lasted barely a second. "No, Hector, not if, when. We can do our best to hide from what we fear will harm us, but it's when we finally face it that truly proves our strength. So when you want it, you know where to find it." I could have refused. I could have feigned nonchalance again. But instead I just nodded, knowing if I spoke my voice would crack, and that terrible weakness in my chest would finally reveal itself. There was an awkward silence between us. I broke it, choosing an awkward question instead of the quiet. "Jonathan bargained with Tommen to keep you safe." "Wow," Romy's eyes widened. "My father may have a heart yet." He was adamant, panicked almost. "Clearly he cares about you." No, he doesn't." Romy turned her back on me. I waited, refusing to say another word as she gathered her breath and steeled herself. But the time she turned back around, it was to face me with a look of defiance I had seen on my own face before. "Now that is the look of someone with a plan, if ever I've seen one," I said, offering a grin that I managed to keep up for longer this time. "I do, and a solid one." I crossed my arms, leaning all my weight on one hip. "I'm all ears." "We both agree that one of us needs to win, but regardless of who does, it's best we come out of the witch trials, not only alive, but holding the answers to what Tommen and Jonathan's plans are. Only then can we face the true fight that will be waiting for us on the other side of this." Romy began to pace, working groves into the panelled floor. "To do so is simple.
Besides surviving, we need to find this witch hunter and flay his mind open. If we can get one step ahead of Tommen and Jonathan, we have a better chance of putting a stop to whatever it is they're trying to achieve." "It's a solid plan," I said, fingers brushing across my jawline, as I did whenever I focused on a thought. "And yet how exactly do you suggest we do that?" Again, Romy lifted the grimoire up. She shook it as though it held all the answers, which, I gathered, it did. "The witch trials are built upon the grounds of old magic. If this Book of Shadows is going to come in handy, it would be here." I narrowed my eyes, feeling a swell of emotion within my chest. It was hope born from the belief we actually had a chance. I like where this is going. Not to expose myself, but I consider myself a super fan of the witch trials. I've studied every one. Jonathan thought I did it to increase my chance of survival, which is only in part the truth. Really, I did it to stay one step ahead of him. I know every trial that has been. I know how the previous victors won it. "I consider myself lucky to be part of your coven," I added. "That's because you're smart, Hector." Romy flicked through the pages, wildly searching for something. "There are hexes, spells for almost anything. If this works, we could achieve anything from astral projection to making potions that would put everyone in this fucking castle into a dreamless slumber." "If it works." "Yes, if, but I strongly believe it will." The idea of utilizing old magic forgotten by generations of ancestors was thrilling. "But you forgot that access to this magic has long since faded." It was Romy's turn to lean on her hip. "Come on, Hector. You are literally walking around with a familiar. How can you believe the old ways have truly disappeared?" "Familiars are outlawed," I said, repeating the same warning Kamer had practically brought me up on. It was why he was kept such a secret. It was drummed into me to hide him. "In part they are, but a familiar is also old magic. What they can achieve, what your Kamer can offer you, that has nothing to do with gifts. If we can speak with Kamer, then we may be able to access the spells on this page." I chewed my lip, using that moment of quiet to reach out for my familiar. Again, I was met with a solid wall of nothing. No voice, no presence, just empty space where Kamer once dwelled. "Then this should be the moment that I tell you Kamer is missing." "Missing?" Romy stopped dead, mulling that word over as though it didn't make sense. "Since the witch trials began, I haven't been able to communicate with him. I thought it was due to space between us, but if Kamer could have found me by now, he always has before. Something is blocking us." I expected her to worry at the thought, but instead her eyes sparkled as though I had just exposed the secrets of the universe. "Old magic!" Romy practically shouted, clapping a hand against the cover of the grimoire. "It has to be! Until the new Grand High is picked and the source is handed over to them, it has to be here!" Romy snatched my arm in hers, guiding me towards the door of the room. "Are you always this happy, even in the face of problems?" I asked. "It's called searching for a silver lining, Hector. You should try it sometime and stop being such a cynical old soul." "What do you suggest?" I asked. "Well, first we make sure we're seen by the surviving witches. No good speculating that you were weak and bedbound after last night's fun. Then we can try contacting Kamer." I nodded, enjoying the feeling of having a path to follow. But there was the mention of Jordan again, and my mind twinged with a phantom ache. "You said something about seeing into the mind of the witch hunter, getting out information we need." "One spell at a time, Hector." "No, not with old magic," I said, as Romy turned back to our door and locked it, pocketing the key. "I think we both know of a witch who would be a rather helpful ally when it comes to our plan." Romy smiled knowingly at me, as if she was piecing together the puzzle I laid out for her. "Then let's go hunt Jordan down." Chapter 12. It wasn't a surprise to discover the castle empty of the dead bodies I'd passed last night, but the lack of their presence wasn't the only thing to change. Walls had been repaired, furniture righted and placed back where it had been. Floors which had been drenched with blood and torn limbs never looked cleaner.
There wasn't a single sign of the countless battles which had occurred during the culling. Perhaps Romy was right in her hunch. Maybe there was old magic here. It was the only way to explain the unexplainable. We passed the great hall, noticing the bricks and doorway had been remade. Inside, the room was set for breakfast. The inviting scents of cinnamon and golden syrup almost enticed me to change course. Unlike the night prior, there wasn't a crowd of people inside. Small groups of 3 or 4 witches sat around along the table in clusters. They huddled over plates stacked with cooked bacon, toast, and bowls of pale sludge, which could have only been porridge. Heads snapped our way, witches eyeing us with caution. I didn't recognize a single face, nor would I, but what we all shared was equal looks of pure exhaustion. Unless you'd had your head kicked in, I imagine not many people were afforded rest last night. Only the dead slept soundly during the night of the first trial. I followed Romy's line of sight as she studied the chalkboard of names. Even since the last time I'd seen it, more names had been removed, over half of what had been on there at the start. First, I found Salem's name, and guilt reared its ugly head. After reading the beginning of Jonathan's letter with Tommen, I couldn't help but feel the need to speak to Salem again, until I remembered what he'd done to the dying witch on the floor. Next, I found Arwen's name, then mine and Romy's names. Jordan was still on the board, proving he had made it through the night. And Jazz. How many of these people would I be forced to face? How many more would try and kill me? And who was the witch hunter? "So he still lives?" Romy said, her stomach growling in tandem with mine. "He does," I said, allowing her to draw me from the room. My stomach lurched in disappointment, but I promised myself I'd eat when we returned. "How many people do you think survived last night?" "Not even a fraction of those who came," Romy replied, wincing at the truth. "There was roughly 342 witches who put themselves forwards for the witch trials." "Roughly? Sounds oddly specific." She scoffed, drawing me towards the north part of the castle, through winding corridors bathed in bright daylight. "I'm a sucker for numbers. I also take everything I do seriously. One thing Jonathan didn't account for was me being prepared. I made sure I knew how many people were partaking, as well as studying those with gifts that I believed could be a problem." It was the way Romy said it that made my mind land upon a single person. It would suggest that witch hunters have sent a witch in then. Otherwise, finding the name of someone who wasn't on your lists would be easy. "Ding, ding." Romy's steps faltered only for a moment. "Yes, like a witch who can turn any witch powerless with pain." "You think the witch hunter could be Jazz?" "Who knows? She certainly is Jonathan's favorite." "Now we're just fishing in the dark," I said. "Speculation leads to failure." "No, Hector, it actually leads to caution, which we both need. The witch hunter could be anyone." "Any other thoughts?" I wondered if Romy would say Arwen's name, but she didn't. "Jazz was one of 2 witches with similar powers, but Arwen dealt with the other last night. There are witches here from elite families who've trained for this. We can imagine that if the acting Grand High is in Tommen Hopkins' pocket, that isn't stopping other influential witches from also working with him." "But why?" I asked, unable to grasp how we could want to work with the people who hunt us for sport. "Power and influence," Romy said. "Hopkin assures the witch is the Grand High, whilst keeping them on a leash. It is a win-win for both parties." I couldn't even begin to imagine what a witch hunter would want with our greatest source of power. Their goal had always been to eradicate magic, blaming it on demonic powers, and yet here their leader was, trying to get it all for himself. I gathered as much. I had yet to tell Romy about what had happened last night after I left the library. Arwen had filled so much of my mind, as had trying to find Romy, that my run-in with Jazz hadn't seemed important until now. "So, we just kill everyone we don't trust, or do we give them a chance to explain? Because I'm good with either option." "I'm starting to figure out how your mind works," Romy added, side-eyeing me.
If her sharp brow didn't raise into her hairline, I would have believed she was judging me. Fight or flight are two normal reactions for a normal people. You seem to only know one. Yes, I added, deadpan. Survive. A bustle of noise caught my attention, as it did Romy's. It came from ahead of us, the sound of dull thuds and grunting echoing across stone. Either someone didn't hear the bell toll and still thinks the culling is in full swing, or someone is getting fucked, I finished. Lucky them. A wicked smile crept across Romy's mouth. Her arm hooked in mine a second before I was dragged in the direction of the noise. It was strange to feel the touch of another so flippantly. I wasn't complaining. Obviously Romy wasn't my type, and I hardly imagined I was hers either. But the closeness, dare I admit it, friendship, was rather comforting. We reached the end of the corridor to find another doorway which led out to another corridor. The difference was this one stretched around a square courtyard in the centre. It was exposed to the outside. The only cover offered was from the leaning maple tree at the side of the courtyard. It coated the stone floor in red leaves, concealing the reaching roots that speared through the ground like petrified serpents. Beside the tranquil beauty of the courtyard, it was who was in the centre of it that snatched all my focus. Holy hell, take my soul, Romy muttered from beside me, tugging me closer. I didn't voice it aloud, but I shared a similar sentiment, except mine was slightly more explicit in more ways than one. Arwen fucking Morgan, topless, for all the world to see. And by all I mean the small crowd standing around the courtyard, clearly entranced by the same scene as we were. In the centre, circling one another, Arwen sparred with another man, one I didn't recognize, nor did I pay him too much care. It was the other that I couldn't take my eyes off. Topless, his sculptured chest and stomach rippling as he tensed, was Arwen. Of fucking course it was. His trousers practically hung off his hips, dropping low enough to see a hint of boxer shorts above a perfectly sculpted V-shaped line of muscles. They seemed to point down, like an arrow practically screaming at me to look. His shoulders were certainly broader than his waist, but that didn't mean he wasn't completely stacked with muscles in every place I could see. "Do you think fighting without your clothes makes you better?" Romy whispered into my ear, her tone humorous. I didn't need to look at her to know she was grinning from ear to ear. She was likely entertained with my stunned silence and parted mouth. Or do you think it's to distract his opponent? Because consider me distracted. Talking of his opponent, they sprang forwards like a cat before completely disappearing. I waited for the witch to reappear, but he didn't. That was because he never actually went anywhere. The shifting leaves across the courtyard was proof of that. Arwen noticed the detail at the same time I did. His opponent was invisible. Arwen lifted his hands up, flashing violent blue fire from his hands. It wasn't to harm the other witch, but to blind him. A heavy thud followed by a groan confirmed he was successful. Arwen reached down, hands no longer flaming, and grasped seemingly thin air. But where his hand touched, skin materialized. "Are you done yet?" Arwen growled at the witch he lifted off the floor. His raspy voice made my skin shiver. "Or do you want more?" "I want more." Romy answered the question that wasn't even for her. And I don't even like men. "Don't be blinded by his ego, Romy," I replied. Arwen must have heard me, which was strange because there was so much noise and his focus had been razor sharp until I spoke. Arwen turned his attention from the witch to me. Our gazes met across the courtyard so suddenly that the air was practically knocked from my lungs. Our connection only broke when his opponent took advantage of Arwen's distraction and slammed his skull into Arwen's nose. Bone shattered and blood sprayed. I winced, almost feeling guilty for Arwen's own lack of focus. He stumbled back, dropping the witch, who turned completely invisible again. To Arwen's benefit, he tried to right himself, but the damage was done. And he was fucking pissed about it. His perfectly formed lips curled over perfectly straight teeth. teeth which, I guessed, were also perfectly white, were not coated in blood. Unfortunately for the other witch, it took little time for Arwen to regain control over the fight. Not but a minute later, Arwen was straddling the witch, raining punches down into him. He was feral, blinded by the need to cause pain. It should have scared me, but the feeling I harbored was opposite. "Tap! Out!" Arwen shouted between each slam of his fist. Not a sound was made around the courtyard. Even Romy missed her chance to make some joke about wanting to tap him. Instead, we all watched as Arwen kept attacking until finally the witch gasped out for it all to stop. Arwen pushed off him, rocking back a few steps. 2 women walked into the courtyard and began to help the beaten witch up. It was then I noticed how similar they all looked. Triplets, or at least siblings, and a coven, no doubt, because no one else risked stepping close enough to Arwen to help. "I think we've seen enough," I said, drawing my eyes off Arwen for the first time since they'd found him. The lower half of his face was covered in blood, giving him the look of a beast having torn into a fresh kill. "Good idea," Romy replied, although I could tell she would have been happy to stand around and watch. She'd called it research, saying it was a way of studying our fellow contestants, but I knew the truth. I barely turned my back on the courtyard when my name rang out across it. "Hector! Don't you want to go?" Slowly, I turned back around to find Arwen looking directly at me. His breathing was deep, making his powerful chest swell dramatically. Without taking his eyes off me, he took his t-shirt off the courtyard wall and cleared the blood from his face. I didn't take away from the ominous way he studied me. This was personal. If I hadn't distracted him, his nose may not have been broken at the bridge. Shame that wasn't my issue. "No thanks," I called back, aware of every set of eyes on me. "I've had a night full of sparring. I think a morning off is well deserved." Arwen smiled perceptively. It was an infuriating grin that had the desired effect on me, one he clearly wanted. He was goading me, forcing me into a corner he already knew I would not get myself out of. "Oh, come on. Dance with me, Hector." Fuck my life. "Or perhaps you're nervous you'll expose yourself for having 2 left feet in front of all of your adoring fans." Audible gasps sang out across my crowd of adoring fans. The sound wormed its way through my self-control, enough that not another word was required for me to give in. "The choice is yours," Romy said beside me. Her faith in me to win was proving rather motivating. "You'll heal me up again, right?" "Or him," she said, allowing me to pull free of her arm. Yes, Arwen was built like a mountain of muscle, but if anyone had seen the way I fought, it was Romy. She'd watched me take down 3 hunters. Well, 2 because she'd finished the 3rd. Then I'd had Kamer to help. But that was a one-off. I didn't survive all these years on my own for the likes of this arrogant witch to make me look like a fool. I was not only proving myself to Arwen and the crowd, but to myself. I could do this. Last night was a fluke, 4 witches against 1. This time it was only me and Arwen. "Would you like me to take my top off too?" I asked, sauntering into the open space with my shoulders back. "Or would you also find that too much of a distraction?" His smile faltered, broken nose twitching. "I don't find you." I swept my power out with a subtle flick of my finger. Arwen's legs were knocked out from beneath him. It was so sudden, so unexpected, that he didn't have a chance to put his hands out to stop him. He hit the ground on his side, groaning as the wind was banished from his lungs. All I did was ready myself, bend my knees and flex my neck from side to side. Clearly. I knew from the look he gave me next that this was yet another time my sarcasm would leave me with a few bruises, and I welcomed it. Chapter 13. Arwen wouldn't take his eyes off me, especially when my tongue traced my torn lip, lapping up the blood he had so kindly spilled. But he wasn't without a wound either. Arwen's left eye had swollen shut, courtesy of my fist. I'd no doubt at least one of his ribs was fractured, maybe two if I'd gotten lucky. Beside the tear in my lip, my only other affliction was exhaustion. We had been sparring for what felt like hours, but which must have been 5 minutes. No fight lasted this long, not when every second was utilized, and what was evident was we'd keep going until one of us tapped out. "You just let me know when you've had enough," Arwen said after spitting blood onto the flagstones at his feet. I cracked my neck, feeling the ache in almost every muscle. "Why, are you getting tired?" Arwen bounced from foot to foot. "Not at all. Just worried about you, that's it." It wasn't meant to be taken as a compliment, but a way of degrading my skill. I pretended it was the first, though, using it as yet another bit of sarcasm. "How much of your mind do I occupy?" I asked. "Enough." Arwen's reply was meant to be short, and it had the impact he was hoping for. I was almost sure that I heard Romy giggle, although I hadn't had a second to look at her since Arwen and I had begun fighting. Every bit of my focus was on him, and guessing his next move, then predicting the moves that would follow after. Not even the growing crowd around the courtyard interested me. There were too many distractions, but for the first time none of them outweighed the person before me. Arwen captured my entire mind. "Don't worry, Arwen." I bent my knees, readying myself to jump back into the fray. "It will be over soon." A flash of concern passed over his bright eyes before they narrowed in concentration. Then I attacked. It took me 3 steps to reach him. I flashed my fists towards his face, but he dodged, although that was what I was expecting. I was a spider, weaving a web around him, just for Arwen to get himself tangled up in pre-empting my next attack. Spoiler alert, he didn't succeed. It was so easy fighting him, like this dance was familiar to me, his moves predictable. Too focused on what my fists were doing, Arwen didn't account for hard smash of my foot into his shin. He doubled over just as I drove my forehead into his already shattered nose. The howl he expelled rivaled that of a wolf ensnared in a trap, desperate and pleading. It warmed me all the way through. "I think we're done here," I said, breathless and high on adrenaline. I steadied my breathing as much as I could, whilst jolting out the way of Arwen's blind reach towards me. His fingers grasped my shirt, but I managed to get free. There was no doubt Arwen was good at fighting. Whatever training he had outweighed mine. But the one thing about his fighting style was he didn't rely on his gift. In fact, since sparring with me, he hadn't used it. Until now. I stepped backwards, directly into the wall of conjured cobalt flame that sprung from thin air. Before scalding myself, I fell forwards, directly into Arwen's waiting grasp. He spun me around so quickly that the word blurred. Then he stopped when my back was pressed to his chest, one strong arm anchored around my front, keeping me in place. I felt every dramatic inhale and exhale, even his heart thundering through him, the beat working itself into my back until I felt him echo within the confines of my body. I tried to slip free, but Arwen's spare hand was held before my face. Far enough away that the leaking flames didn't touch me, but close enough that with one wrong move, I'd find my skin melting off. "You're right," Arwen growled, his mouth close to my ear. I was glad I still wore my t-shirt, otherwise he would have watched my skin ripple in gooseflesh. However, Arwen definitely noticed how my body stiffened. "We are done." "Not quite," I forced out as I wrapped my gift around us both and thrust backwards. Without the use of my hands, my focus was not as specific. It was a risk, but one that worked. Our bodies were knocked backwards, the force so great it hurt me too. But it was Arwen's bare back that slammed into the stone wall of the courtyard. His hold on me relaxed enough for me to pull free. This time, Arwen didn't have the energy to reach for me again. Gone were his strange flames as he slumped onto the ground, legs extended and head bent down like some forgotten doll. The courtyard was taut with silence. No one spoke, waiting for signs of life, most likely, which came a moment later as Arwen lifted his eyes to me, freezing me in place. Their hate was palpable. In fact, it was like looking into a stranger's eyes. They were darker, likely clouded by thoughts of the pain and suffering he wished to inflict on me. I waited for him to move, to even say something, but he just sat upon the floor, staring at me, lip twitching. I couldn't place the emotion that had me stepping closer to offer a hand. Was it guilt, or fear that if I didn't extend a white flag, Arwen would use the next opportunity to kill me? "If it soothes your pride, you've lasted longer than most I go up against," I said, aware that a bruise likely blossomed on my back. Poor Romy would have her work cut out with healing me. Arwen's gaze flicked between my hand and my face. I almost pulled back, but then he reached out and clasped his fingers around mine. The grip was ironclad. It made the bones in my hand scream. I didn't dare to show it, stealing my expression, but one wrong move, and I had no doubt my hand would shatter, or burn, depending on if he conjured his fire again. He used my leverage to stand. Arwen didn't speak until he was towering above me. He stumbled forward slightly, lip curling, and sucked a sharp breath in through his mouth. I could read the pain all over his face. It was etched into almost every line, freckle, and old scar. I felt his hand relax, so I tried to pull back. But then he clasped harder, drawing me sharply into him. I smelt the copper of blood mixed with the blend of sandalwood and sage that imbued his skin. "I'm not your enemy." His words were meant for me and me alone. They were a rasped whisper, his lips inches from my ear. So close I felt the brush of them against my damp skin. "But someone amongst this little flock is." I side-eyed, almost breathless at how close his eyes were to mine. "Seems like an obvious observation since you helped last night with a few of them." He refused to release me. "Not them. You know who I'm speaking about." Frustrated at this man's ability to dance around a subject, I tore myself free. I couldn't manage it without the aid of a slight push of my gift against his chest. "I think we're done here." A slow clapping emanated around the courtyard. The melodic pace was off by a beat, as if the person clapping wanted me to look at them. And I did, finding Salem Tanner watching from the back of the crowd, his one good eye fixed on me. "Bravo!" he called out. The crowd before him parted like water, as if surprised by the sudden appearance of the witch. Could they sense the danger leaking off him as I did? Then again, what was a little danger if not something to enjoy? Arwen stiffened, falling back into silence. I didn't know what drove me to do it, but I strode forwards away from my rival, faced Salem and the crowd, and mocked a bow. It was both awkward and dramatic, but I didn't care. My goal was to provide a warning for those watching, one that reminded them not to fuck with me. By the time I righted myself, Salem was gone, yet his presence lingered. My mind went back to the letters, to the physical proof that Jonathan had been the one to make the mistake leading to Salem's family's death. He deserved to know. I had to find him and tell him. "Hector." Arwen stepped into my side. He kept his voice low, ensuring I was the only one to hear what was said next. "You need to be careful." "No shit," I said, turning my back on my adoring fans until he was my entire focus. "So do you." "I'm not talking about us." "There is no us to talk about, so that would make sense." Before I stepped away, his hand snaked out and grabbed my arm. For someone covered in blood and riddled with pain, Arwen certainly had the ability to bury it and act like everything was fine. That confirmed one thing. He wasn't a stranger to pain. "There's a wolf amongst our flock, and you know it." My breath caught in my throat, the very sky suddenly pressing down atop me. "I don't know what you mean." I did, but playing ignorant was important. "Tonight, meet me at the boundary of the castle if you want to know more." With that, Arwen left, walking directly in through the crowd, directly towards where Salem had gone. I took a step to follow him, but my next words choked me as I saw his back. Arwen's skin was a mess of bloodied flesh, grit and blood mixed together, left over from how I'd thrust him back into the wall. I shouldn't have felt the guilt that crept up, but I did. Immediately I found Romy's eyes. She would be able to fix him, but before I could even contemplate offering, Arwen was gone. Like a shadow, he disappeared within moments. All that was left to occupy me was his words. "There's a wolf amongst our flock." He knew. Arwen knew about the witch hunter. How, I wasn't sure, but I had no doubt what his words meant, and I had no choice but to find out. "How about we get out of here before someone else asks the victor for a fight, yes?" Romy wrapped her arm around me, guiding me from the courtyard. Red leaves crunched beneath my boots, squashing them into bloodied piles. "I should be mad at you for getting yourself hurt, but I can't get over the tension between you." Somehow I didn't think she was talking about the tension of the fight. I rolled my eyes. I waited until the courtyard and its crowd were far behind us before I replied. "It would seem I have a date tonight." "With him?" I nodded. "I think Arwen knows about the witch hunter." "Well, fuck," Romy said, echoing my inner thoughts. "What time are we going?" "We? I don't think that's a good idea." Romy pouted. "As if I'm letting you out my sight. You don't really have a choice." "We always have a choice, Hector." Not when it comes to Arwen, I thought, although I refused to voice that fact aloud. And mine is to go. Alone. It could help us. Or, forgive me for being distrusting of the tall, sexy man who was just practically sucking your ear off, but he could be the witch hunter. I shook my head. You saw his fire. He's clearly a witch. So is Jonathan, and Father Tommen is still using him as his pawn. Touché. Romy had a point. Jonathan was not only a witch, but the acting Grand High. If he was in the witch hunter's pocket, I couldn't know for sure that Arwen was to be free of similar crimes. "So you think I shouldn't go?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Of course you should go. I'm just saying you shouldn't go alone. And we need a plan. We've both dealt with enough witch hunters to know their patterns, the way they think. Arwen certainly fights like he's been trained by a professional. I hardly think going to meet him alone is the best option. Would this be the moment I remind you that we've already spent time alone?" I prodded her in the side. "Arwen has had his chance to kill me. I agree with you, there could be a chance he's a witch hunter. We should treat everyone in this castle as a potential suspect until they're dealt with, but I'm not going to refuse to meet him." "I could torture the truth out of him," Romy suggested with a grin, wiggling her fingers at me. I pushed her hands down. "Perhaps we'll keep that as our backup plan." "You say it like you have another idea," Romy replied, as if she was reading my mind. I was probably wearing my thoughts on my face. "Not another idea, but our first," I said, cringing at the thought of the air witch who'd cracked my mind open like an egg. "We find Jordan now, get him on side, then by tonight we have the means to confirm Arwen's loyalties." "I'm not sure I like where this is going." A shuffling of feet sounded beside us. At least I thought it was feet. All there was beside us was shadow. No one was there. I tried to convince myself that old houses made sounds as though the walls longed to join in the conversation, and that this was no different. But that didn't stop me from bringing my voice down to a whisper. "We find Jordan and see. Make sure he helps us get inside Arwen's mind." "He doesn't seem like the most controllable witch," Romy said, voicing my inner concern. "I'm not interested in control." It was my turn to wiggle my fingers. Plus, all it takes is him to be made to touch Arwen. He won't be able to control himself once the connection is made, and I have no doubt that Jordan's reaction will either confirm or deny the accusations. "Twisted, but smart," Romy said, wringing her hands together. "I like it." "You don't survive years alone without being an expert at both of those things," I replied. "It helped you had your familiar," Romy said. Thanks for the vote in confidence. She eyed me up and down, wincing as her gaze settled on my split lip. Let's get some food, water, and as many supplies as we can carry to hoard up in our room. Then I'll see to your wounds. Wouldn't want you going to the date later looking like that. I regret calling it a date, I said, threading my arm with hers. If anything, Arwen acts as a good distraction. Not everything about the witch trials needs to be suffering and agony. At least some of us can have some fun. The way Romy referred to Arwen as a distraction wasn't exactly wrong, which was why I didn't say otherwise. But he wasn't enough of one to eliminate the thought that haunted me. The idea of seeing Jordan again made my insides turn. What I didn't add to Romy was that if Jordan caused any issues, I would be the one to see he was out of the witch trials permanently. There was no knowing what he'd gleaned from my thoughts. I didn't like the idea of someone running around with access to my secrets. Then again, my memories from last night were hazy, but I was confident he'd said something. I see missing spaces, a block. His memories have been... What had he meant by that? I felt bad keeping it from Romy, but until I knew what Jordan meant, I wasn't prepared to share. But one fact was clear. If Jordan helped me, I would show him mercy. If he didn't, then his time in the witch trials would come to an abrupt end. Chapter 14. Time passed strangely here. It was as if the castle had its own time zone, where the days were shorter and the nights longer. I felt as though we'd been awake for hardly any time at all before dark clouds rode in on a cold wind, blanketing the sky in the impending cloak of early evening. Rain was falling, not the heavy type, but the pinpricks that soaked through clothes and encouraged a chilly ache into bones. It kept us inside the castle trying to locate Jordan whilst staying close to the warmth of the newly lit hearths. Who lit the fires was beyond me, although maybe it was more proof that perhaps old magic did linger here. Once the rain eased a little, we prepared to leave the castle's warmer boundaries for the outside. The grounds were extensive, proof of which came from just looking out a window. Jordan could have been anywhere, but time was running out. Evening was close. If we didn't locate him before my meeting, then we'd be on to plan 2. Romy torturing the truth out of Arwen, and that was certainly not a way to make allies in this competition. We were just leaving the grand front doors when a figure came running in from the outside. There was no denying the stark white hair and tall yet wiry stature of Salem Tanner. He almost ran directly into me, his hands planted in his pockets. Hello again. He stopped, rain falling down his twisted face. Romy's eyes flashed, ready to protect me from an enemy. I had to lift a hand to stop her. It's okay, Romy. Salem is a what? He voiced the same question aloud. Oh, I'd love to hear this. A friend, I think, I said, fighting the blush creeping up my neck. Salem didn't take his eye off me, not once. Salem, Romy repeated the name as if she was putting 2 and 2 together. Salem Tanner. The one and only, he replied, still without looking at her. His eyes were fixed on me. Romy's silence proved that she'd worked out exactly where she remembered the name from. It was written on the letter planted in her mother's grimoire. Does my reputation precede me? He asked, filling the silence. It does, I said. Seems like something we have in common. I have no doubt, given the chance to properly catch up, we'd find a lot more in common, Hector. His comment was undeniably a hint towards our previous conversation. When I'm ready, I will. Don't give me false hope, Salem pouted, sticking his lower lip out, making the scar down the side of his face pull the skin taut. There was an uncomfortable pang in my chest. I looked to Romy for silent approval for what I was about to say. Of course, she couldn't read my mind like Kama could, but there was something knowing in her chestnut eyes that told me I had her permission. "Will you meet me later?" I asked. 2 men in one night. Back home, I'd consider this a win-win. "I'd love nothing more." Salem stepped in close, bringing with him the scent of copper. The harsh scent was undeniable. Not even the rain could dispel it. "Are you hurt?" I asked, unable to stop myself. My eyes traced his body, looking for a sign of a wound, but finding nothing. "Far from it," Salem smiled. "I'll go and freshen up, though, for later. You're in the attic floor of the West Wing, right? I'll collect you." Discomfort at the fact that he knew where we slept came on sudden and fast. "How do you know?" He leaned in, the smell of blood intensifying. "When it comes to you, Hector, I like to consider myself well-informed." Noticing my discomfort, Romy put a hand on my back and guided me away. "We should go, before the rain picks up." "Yes," I said, hating how meek my voice sounded. "See you later, Salem." He didn't reply as we left the castle, but he stood and watched as Romy guided us outside to wet, muddied ground. "He gives me the fucking creeps," she said, not even out of earshot. I hoped that the gusts of cold wind hid her voice. "Can you blame him?" I said. "I won't lie to you, I feel responsible for him in a way, and that's a feeling I don't enjoy." "I understand," Romy said, "but that doesn't mean you need to pity him and do exactly as he wants." Didn't it, though? Let's just try and scope out our target. I hoped Romy got the clear message that I didn't want to speak about Salem anymore. His presence, although a familiar anchor to my past, made me uncomfortable. Intuition told me not to trust him, but also that I was responsible for him. 2 conflicting emotions that warred within my mind as we continued our hunt for Jordan. It didn't take long to find him, unfortunately. We rounded the front of the castle and Romy immediately clapped a hand to her mouth, stifling a gag. I was left emotionless beside her, unable to react to the impossibility to what was before me. This was no different than a cat leaving a dead mouse on her doorstep. Jordan's body was strung up outside the grand front doors. Chain was wrapped around his throat. It was the only thing keeping him up, connected to a flagpole 10 feet above the ground at the top of the stone porch. His corpse swung like a pendulum, allowing the wind to toy with him. Jordan's haunted, all-seeing eyes seemed to glare exactly where I stood, dulled and bulging from his skull, as though the pressure of the chain noose threatened to pop them. Death was not unfamiliar to me, but I found myself turning away. "Fuck, Romy! That's him!" Romy was frozen at my side, her arms wrapped around herself, her wide eyes fixed to the corpse. The rain had soaked her brown curls, making them hang in limp strands around her paling face. I waited for her to say something, but the green tinge beneath her skin proved she was holding back sickness, as well as her reply. There was a sinking feeling in my gut. It continued its descent, deeper and deeper, the longer I had time to let Jordan's death sink in. I didn't need to convince myself that it was my fault in some way. It was a hunch that was confirmed when Romy finally broke her silence. Salem. The blood. He'd been here only moments before. "Witch hunter," Romy almost choked on the words. "The witch hunter found him first. It has to be." "Not the witch hunter," I said. "Salem." "No," Romy spat. "Look!" I spun round fast, drinking in what she was pointing at. Jordan's shirt had been flayed open, likely by a knife of some kind. I hadn't noticed until Romy pointed it out, because his skin was marred with blood which had dried the same colour as his dark t-shirt. But on closer inspection, I found his skin scored with a symbol. The cross within the circle mark of a witch hunter had been carved into Jordan's chest, defiling his dead body whilst acting as a very obvious message to us. I couldn't voice it, but in my mind I knew who'd done this. Salem. It had to be. But how was he the witch hunter after what had happened to his parents? It made little sense. I didn't understand it, and yet I almost ran back for him, poised and ready to kill first and ask questions only when he wasn't able to answer. "He didn't deserve this," I stammered, moving from flight to fight mode like the beats of a drum. "This is fucked, Romy. It's wrong." I cocooned my power around Jordan's swaying body. It took little focus to lift his weight, break the connection between the chain and flagpole, then lower his corpse to the ground. In seconds, I was kneeling beside him, my knees sinking into a puddle. Suddenly, the man before me was not the one who broke into my mind, but a victim of the same fate as my parents. Fury swelled within me, pressing against my skin for release. He died before he could help us. He died before he could give me the answers I craved about the block in my mind. A hand laid on my shoulder. I didn't need to look to know Romy stood at my side. "Hecate will welcome her child with open arms. Find solace in that." I shook my head, unable to find solace in anything but vengeance. "The witch hunter knows. They know we know about them, and they killed Jordan to stop us using him too." It hit me then, all at once. My eyes locked with Romy, and I could tell she held the same thought as me. "It's Salem. It has to be. It's too obvious," Romy added. "For all we know, Arwen could still be the witch hunter. I mean, where has he been today?" I didn't know, but something told me she was wrong. Again, my intuition screamed with it. Arwen knew the truth. That was why he warned me after seeing Salem. That was why he followed Salem after our fight. Romy didn't tell me I was wrong, but she didn't confirm my suspicion either. Instead, her eyes fell back to Jordan's corpse as the rain fell harder, attempting to wash the blood from his chest. What was left behind was the clear symbol a knife had sliced into his flesh. "We should get inside, out of the rain, and come up with another plan." I laughed to myself. Not because she said anything funny, but because the anger was so wonderfully familiar, like comfort. "I have a plan," I said, looking back towards the dense forest. "I'm going to kill him. If Salem is the witch hunter, he'll be prepared. What if Arwen did this? What if he discovered our plans to use Jordan and made sure he wasn't a player in the game?" Romy was breathless, as was I. "Just take a moment to think this through, Hector. What did Salem have to gain from killing Jordan?" A headache brewed in the back of my skull, like a worm burrowing deep into my brain, latching on with rows of sharp teeth. That was the thing. I had taken a moment. My decision was made. I'd find Arwen, as he asked me to meet him at the castle's boundary, and then I'd force the truth out of him. If he condemned Salem, then Salem would die. That was what I was here for, to kill the witch hunter infiltrating the trials. "You don't know me properly yet, Romy, but please don't stand in my way," I said calmly as I stood up from the corpse and looked beyond her. Was Arwen watching us now? How would it even be possible for him to be the witch hunter? He couldn't have known about our plans for Jordan, but in the same breath, I realized those answers didn't matter. What mattered was killing the witch hunter. "And you don't know me well enough to know that whatever your mind is deciding, make it a plan for two. We're a coven. Remember that." Her voice was swallowed by a noise at my feet. It was so sudden I almost believed Jordan had come back to life. But when I looked down to discover what it was, I saw that fissures spread out from beneath him like cracks in the shell of an egg, spreading and spreading. The ground fractured. The hungry cracks raced towards our feet with unnatural speed. Romy barely had a chance to notice before I thrust out my power and sent her flying to the side. I followed, throwing the force at my feet, knocking me away from the cracks. And just in time, because the thin fissures opened up, shadows spewed out like the tongues of serpents reaching for a feast, the feast being Jordan's dead body. The thrashing shadow limbs grabbed his corpse-like hands, rolled him on his side, and dragged him into the gaping hole. They sounded like screams and hisses, and I longed to clap my hands over my ears to block out the demonic noises. This was nothing kind or peaceful. If this was Hecate coming to claim her son, then by the fates, paradise didn't exist. It happened so quickly. As soon as Jordan's body was dragged into the ground, the cracks in the earth reformed, sealing up and blocking out the noise of those shadows. I felt as though I had just witnessed something wrong. Not just wrong because it was clearly magic I didn't understand, but the type of wrong that came with evil. The feeling of it crept over my skin, poisoning me from the outside in. "What the fuck was that?" Romy wheezed as she stood. The weather had worsened, as though the serpents of darkness encouraged the storm. I could barely hear her over the rumbling of thunder. I blinked, rubbing my eyes with closed fists, as though that would help make sense of what I just witnessed. "I'm not sure." "This place isn't right," Romy said, frantically reaching in the inner pocket of her jacket for the small grimoire. "I'm sure there's something in here that mentioned darkness like that. Starving, evil. I just need to find it." For a second time, a noise interrupted Romy, but this time it wasn't the ground cracking apart, allowing for evil to reach up. It was the toll of a bell, loud and proud, as though it rang knowing it was breaking up a vital conversation. But unlike what happened with Jordan's body, we both knew what the toll of the bell meant. The start of another trial. We looked up in the direction of the clock tower as the toll rang out, silencing even the storm. Heavy grey clouds materialized beyond the castle. At first, I put it down to the storm, but no storm moved with such speed. In an instant, a wall of cloud engulfed the clock tower, swallowing it from view. It continued spreading closer, consuming the castle until nothing was left. Romy screamed at me. It was one word that rang with the same urgency that filled my own chest. "Run!" Strange. The command was clear, and yet I couldn't move. Not as the storm rolled over, devouring everything before me. I was confident I heard shouts from within the castle until the cloud ate those too. If it wasn't for Romy running at me, grabbing my arm with a desperate hand and dragging me away, I don't think I would have moved. Our feet slammed against the sodden ground. With the castle at our back, the storm chasing at our heels, we moved for the forest. Neither of us could speak over the shared urgency to get away. There was no knowing what trial was about to begin, or if surviving this strange storm was the only task. Whatever was to come, we attempted to run from it. The forest protected us from the rain. Lightning crashed ahead, casting us in stark white light. Thunder rolled, the wind screamed. It was as though the forest tried to stop us, roots catching on our boots and branches whipping at our bodies. We didn't stop running, even as my lungs burned. I didn't know how far we'd gone, but panic and adrenaline did their job to stifle my discomfort. In the distance, off to my left, I saw a body of water amongst the trees. I thought I saw a structure of glass and wood, but we were moving so quickly I couldn't really take it in. One look behind me showed the smog was at our heels. I couldn't see the forest at our backs. It had been completely engulfed. Romy hadn't noticed, nor did I warn her. I couldn't risk her being distracted. Not that it mattered when distraction came in another form. Ahead of us, the forest opened up. In the distance, I saw a figure. I knew who it was the second my eyes laid upon him. Arwen. He was stood beside a shimmering wall of air. No, he was leant up against it, eyes trained on us. Romy noticed too, but to her detriment. Seeing Arwen reminded me of my boiling anger, enough that I didn't stop running towards him, not until a small voice called out from behind me. What if he was the witch hunter? Distrusting him was easier. It would result in less of disappointment if it was proved right in my thoughts. It was easier to blame Arwen than Salem, and Jordan's death only benefited Arwen. "Hector, help!" I turned, registering Romy's panic. She was led out across the ground, one hand reaching for me. She had fallen. How, I couldn't see as the wall of darkness came upon her. 1 second of connection, and then Romy was gone, vanished before I could reach out and pull her towards me with my gift. I threw my power at the wall of storm anyway, dispelling it into disturbed wisps. But she wasn't on the floor. The place she'd been was empty.
"Your friend will survive."
Forgotten was the storm, Romy, the trial. None of it mattered as I faced Arwen, who had made his way towards me. He walked with a sense of calm that came with someone being prepared, whereas I was blinded by the longing to cause him pain. "You!" I spat, knowing this time we fought, Arwen wouldn't come out alive. I noticed he looked healed, the wounds I'd left from the morning vanished. Good. I'd make sure he had more. He opened his mouth to reply, but I was already tackling him, my shoulder connected with his waist, knocking him to the ground. I fell atop him, recognizing firm hands grasping my thighs as I landed on his waist. Arwen's pleased grin only made my fury boil hotter. I raised a fist up, cocked it back, and readied the force to drive it into his jaw. Then the cold of the storm reached me, cascading over my back like water. Arwen reached up for me, pulled me down on him, and wrapped strong arms around my back. The last I heard before silence became my only constant was Arwen's muffled whisper, "I've got you." Trial 2. The Enduring. Chapter 15. I had my eyes closed, long after the wall of fog dispersed. There was no explaining what magic had created it, but the one word that I kept coming back to was wrong. I was aware that Arwen held me, his arms like bands of iron around me. He didn't release me, not even for a moment. Even when the fog taunted me, screaming and laughing like creatures lurking in the dark, enjoying our terror. The fog was a physical thing, a monster. If Arwen hadn't been holding me to his chest, I had no doubt it would have snatched me away from him.
"It's over,"
Arwen said, his mouth uncomfortably close to my ear. How long had it been? I slowly opened my eyes, taking in my surroundings. He released his hold enough for me to push off his chest and sit up. My immediate thought, before getting myself off Arwen's hips, was looking back to where I had last seen Romy, except the view around me was different. We were no longer within the forest outside the castle. Panic clawed up my chest, blinding me. I jumped up, spinning around, drinking in every strange detail around me. Winds slapped against me, buffeting me from all angles. No wonder, because we were completely exposed. For as far as the eye could see was a rolling landscape of hills and deep, yawning valleys. Far in the distance I saw the peaks of mountains coated in ice and snow, piercing the veil of the clear sky. Long strands of wild grass shifted around my ankles, dancing in tandem to the torrents of wind. It was beautiful, no doubt, but the true horror came from knowing that the castle was nowhere to be seen. In fact, there were no other contestants around. We were alone. Only me and Arwen. I turned slowly, facing the man who I believed to be my enemy, a witch hunter until he proved otherwise. Arwen was standing too, brushing himself down, seemingly unaware of the destructive force that was building before him. He briefly looked up, but it was a beat later that he truly locked eyes with me.
"Well, this is unexpected."
I cut him off, refusing him another second to speak. "I know what you are." A single, full brow raised over his sky-bright eyes.
"You're going to have to be more specific, Hector."
My body moved without thought. I took a step forwards, crushing loose stone and grass beneath my boots. With my hands flayed beside me, my gift only a thought away, there was nothing else that mattered but him. I had to shout just to be heard over the whistling winds. "You killed Jordan!" Arwen recoiled a step, finally recognizing that I could be his damnation.
"The culling was a busy night. We both took lives, but I cannot exactly say I knew their names before doing so.
Stop playing games!
Spittle flew past my lips, and I felt my eyes bulge. The longing to thrust out a wall of energy casting Arwen far across the hillside was almost impossible to ignore.
You're the witch hunter. You're the wolf amongst the flock.
There was a long pause between us, filled only by my heavy breathing and the whistling winds. Arwen just stared. I couldn't work out if he was shocked into silence because I had worked out his secret, or if he was amused by everything that had just come out of my mouth. I guessed it was the latter, given that he started to laugh. Sharp rocks rose around me, the points positioning themselves in Arwen's direction. That stopped him, the realization I wasn't joking. You're serious about this, aren't you? My jaw tightened, teeth grinding together. When I replied, I sounded like a hissing cat.
Yes.
No. Maybe? I didn't know. It was easier to blame him than Salem. I had to trust Salem wasn't the witch hunter, because if he was, then him turning to the enemy was yet another thing I took the blame for. You're mistaken. Arwen didn't shy away from my open threat. He raised his hands up beside him, surrendering, whilst carefully stepping closer and closer to me. I didn't want to notice that his t-shirt rode up over his navel, flashing familiar bands of muscle coated in thick black lines of tattoos. But I did. Ask yourself, Hector, if I'm your enemy, why didn't I just kill you last night? Instead, I sat outside your room protecting your flock. My flock being Romy and me.
I'm sure you could conjure an excuse,
I spat, refusing to lower the stones. 1 second, that would be all it took for me to completely pierce his body with them. Okay, trusting doesn't come easily to you. Got it. He raised his hands, stepping closer. I held my ground. Not that I'm surprised. What about the library? I could have taken your life then. He was so close now, just out of reach of my boundary of floating rocks. With 2 slender fingers, he brushed one aside, working even closer.
Stay back.
Arwen didn't refuse with words, but his continuous movement forward told me he wasn't going to listen. If you're going to accuse me of such crimes, then tell me what evidence you have. You blame me for Jordan's death, but I don't even know what you're on about. What makes you think I was the one to do it? I couldn't stop myself.
Because I had plans to use Jordan to see inside your thoughts. Funny how the moment he had a purpose, the witch was suddenly murdered.
Arwen pointed to his chest. Genuine panic passed across his face, showing a hint at the real person lurking beneath. You were prepared to fuck with my mind after everything I have helped you with.
Helped me?
I barked, unable to control my own deranged laugh.
Careful! Another pat on your own ego and you might explode.
Retract your gift, little kitty. Arwen was so close, the stones would be useless. I could have thrown out a pure blast of energy, but something was stopping me.
What the fuck did you just call me?
Arwen tipped his head to the side. Hector, I'm not your enemy. He broke my gaze, looking around the scenery as though noticing it for the first time. But use your gift on me, and that will change.
Then what are you?
I'd say that for the foreseeable, we could have been allies.
Until you killed Jordan?
I didn't kill him. Arwen returned his attention back to me, just as a torrent of wind circled us. I inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent of crisp amber and creamy sandalwood. That certainly had nothing to do with the hillside, and everything to do with the man before me. Of course he would smell like an expensive fucking candle. He was practically a walking ad for luxury, which only added to his infuriating aura. Prove it. Arwen laughed again. How do you expect me to do that? Look around you. I don't make the rules, Hector. You heard the bell, you saw the fog. This is the second trial whether we like it or not, and from what I can see we have been placed together for a reason. Proof will have to wait. For now we've got to protect each other until we pass the trial.
A reason? A fucking reason? I closed the minimal space between us, rocks and stone falling helplessly back to the ground. I didn't stop until our boots knocked together. My neck ached as I looked up at him, which only added to my urge to knock the smug grin off his face. The single fucking reason we are together is because you held on to me like your life depended on it.
You have a terrible habit of swearing, Hector.
You don't have the slightest of ideas at just how terrible I can be, I snapped back.
Arwen smirked. Forgive me for overstepping, but weren't you the one who straddled me? I think I have a pretty good idea.
My nails bit into my fists, my nails slicing crescent moons into my palms. Fuck you!
Arwen's eyes narrowed. Are you offering? Because I'm more of the giver.
I slammed my fist into his jaw. No thought, no care. It didn't matter if I truly believed he was the witch hunter or not. He irritated the life out of me.
Wow.
Arwen rocked back a step, lifting a finger to his split lip. His tongue lapped up blood, smudging it over his mouth until the colour looked like a vibrant pink.
So I take that as a retraction of your previous offer.
Even with a mouth coated in blood, he was still goading me, testing me. For extra emphasis on my disdain for him, I cast a small bout of energy and knocked Arwen on his ass. Now it was my turn to look down on him. Careful how you speak to me, Arwen.
I'm Arwen now, not your suspected witch hunter.
I cocked my head to the side. I have some other names for you, if you would prefer me to use them. The list was certainly endless.
Arwen is good. I like Arwen.
I rolled my eyes. I don't.
Ouch.
I extended a hand. To his surprise, Arwen took it, wrapping those long fingers around my hand and tugging. Once I helped him up, I didn't release him. I tugged him closer, relying on my gift for the added strength. If I find out you're lying to me, Arwen, I will kill you.
I don't doubt it.
I released him. Arwen massaged the hand I had held, whilst keeping at a sensible distance. I didn't trust him, nor would I, but for now I'd be cautious. Arwen was right. We were in the middle of the second trial. Anything was possible. Discovering the witch hunter could wait until after we actually survived whatever we were going to face. You said you knew about the wolf in the flock. So tell me. Arwen looked around me.
I don't know a name.
He was lying. The lack of eye contact proved as much. Which witch is it? Come on, no point acting coy now. It was clear to me that the witch hunter was, in fact, a witch. How else would they infiltrate the witch trials? If Jonathan was in Father Tomin's pocket, another witch could be too. Maybe it was Arwen, maybe not. But if not, it meant the wolf was out there. With Romy. Romy, I gasped, concerned for her slamming into me. I need to find her. Another scan of the expansive landscape revealed no other signs of life, not even the hint of a civilization in the distance. And our vantage point certainly gave perfect view for miles and miles on all sides. Arwen attempted to calm me.
I've seen her fight. I don't think anyone is going to mess with a witch they can't touch without being melted. I'd suggest we start with finding some shelter. Daylight won't last for long, or we don't know what to expect when night falls.
Arwen said, stepping into my side.
This isn't a trial we've had experience with or knowledge of before.
I side-eyed him. How would you know? He reached into his pocket and withdrew a stone. It was as small as his palm and had a flat surface on either side. My immediate thought went to the stone being perfect at skipping across lakes.
It was another reason I asked you to meet me. Something I've felt that you deserve to know, which I'm beginning to regret since you've thrown a pile of accusations at me.
A stone? He turned it over in his fingers, arching a brow. Carved onto the other side was 2 words. The Enduring.
A clue.
Arwen corrected, handing it out to me. I took it, feeling the warmth of his body etched into the stone's surface.
Recognize it?
Frustration twinged inside me, like a cord pulled taut and plucked. Are you trying to be smart?
Yes and no,
Arwen replied, focusing on the stone with a smile. Then he looked up at me.
What about you? Have you worked out how I know where to find these clues?
No, I said too quickly.
Think, little kitty.
Would you not call me that? Arwen surprised me by tapping the side of my head. It should have been patronizing, but my skin seemed to tingle, betraying me.
What could the library and the skipping stone possibly have in common?
Just spit it out, I said.
It's your mother's story, Hector.
I almost stopped breathing.
All the clues were left by her for the next hopeful Grand High to find. The library, the lake she visited when she skipped stones with your father. It didn't take a genius for me to study the documents depicting her time during the witch trials to decipher the key moments that made her experience. It wasn't a coincidence that the witch trials this time are hosted at the castle, the same place hers had been. She left them for you to find.
Arwen watched me, carefully studying my reaction. I was hyper-aware of his attention and tried everything in my power to steal my expression. I failed, because holding the skipping stone in my hand grounded me to the truth of it. Memories always weighed heavy when one held it. Like most of the competitors, I knew everything about my mother's time during the witch trials. I'd read her recount over and over, not for the purpose of ever thinking I'd partake like her, but because it made me feel closer to her. The library was the first place she'd met my father, where they made a similar truce like Romy and I had. A coven, which quickly became something more. The lake was the one we had passed when we ran from the wall of fog. It was where my parents allegedly stayed for the duration of the witch trials. The structure of metal and glass I'd seen, was that the place they'd used as a base? Although, as far as I remembered, the stories didn't tell of my parents skipping stones, but the faded memories I had of my childhood certainly proved it meant something to them. They'd taken me to a lake in the middle of the New Forest where we'd spent hours casting stones out across the water, whilst my father roasted marshmallows over a campfire. The memory assaulted me before I threw up my barrier and blocked it out. Why are you... A pain lashed through my mind, silencing me. It was so sharp, so powerful, that I wondered if it was my body's way of punishing me for feeling so weak. Between Arwen's gentle expression and the reason he wanted to meet me, I was whittled down to a little boy who craved his parents, whilst feeling the closest to them he'd been in 18 years. Perhaps it was a little to do with that, until a voice began as a whisper in the back of my thoughts.
Hector.
I whipped around, searching the landscape, wondering who spoke it. Arwen must have thought I was crying because he laid a soft hand on my shoulder.
I'm sorry if I've taken you by surprise. It certainly wasn't my intention.
My lips parted, a reply starting to come out when the whisper became more of a desperate scream.
Hector, do not move. Stay here. I can feel you. I am coming.
Kamer? I spoke aloud, fisting the skipping stone as reality sunk in.
Who else would it be, you fool?
My familiar's voice filled my head loud and clear.
Are you talking to me?
Arwen asked. Relief blossomed in me, like a flower in spring, because in the distance a speck of black speared through the clear sky. A crow. My crow, which meant one thing for certain. Wherever the fog had deposited me was far from the boundaries of the castle. Not you, I said, smiling to myself, knowing I needed Kamer's presence in such a vulnerable moment. I didn't even care if Arwen found out about my familiar. It wasn't even a concern as I began running towards my familiar, leaving the witch behind. We were so close when I noticed something else behind my familiar. A cloud of black, It was moving in pace with my familiar, chasing at his tail. And the closer it got, the more I noticed what it was. Crows. A countless number of them. But unlike Kama, their eyes glowed a deadly shade of red, their wings blurring as shadow oozed from them. Sinking dread dropped from my chest into the pit of me. "Kama," I said, words captured by the winds. "What are those?"
"Run, Hector. Run."
Chapter 16. I was tired of fucking running, both mentally and physically, because as I pelted across the uneven terrain, my muscles throbbed with a deep-rooted ache that I didn't have the chance to shake. Kama was making up for the time he'd been separated from me by filling my head with cord demands. If I wasn't so focused on not falling, I would have told him to shut up. Arwen was at my side, his body powerful and fast. To his credit, he hadn't asked me any questions yet about my sudden response to the flock of birds. If we survived this, perhaps I'd explain what was happening. The flock of monstrous birds had to be a part of the trial. It made sense, but I couldn't shake another image that crept into my mind. It was of Jordan's body being dragged beneath the earth by similarly monstrous shadows. But it wasn't only what the birds looked like, but the feeling that followed them. Something was twisted and evil about them. Kama still fought hard to keep a distance, although the flock was quickly closing in. Out across the hillside, there were no shadows or places for us to hide within. Even if I turned back, left Arwen and allowed Kama to engulf me, I got the impression these creatures would follow.
"I saw a small village, not far west from here."
Kama spoke into my mind, his exhaustion evident in his rushed tone.
"It's protected."
There wasn't time to contemplate what Kama possibly could mean about this protection, but I trusted him enough to act without further questioning. "West!" I shouted aloud, catching Arwen's attention. "We need to head west." If I expected Arwen to refuse, he didn't. There was a fear in his bright eyes, enough to unsettle me. I didn't have the luxury of being scared. Gone were those days. If I'd focused on what frightened me all my life, I'd never have survived.
"Lead the way,"
Arwen said, his voice clear like he wasn't running for his life. I nodded, changing course alongside him. It took another 1/2 mile or so until the ground's incline leveled out. Patches of grass became few and far between, giving way to loose stone and chalk. Without protection from the elements, the wind became just another enemy. I felt every push and shove. Sweat drenched my body, and my muscles felt like they were being burned with acid. But I couldn't stop. I wouldn't. As I crested to the top of the hillside, the views were breathtaking. Or they would be if I had any air in my lungs left to take. Kama had been right, because in the valley below me, nestled beside a twisting river, was a small village. Village was likely too generous of a word for the 4 houses and patchwork farmland, but still.
"Hector!"
Kama screeched, almost deafening me with the volume. I ducked down to the ground just as sharp claws racked at my back. I heard the material of my shirt rip and felt the scoring of my flesh. Pushing down the pain, I spun around, ready to thrust out my power when a flash of blue fire overwhelmed my view. Arwen was standing before me, both arms raised. He was bellowing at the sky as though he hated it. Circling atop us was the flock of demonic birds, swirling like a storm cloud with us at its center, leaving us staring up at a hint of bright sky in its core. The creatures attempted to fly down, their bloodthirsty beaks ready to tear flesh. But every time one broke formation, trying to reach us, Arwen's flames grew to pillars, casting them back. It wasn't lasting, though. Every time he attempted to scare them back with flame, it was as if the crows lost a little more of their fear against it. Kama flew beside me, hopping across the ground to where I was sprawled out. Every slight movement sent agony lancing across the flesh at my back. I tried to reach back, my fingers coming away red. "Is it bad?" I asked, wincing as the torn material of my shirt got stuck in the folds of my scratched skin. I already knew the answer, even before Kamer silently drew his beady black eyes over my back. It wasn't words he gave me, but the emotion which rippled down our bond, proving that the damage there was certainly worse than I'd hoped. "Get up," Arwen groaned, fire deepening in tone to a rich sapphire. "I'll hold them back as long as I can, but you've got to keep running." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him no, to refuse and remind him we were a team. But we were not, in fact, a team. Romy was my team, and I didn't have room to worry about anyone else. So before my better judgment took over and I said something I regretted, I forced myself up. Discomfort coursed through me as my torn-apart back pulled with the movement. It felt wet, but I knew that sensation wasn't because of water. I extended an arm for Kamer, noticing how it shook, but trying not to worry about my depleting energy. The corners of my vision were darkening, my thoughts growing foggier by the second. Kamer flew up and perched on me. Unlike when the demonic birds sunk talons into my flesh, Kamer brought peace as he pierced my skin. "You're hurt, Hector." "No shit," I growled, taking the first fumbling steps towards the distant village. Kamer flapped, unable to control his reaction. "They've caught scent on your blood. They'll not relent until they've sated their appetite for it." What are those creatures?" I stammered, stumbling as the ground beneath my feet broke apart. Stones rolled down the steep decline, reminding me what would happen to my body if I didn't focus. Arwen shouted at my back, almost distracting me. "Hurry! Faster!" I spared a glance over my shoulder, watching the vortex of crows building around Arwen. They grew closer to him, swallowing him and his blue fire whole, until I lost sight of him. In my mind, I imagined the hundreds of creatures ripping into Arwen's flesh. He had to be dead. If it wasn't for Kamer, I would have stayed and watched. "Don't let his life be wasted." Kamer confirmed my fear, making me sick to my stomach. But he was right. Arwen had sacrificed himself to give me time. I shouldn't waste it. Act now, worry later. It took every reserve of energy I had left to reach the bottom of the hill. Exhaustion was such a heavy burden. I daydreamed about letting my knees drop so I could simply roll down the hillside. A few broken bones would be worth it, and I was so detached from reality I hardly would have felt it. It got harder to see the closer I got to the village. I couldn't feel my feet, and the sensation was quickly spreading up my legs. I had just made it close enough to see a water wheel churning beside a river, the sound a distant creaking, when I tripped. Perhaps if I had sense of my body, it would have hurt. In reality, I felt at peace just lying face down on the ground. "Get up, Hector. We are close. The boundary will keep them out. Get up." I was too weak to reply to Kamer, aloud or in my mind. There was only darkness. Feverish pain. It was as if the shadows were inside of me, claiming me from the inside out. My vision was narrowed to pinpricks. I managed to look up long enough to see the hint of a large rock ahead of me. In fact, I recognized at least 3 before the darkness lingering in the corners of my eyes swallowed it whole. My senses left me one by one. The heavy scent of farmland faded, but not before I caught the familiar, sweet scent of a flower that reminded me of my mother, although I didn't know why. My fingers sunk into the churned earth, mud filling beneath my nails, but that sensation soon began to fade as well. But it stuck around long enough for firm hands to reach beneath me. The ground fell away, and there was a rushed swaying motion. I longed to speak, to demand answers, or beg to be saved. Whereas my body refused me, my mind was relatively sharp. I knew whatever those creatures were, their talons were coated in a poison. Unless Kamer had shifted into a human form, the person carrying me had to be someone from the village I had reached. Or it was Arwen. Maybe he hadn't died. Funny how, even in the face of such turmoil, the thought gave me relief. I couldn't hear or see anything, but the touch was oddly familiar. It soothed me enough to let go and let the darkness truly take me away. What followed were brief moments of understanding. I would claw myself awake, eyes opening to a wooden-panelled roof above me. Sometimes it was light, other times completely dark. I was laid on my side, my back exposed to the cool air. Even though my top had been removed, I was boiling hot. One time I'd woken with the violent urge to rip my skin off. If it wasn't for the firm hands that suddenly grasped hold of me, perhaps I would have succeeded in scratching through my skin to the beast deep inside, demanding release. "It's inside of me!" I screamed over and over until my throat bled. "Get it out! I can feel it!" Hands grasped my wrists, pinning me down. Then a face came into view, soft brows and eyes overspilling with worry. Arwen. He was here. He was alive. That alone was enough to cut through my hysteria. I lifted a shaking hand and rested it on the side of his face, proving this wasn't some illusion brought on by my fever. "You." "I'm here, and so is your friend." Arwen peered behind him to a crow perched on a wooden post across the ceiling of the strange building. "Kamer." He watched over us. "You must rest," Arwen said, almost whispering for some odd reason. "I promise, I'll let nothing happen to you." I looked to Kamer again, eyes slow and heavy. His voice filled my mind. "Do as he says, Hector. I will not let harm befall you." I laughed, which in hindsight was odd because Arwen wouldn't have heard Kamer. How lucky am I? I tripped over the words as though my tongue was numb and useless. I've 2 bodyguards. How exciting. Sleep found me again, if that was what I could call it. More like existing in a dark place, a pocket dimension in my soul where something festered in the shadows. Except it wasn't Kamer who haunted me in this darkness, but something else. Something I couldn't quite reach. Other times, when I woke, it was not to shout. It was as though I was roused enough to catch words being spoken by a deep voice. Poison, salve, healing. I almost thought I heard Romy reply, but the voice, although high-pitched in tone, had a strange dialect, a thick accent marred with some words that were ineligible. It was far easier to fall back into sleep. There the pain was muffled. In sleep, the suffering couldn't reach me. I belonged in the darkness, as did the unseen presence. We were friends, almost, as familiar as brothers, and every now and then, as the dreams began, I heard the clicking of hooves. It was best when I didn't dream. Those moments were easier. I just floated in a stasis of peace, without worries and concerns. Nothing mattered here. I grew comfortable with the empty quiet, so much so that when firm hands grasped my shoulders and coaxed me out of it, I did everything in my power to stay. Hector, time to wake up, Sleeping Beauty. My face scrunched up as a tired moan erupted from my chest. Whatever came out of my mouth was half a refusal and half a yawn. Sleeping Beauty. And the beast wakes. Finally. Good to have you back. His company was making me pull out feathers. Kamer's voice was crystal clear. I couldn't remember the last time he had sounded so bright and emotive. Another 3 days and I'd have become bald. Another 3 days. 3 days? What? I practically shouted, sitting up, suddenly wide awake. There was a faint twinge of tension across my back, but nothing to take my breath away. I dealt with worse. Good morning to you. Arwen rocked back on his haunches because I'd almost head-butted him. I blinked away the light, although it wasn't strong thanks to the lack of windows. Mostly the strands of daylight came in from missing patches in the straw roof above us. What am I? How long? Arwen chuckled, the sound reverberating through me like the gong of church bells.
Slow down. One question at a time.
You died, I accused, eyes dry as my throat. I saw them get you. Arwen lifted a single brow, his shoulders shrugging.
Sorry to disappoint.
I blinked rapidly, trying to steady my vision. Then came the smell, the hot and heavy stench of shit. It was everywhere. Kamer distracted me by flying down from the rafters and hopping at my side. He ruffled his blue-black feathers, then rubbed his face against my thigh. The gesture was subtle, and yet it almost broke me. Not disappointed, just confused.
Understandably,
Arwen said.
You've missed a few days, although not much has happened beside waiting for you to get better.
Then get answering, I managed finally, my throat dry as the straw I had been led on. What was this place? Some kind of barn? It would explain the smell, the straw.
Not even a thank you,
Arwen mocked. I rolled my tired eyes, suddenly aware that I was topless. Never had I been self-conscious in front of another man before, but then again, Arwen wasn't exactly like the men I'd bedded. Are we going to waste more time talking about debts owed, or are you going to explain what is going on?
It's good to hear you are coming back to yourself. For a second, I thought we'd lost you.
Arwen looked towards Kamer, who snapped his beak in return. There was the sudden realization that however much time I'd lost, Arwen had discovered my greatest secret. He seemed nonplussed about it. I simply stared at Arwen, recognizing the dark circles beneath his eyes, the pallor to his skin, and the disheveled look he wore. Yes, he was still handsome, but what concerned me more was how long I had spent, vulnerable, beside him.
I would not have let him touch you if I believed you were endangered by him,
Kamer added quickly, before retracting.
Turns out he touched you quite a bit. Your back was in a bad way. But harm you, I mean. I wouldn't have given him the chance before gouging out his...
I get it, I spluttered, snapping my head to Kamer. His eyes.
Get what?
Arwen said. I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking with him. Arwen's gaze found Kamer and smirked.
This is going to get confusing. It would for a simpleton like you,
Kamer added. His sarcasm matched the witch who squatted beside me. I smiled, keeping the jibe between me and my crow. So, which one of you is going to get talking? It was clear we weren't back at the castle, unless there were stables on the grounds that I'd missed. If my hunch was right, we were still partaking in the second trial.
Well, it's been a few days since the enduring started,
Arwen explained, refusing to take his eyes off me. It was as if he was searching for something to be worried about, his concern almost too genuine. Of course, I already knew this piece of information because it was Kamer's comment about 3 days that woke me. But I decided not to interrupt Arwen so I could work out everything I had missed.
We're currently in a small village somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Scotland,
Arwen added, although there was clearly more he had to say about that.
It would seem that fog dropped us back here for a reason.
And the birds? I asked, wincing at the memory of my back. I had yet to ask about it, but the feeling alone proved it had healed.
The village is protected by a stone circle of sorts. Old magic. Not so old now, though.
Kamer squawked in my mind, only for me to hear.
The village is protected by a witch. She has been allowing us to stay in her stable, whilst bringing a salve twice a day to help with removing the poison in your back. Without her, you'd be...
dead, I answered for him. And that would have saved you a job, right?
Here we go again,
Arwen huffed.
I would have thought your near-death experience would have made you drop this hunch. I've hardly slept for 3 days watching over you. Isn't that enough proof that I'm not the witch hunter?
Everyone has a motive, I said, waiting for the rebuke to come, which it didn't. And where is this witch?
Eleanor will return at sundown to check on your progress.
Arwen stood above me, eyes falling to my bare chest. I found my subtle muscles tensing as his gaze traced my skin. There was no point being shy now, not when he had been watching me for so long. "Have you ever heard of a trial involving people outside of the witch trials?" I asked, voicing aloud the one question that I couldn't shake since he mentioned this mysterious witch. I couldn't fathom what the enduring entailed. It was not one that had ever happened before. The fact I didn't recognize the name proved as much. Never had there been talk of demonic monster birds, or anything happening outside the physical boundary of the chosen stadium. Yet here we were, in some village instead of the hallowed grounds of our castle.
"No, I haven't."
Arwen began pacing, whilst Kamer copied, flapping and hopping, as though he was also incapable of standing still.
"But we are certainly in a trial, one that is going to test us in ways we couldn't prepare for."
"Our endurance, no doubt. Clues in the name?"
"Little Kitty, sharp claws and mine. How have I survived without you all my life?"
Arwen settled his eyes back on me again. He really looked exhausted. The wide, bloodshot eyes and the grey tinge to his skin showed a man who was an inch from breaking. "Call me Little Kitty again, and I promise you'll find out." Arwen raised his arms in surrender, whilst smirking at me.
"Not endurance in the sense of the word you are thinking."
I sat up straighter, although the newly healed skin on my back pulled tight. It felt as though it would rip if I wasn't careful. "Care to explain? Or do you enjoy being ominous and foreboding?"
"Two issues."
Arwen ignored my comment, although I saw it annoyed him in the wince of his mouth.
"Firstly, we're currently stuck somewhere we have no purpose being."
"A stable?" I asked, hyper-aware that my skin likely stank. And Arwen had touched me. Poor man must have thought I was gross. Not that it mattered, I tried to convince myself. "Because it really stinks in here. Wasn't there room in this Eleanor's house?"
"No, not that, Hector."
Arwen's pause only added to the dramatic reveal that was to follow.
"Not the place, but the time. Autumn of 1563, to be exact. That is where we are currently residing."
I waited for the laugh, for Arwen to tell me it was some big joke. But as the seconds stretched on and neither Arwen nor Kamer said anything, I knew he was telling the truth. Even if the concept of being shoved back in time was impossible to understand. There was only one word I felt had the power to relay how I felt at the revelation, and I spoke it with intention. Fuck. Chapter 17. I peered outside the stable door. I had a perfect view of the cluster of homes surrounding an open space. They were constructed from black wooden beams and white-painted walls, certainly proving Arwen's accusation about time travel. Every roof was made of straw, some coated in a thick layer of moss, whereas others almost looked new. It was like looking into a history book, except I was a part of it. Mud streets connected the handful of homes. A horse fussed past by, pulling a cart laden with woven baskets of winter vegetables. A queue had formed behind it, as people dressed in strange clothes waiting to barter for food. Women wore dresses with the hems coated in dirt and grim, whereas the men's outfits were mostly faded, baggy trousers and shirts. Children looked more like feral creatures as they played with one another, skipping between stones and chasing chickens that had escaped from a pen nearby. One bird scattered in our direction, but before the child could see me, Arwen pulled me backwards.
"It's important they don't see us."
Panic pervaded his tone, even though he snapped in a hoarse whisper.
"I haven't waited out in this stable for you to ruin it the second you wake up."
I snatched my arm back, although the warmth of his touch lingered far after. "You've just told me that we are stuck in the 1500s. What did you expect? For me to just take your word and believe you?"
"Well, yes, actually I did."
Kamer perked up, flapping over to my side.
"We can both agree that this witch is irritating. But Hector, show some thanks that he's kept you alive. I haven't brought you up to be so rude. Or have I?
I shot my familiar a look that told him exactly how he brought me up. Kamer didn't interrupt again. Pain shot through my head. I was thirsty and hungry, frustrated and confused. I massaged my temples as I tried to focus on the worries at hand. What about the other issue? You said there were two.
Don't you feel it?
I wanted to snap at him and demand he got to the point, but Kamer's words lingered in my mind, reminding me that it wouldn't kill to be polite. Hecate, why was this man so inclined to be secretive? Besides the shit on my skin, my back, and the impressive headache you're causing me, I'm feeling nothing but fucking irritated.
Then I might as well just ruin your day completely, Arwen snapped. Our gifts are gone.
He said it so matter-of-factly. The laugh that I released was the only natural reaction. But that laugh quickly faded when I focused on the bucket of stale water near me and attempted to move it with my gift. Nothing happened.
My shadows are gone too, Hector,
Kamer said, filling my mind. He sounded as helpless as I felt. I was standing inches before Arwen within the blink of an eye. My entire body buzzed with tension, so much so that I didn't think I would have been able to uncurl my fingers if I'd wanted to. Before he could so much as move, I grasped the front of his shirt and clung on with one hand. What have you done? He smiled, which only infuriated me more.
Whatever you're suggesting I've done now, you can try again.
My jaw ached from how tightly my teeth were clenched together. Don't play stupid with me, Arwen. You've poisoned me. We both know Thistlebane is the only plant with properties to weaken our gift.
It's not him,
Kamer screeched, flying up to my shoulder and grasping onto me.
Whatever the crow is saying, you better listen. I know you think I'm your enemy, but I highly recommend you don't make me a real one with this incessant blame game you seem to enjoy.
I tried to shake Kamer off, all without taking my eyes off Arwen. Then get talking. The moment of silence that followed was so thick with tension a spoon could have cut it. We both refused to look away from one another, trying to read the micro-expressions to determine each other's silent inner thoughts.
Eleanor, the witch who owns these stables, would be better to explain it. But I'll relay. There's a stone circling around the village. It is what keeps those demons and others out. I don't know the connection between that old magic and how it's affecting our gifts, but it explains why we both cannot connect to our powers.
Arwen leaned in, his breath tickling the fine hairs on my face.
Did you hear the emphasis on my use of the word both? Because why, if I was the reason behind your lack of gift, would I also take away my own?
I released him and stumbled back. An apology lingered on the tip of my tongue, but I clamped my lips shut and swallowed it down. And where is this witch? Arwen's gaze flickered towards the stable door.
She's promised to return at dusk to check on your progress. I think she'll be relieved to find that you were up and about, until you open your mouth and ruin it, that is.
Shut up, I snapped.
Make me?
My cheeks warmed, as though fires had been set inside them. I turned around quickly before he could see the embarrassment stain my face red. It was only then when the reality of everything he had just said settled in. Romy, I stammered, my mind filling with demonic birds and promises of other monsters. If this the trial, who's to say she isn't out there? Pain flared on my back, stifling my words. It was a phantom ache, but a way my body reminded me of the power these creatures had. Arwen hadn't said it, but I knew I'd almost died. If he hadn't intervened, my time in the witch trials would have come to an abrupt end, as would my life.
I understand your loyalty, but this is a competition.
Arwen's words were cold, but the way he said them was full of pity.
Romy will either survive or not. It is just the way of the game.
No, I refused to even add power to those words. If that's the case, good luck. I moved towards the stable doors again, only to be stopped by Kamer. He flew before me, flapping black wings directly before my face.
You're not leaving this village, Hector. I refuse to let you.
Get out of the way, Kamer!
That's not going to happen.
Kamer continued his attempt to blind me. I didn't know I was stepping backwards, out the way of his wings and reaching talons, until the hard press of a body bumped into my back.
This is becoming a habit,
Arwen said, his breath warming my skin. Kamer was before me, Arwen behind me. I felt trapped, and worst of all, powerless. Fine, I shouted, but Arwen clapped a hand over my mouth.
Do me a favor and keep your voice down.
My lips brushed the calluses of his skin. Arwen's grip was firm and yet gentle. I could tell he didn't wish to hurt me, but he also wasn't going to release me until he trusted I would behave. Arwen released me slowly, just as Kamer perched himself on the straw floor by my feet, glaring defiantly up at me. Did he forget he was one swift kick away from being booted back outside? Oh. The idea came thick and fast. Kamer, you'll go instead.
What?
He squawked, although there was no denying the relief in his mental voice. Maybe because I was no longer insisting on going outside myself. Romy is out there, and you either let me go or you go. The choice is yours. We both knew the choice wasn't his at all. Kamer belonged to me. He was my familiar. Although he would act like my guardian, when it came down to it, he was powerless to refuse my commands.
I will not leave you.
Kamer panicked, his shrill screech only adding to my headache. I caught Arwen out the corner of my eye, one of his brows raised as he attempted to work out our one-sided conversation. Yes, you will. You saw what's out there. If we're safe here, you'll go and find Romy and bring her to us. I wouldn't even contemplate the option that she was beyond saving. I trusted she was skilled, that she knew how to fight. Maybe she had found another protected place like this, or maybe she also had someone looking out for her as Arwen had with me. My heart sunk at the thought of other contestants out there, not out of fear for them, but because they would try to kill Romy if she was standing in their way of reaching the end of the witch trials. Like Jazz, the ruthless witch who had already put a target on my back. Salem, the man who I refused to believe was a witch hunter, even with all signs certainly pointing that way. Go, I said breathlessly. Go now, Kamer.
It's been 3 days. There is no saying this. Romy is even.
Go! The stone circle had dampened my gift, but the bond between witch and familiar was untouchable. That was old magic, and clearly it existed still during this time. I could only imagine that was why Kamer was even here, that we existed beyond the rules of the hallowed grounds of the castle, that our link existed beyond time and space as a construct. I was glad he was here, even if I was desperate to send him on his way. I'm sorry, Kamer, but this is the only thing keeping me safe. If you don't go and find Romy, I will. Kamer's eyes focused, as though some invisible tether snapped into place.
Tell the witch that if harm comes to you, I will personally gouge his tongue, feast on his entrails, and take pleasure devouring his brain.
Kamer warned as he became airborne and circled overhead. I watched him, part of me longing to apologize, withdraw my command, and beg him to stay. But helping Romy was a priority that burned hotter inside me than any other want. I side-eyed Arwen, who watched on with impressed intrigue. Kamer said he'll miss you.
I'll pluck out his pretty eyes.
Kamer screeched.
Tell him, Hector. Warn him.
Actually, he said something about eating your pretty eyes if you let any harm come to me. Arwen's amused grin seemed to widen.
He thinks I have pretty eyes.
I refused to reply. Pretending I didn't hear him was the only option when it came to Arwen and boosting his already bloated ego.
You can tell your little crow that you're in good hands,
Arwen added, eyeing my familiar as he flew towards a small, glassless window at the top of the barn.
Promise. Cross my heart and hope to die.
Kama released a clicking shrill from his throat and then left, flying out of the gap in the straw roof. I broke the skin on my lower lip, sinking my teeth in just to stop myself from clawing back my initial command. I hadn't contemplated if it was safe for him out beyond the village. I still had no idea how Hecate had even made this trial possible. It was conjured, no doubt, but it felt so real. I wouldn't put it past Hecate to have actually dropped us in 1563. What I did know, as I turned back around to Arwen, was that the only endurance Hecate was possibly testing was my ability to be in the same room with him, with both of us being conscious. "So," I said, breaking the awkward silence, "do you have a plan?"
"Nope."
Getting information out of Arwen was like getting blood from a stone. "We're just going to hide out here until the bell tolls."
"I'll tell you what."
He scrunched his nose up, eyeing me from head to foot.
"If you sit down and let me see to your back, then we can discuss plans."
"Now you're ignoring my question."
"It's impossible to ignore you,"
Arwen rebuked, yet again twisting my words.
"Sit, Hector."
I did as he asked, because frankly encouraging more conversation would only infuriate me further. I perched myself upon the edge of a stack of hay, focusing on the wooden slatted wall. I tried not to pay mind to Arwen as he took position behind me. That became impossible when gentle hands began to trace the skin of my shoulders. A cold breeze brushed against my skin, making the hairs stand on end and my flesh prickle. I couldn't see Arwen, but his touch certainly painted a picture of him as he inspected my back. Since I'd woken, the stable hadn't been so quiet. Only our breathing could be heard and the soft brush of his fingers across my skin.
"Impressive,"
Arwen concluded, patting me on the shoulder before tugging my shirt back over my skin.
"Whatever is in Eleanor's salve is certainly working. Besides the scars, the redness is fading, so clearly the infection is also being dealt with."
"I'll be sure to thank her when she visits," I said, trying my damn hardest not to show just how debilitating Arwen's touch was. Luckily, a ruckus distracted us, drawing our attention. It came from outside, a chorus of shouts. We both paused, taking it in. My initial thought was that the demonic creatures had chased us. Had they found their way through the circle of stones? If so, my gift had not yet returned, and we were without weapons.
"Put this on,"
Arwen commanded, handing me my ripped, bloodied black top from the castle. I did as he asked, glad for at least some coverage. He moved to the door and peered cautiously outside. Whatever he saw made him fumble back a step, concern etched into the lines across his forehead. I stood, panicked, ready for anything. "What is it?"
"Witch hunters,"
he growled, holding the door open enough for me to see what he did. I couldn't begin to believe we had witch hunters to face, on top of everything else. But Arwen was right, because outside the stable on the distant road that led to this small village were a group of horses ridden by people holding a banner with a familiar symbol. "When did the original witch hunt start again?" I asked, slowly closing the door, aware of just how much my hands shook. Arwen took a moment to reply, but I knew he was aware of the answer. Every witch was. It just hadn't clocked in my mind until I saw the cavalry riding towards us.
1563,
Arwen finally answered, the feral growl still lingering in his tone.
"Or thereabout."
"Shit," I stammered.
"My thoughts exactly,"
Arwen answered, not an ounce of humor on his face. I'd never seen him look so worried, borderline terrified. The trial was beginning to make sense, and quickly. Hecate had planted us in the midst of the dark and bloody actual witch trials. Suddenly, what we had to endure became painfully clear. Hands clamped down on my shoulders and spun me around. Arwen drank me in with wide eyes before giving me a command I knew I couldn't refuse. Hide. Chapter 18. Shouts rose from outside. Deep voices carried over to the stable as witch hunters demand for the witch to show themselves. I couldn't comprehend if the witch hunters knew that me and Arwen were here, or if they spoke about the mysterious Eleanor. Suddenly, her name and the mention of the trials conjured something like an itch in the back of my mind. Like a story I already knew. Even if we were not on the witch hunters' radar, the moment they found us hiding out in a stable, dressed in clothes that didn't belong to the era, we'd be accused of witchcraft. History told that women with bright minds were accused of the craft. Even those with differences and yet no ties to the magic were strung to stakes and burned, or drowned in the river for punishment. It didn't take much. Arwen barricaded the door with a pitchfork slotted between the wooden handles, then spun on me with panicked eyes. Just from his reaction alone, I could tell he had had a run-in with witch hunters before, likely one that had scarred him too. I fought the urge to calm him, to tell him that we'd be all right, because my track record with witch hunters was almost a 100% escape rate. But there was no time. And unlike the rest of my run-ins with witch hunters, I had no power. "Check every dwelling," a voice called. "Brothers, uncover the mark of the devil, and we shall cleanse this village. Do so with haste." One look around the stable, and it was clear there was nowhere we could hide successfully. I hardly imagined two men crouched behind a haystack wouldn't elicit questions, witchcraft or not. This was the 1500s. If there was anything else that was blamed on the devil, it was being gay. "Is there another way out of here?" I asked, breathless from adrenaline coursing through me. "Not without leading outside, into the view of those who'd very much like to burn us at the stake." Arwen was rifling through the stable, searching for a nook or cranny to hide in. "Arwen!" I snapped, drawing his full attention back to me. "Whatever is going through your mind right now, control it and focus. I need you." 3 words seemed to have more power over Arwen than my gift would have. He snapped to attention, body rigid and brow kneaded. "There is an exit at the back. It leads out towards the watermill." "Great," I said, extending a hand. To my surprise, Arwen reached over and took it. As long as the history books haven't lied, which we both know they do, then there is one place the witch hunters will definitely not look for witches. "Lead the way," Arwen said, his hand shaking in mine. I did just that. We left the stable through the side door Arwen mentioned. It led out to the back of the building, the ground muddied and thick with horse shit, rotting straw and more shit. As he mentioned, the mill lingered beside the stable. Built next to a lazy river moving downstream, water was caught in a large, imposing wheel that I'd remembered seeing when I escaped the demon birds. "This way," I hissed. Arwen didn't question me as I pulled him in that direction. Perhaps he was too focused on the splintering of wood back in the stable. No doubt the witch hunters had just broken inside. "Gentlemen first," I said, gesturing towards the bank of the river. "You can't be serious." Arwen moaned, taking too long to contemplate my suggestion. There was no time to explain my plan, so I did the only thing I could think of and pushed him in. "If you float, you're a witch," I said, jumping in behind him. "If you drown, you're free of the devil, but still you'll die." Arwen was wading in the middle of the river, the water up to his broad chest. Droplets fell over furious eyes which studied me, his mouth agape, his clenched teeth holding back what I was sure was a string of curses. "What the fuck, Hector?" I smiled, running fingers through my hair to get the wet strands out of my eyes. "Oh look, you float. You must be the devil's child." He clearly didn't appreciate my attempt at humour, and I had to admit to myself it was freezing. Our only clothes were completely sodden. If we survived the witch hunters, we would probably die from hypothermia. Witch hunters believed witches would float, so they'd never accept them to incriminate themselves by hiding in the water, would they? I snapped, teeth already chattering, as the water wheel churned just a short swim to our side. Just ahead of us, surrounded by dancing mist, sat evenly spaced out stone markers. The boundary that had been mentioned, no doubt. And around the stones, growing proudly, was thistlebane. A field of it. Puddles of violent purple flowers which filtered with the faint breeze, bringing with it the sour perfume kiss of the weed. Seems like those stones don't keep out the real evil, I said, my attention separated. Arwen was silent. By the time I looked to him, the furious pinch of Arwen's face was smoothed out. Not completely, but enough that he saw the method to my madness. When his hand found mine underneath the water, I almost gasped. His touch was so warm compared to the frigid embrace of the river. In an ideal world, I would have pressed myself against him and absorbed everything he had to offer. We swam to the water wheel, hiding ourselves beneath the gargantuan wooden frame. It was colder here in the shadows, where the light couldn't warm the water even a little. I felt my body tense, my muscles hardening to stone as a barrage of shivers overcame me. Maybe Arwen noticed because he heard my teeth chatter, or maybe it was because he hardly took his eyes off me. But it didn't take long for arms to wrap around me, pulling my body towards him. I was powerless to refuse, nor would I have, because the moment his warmth seeped through my back and folded around my waist, the shivering eased. This plan, although genius, is also absolutely ridiculous, Arwen muttered, his lips close to my ear. With my back pressed to his chest, I couldn't see his face, but my mind still conjured images I couldn't hold back. Tell me that when we don't get caught. Arwen clapped his hand over my mouth, silencing me. Above the noise of the turning wheel, there were footsteps, the shadow of a figure cast over the water to our side as witch hunters looked out across the river in search. I should have been scared, but all I could focus on was Arwen, how his hands were both smooth and rough, telling stories of his daily life before the witch trials. The power in his grasp, his natural ability to want to protect me even though we were rivals for all intents and purposes. Even the water drenching our bodies couldn't conceal his scent. I tasted the salt on his palm whilst enjoying the radiating heat of his flesh. He held me like that, hand over mouth, body trapped to his for a long while. I couldn't place the time exactly, but it had to have been nearly an hour. All the while, Arwen didn't release me, not until the witch hunters had long left the village. Their search had not been bountiful, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be back. The sun set, the water so cold I could no longer feel my toes. My skin had likely shriveled to the texture of dried raisins. Just when I contemplated getting out, more footsteps sounded nearby, which made Arwen hold on to me tighter. Had the witch hunters come back already? Maybe they weren't as stupid as I gave them credit for. "It's safe, boys," came the unfamiliar female voice from the river's bank. "They've gone." I couldn't place it, but clearly Arwen recognized it enough to relax, because he finally released me. "Eleanor?" I waited for the woman to confirm or deny before slipping out into view. "It is I, and for a moment I thought the witch hunters would find you in my husband's stable. I was glad to find it empty, although the damage to the door will not please my husband upon his return." Arwen released me and waded towards Eleanor's voice. It wasn't until he reached the shallow water that he noticed I wasn't following him to the bank. He turned back to face me, bright eyes glowing in the hue of dusk. His skin had gone blotchy from the water, his black t-shirt clinging to the incredible work of art that was his body. "It's safe, Hector. I promise you." I couldn't explain it, and maybe I didn't need to, but hiding from the witch hunters had taken me back 18 years. It was a surprise when I didn't hear the thud, thud, thud of an athame entering flesh. It took great effort to remind myself that I wasn't there, that I was actually far from that time, lost in another place, and I wasn't alone. I had Arwen. I slipped from our hiding place before my body completely shut down. My limbs felt heavy, my skin frozen to ice. But as soon as I saw the heavy woolen blankets held by the woman on the riverbank, I felt my body relax. Eleanor stood waiting for us, a welcoming smile lifting the corners of her kind face. Blonde hair peeked from beneath the cap of her modest outfit. The bottom of her dress was entirely stained and torn from dragging across the ground. Even her apron looked worse for wear. I would have never looked at Eleanor and thought witch, which was likely how she had evaded the witch hunters in such a small town. But then again, we all had our secrets. "It's good to see you up and about, Briar child," Eleanor said, offering me the grey blanket as I pulled myself out of the river. "And just in time for the arrival of some unwanted guests. Hecate smiles kindly down on you." I took the blanket and hung it around my shoulders. The wool smelled of lavender, so strong it distracted me from the cold. I wondered if that was the point. "Thank you for watching over us." "'Tis no bother," Eleanor replied. "A witch always looks after her kin." Arwen put himself slightly between us. I got the impression his natural impulse to act as a shield was hard to let go of, even in front of a proven ally. "Will they return?" "My husband has offered his service and escorted the witch hunters to the nearest town for rest and comfort. Not that the bastards deserve it. These checks are becoming more persistent, and we are hearing word that poor people from nearby villages are being sold out by their friends and family on the accusation of devil work. It seems no amount of blood satisfies them, innocent or no." "They won't ever," I began. Arwen shot me a look, silencing me. "The witch hunters will return. Our village was subject to the same searches, which is why we fled and ended up here." "Ah, so we're lying." Eleanor didn't know that we were not only strangers to this village, but to this time as well. Or maybe she did, since she'd seen the clothes we wore. Her choice to be silent about the anomalies only made me trust her easier. "Then we better get you warmed by the hearth before my husband returns. Then I'm afraid it's back to the stable for you both." Eleanor turned on her heel, beckoning us to follow her. She didn't have a burning torch, so the way ahead was dark. Likely she didn't want to alert her neighbours that she was sneaking 2 drenched-to-the-bone men into her home. Otherwise she might be the next person they sold out to the witch hunters upon their return. "I have warmed water for you to wash in, and stew on the stove to fill your bellies. Hector, I'd like to see to your wounds again. I have a new batch of salve to use up before the ingredients go sour. Quick, the hour is late. Only demons lurk in the shadows. Do not stray in them for too long." Arwen had not long left Eleanor's living room, if I could call it that, to wash. Our empty wooden bowls were left to the side after 3 helpings of Eleanor's stew. I didn't think I could ever say I'd eaten rabbit before, but the meat was surprisingly rich and tasty. The crusty bread we had devoured sat in my stomach, heavy as a stone, and yet the unpleasant feeling was welcome. "How's that?" Eleanor asked from behind me. She was sat on a stool, deft fingers massaging a thick white salve onto my bare skin. I had been the first to wash in the bucket of hearth-warmed water, and my skin smelled like honey from the homemade soap she'd give me to use. "Could I lie and tell you my wounds still ache, just so I could get this massage again?" I asked to her enjoyment. Eleanor's laugh was as sweet as caramel, something she likely didn't even know existed. I had to be careful with my words, to make sure I didn't give away where we came from. But then again, Eleanor was smart enough to evade witch hunters. She likely knew something was amiss, even if she was going along with Arwen's lies. "The infection has eased, and the wound's completely healed. Beside the scars, I don't think you'll need any more aid after this last batch." Eleanor finished applying the salve, drawing symbols and runes across my skin whilst murmuring spells beneath her breath. I couldn't feel the magic like a physical presence, but I certainly sensed it in the way she carried herself. I knew my question would give away my lack of knowledge of this time, but I couldn't help but ask it. What are those creatures, the birds that did this to me? Eleanor's tone darkened